ready, bang!
I wasn't sure if you were going to have a beer, but I got one ready.
Yeah, when you mentioned it, I thought, well, hell yeah, I better make sure I've got one ready.
Yeah, beautiful. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment you've been waiting for. It is the Ready Bang podcast. I'm your host here, the Aussie arm wrestler. I've got the sweet merch happening, and as you can see on the screen, I'm joined by one of the most prolific arm wrestlers, not just in Australia, but in the world today. He has won multiple national titles. He's fucking won, not only has he won state championships, but I think if it was the Queensland one, he won it with fucking sunnies on his head. Didn't even have the audacity to take the sunnies off his head. He just turned up, just went, mate, it is too much effort to go bang on the table. I'll just pin you with me sunnies on. But it is the one and only Ryan Blue Bowen. Ryan, how the fuck are you?
Mate, I'm pretty good. Thank you so much for having me on the show. Is that taped and on your T-shirt where you've written "The Aussie," or is that a new print?
Mate, look, pound for pound arm wrestling's doing really well, and your merch is fantastic. Unfortunately, as an upstart, my lovely wife is an art teacher, so I went into the cupboard. That is taped on. That's the competitor shirt from Nationals last year, and
beautiful,
so
man. I love it.
Can get to your merch level.
I love it, mate. And to touch on the sunnies on the head thing, that's just an intermediate step. I got to get to the Toddzilla yet, where you hold a beer as you pin someone. That's the true challenge.
Wow, mate. Mate, when it comes to setting goals, I love that you're doing that. And of course, I wouldn't be an Aussie if I wasn't having a fucking beer. So cheers to you, Ryan, for jumping on the show.
Cheers. I think this should become a podcast signature of yours, that you have a beer with every single guest. Make it happen. Insist on it. Don't let them out. Make them do it.
Guaranteed on the podcast. At the start, you'll be having a beer with me, and then at the end, everyone that's on the podcast, I need to hear you're ready bang. Oh, I can do it. Yeah. But at the end, we'll do that. But in saying that, look, I've been banging on about how fucking good you are. Let me tell you how good I am. Have you got yourself one of these bad boys? This is a third place, mate. Don't worry about winning. This is third place left arm amateur.
You know, I probably did have some until about 2 weeks ago. I actually cleaned out my shed, and I literally, I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but I threw out all of my amateur trophies.
Oh, mate, I saw that. Unfortunately,
there may have been a third. On the left arm, there may have been a whole bunch of thirds.
I'm keeping this one. This was last year. This was my first and only trophy. My wife's only competed in one top, and she's picked up 2 medals, and that was at Arnold's last year, and she hates arm wrestling, so that's always good. We'll let you in nice and easy with the Aussie arm wrestler. I'm assuming the nickname Blue comes from having blue balls. That's what I'm hearing on the internet. Fuck off blue balls. Is that right?
Well, judging by the photos that came out from me at the Zloty Tour last year, a few people were commenting the same way. They saw me hanging out with the entire Swedish team, and I don't know how the Swedes do it, but they're all like 9.5 out of 10 on the scale of how gorgeous they are. Every single Swedish woman is just amazing. So, but no, that isn't the truth to it. It was it's actually reminiscent of soldiers World War I with red hair. Everyone called them blue because they didn't know their name, and I was up the top of a rope. I was on basic training in my military days, and the physical training instructor had no idea who I was. I was up the top of the rope. I had red hair, and he said, "Hey, Blue, hurry up, get down, would you?" So,
absolutely. That's why they call you Blue. It's one of the most Australian nicknames. That's why when I first was getting right into arm wrestling, and it's like, oh, there's an Aussie, Ryan Bowen. It's like, oh, what's his nickname? Blue. And they're like, yeah, it is. He's got red hair, and that's as Aussie as it gets. Like, it's unreal.
I get surprised how many people don't recognise that. I have a lot of people ask me, what's the story with Blue? How did you get that? And it is very Aussie. I always just say it's like calling a big bloke tiny or something like that. So.
Yeah, like me.
Yeah.
I just might have to pan the camera out.
Yeah.
No, but
Okay.
the arm wrestling scene's a bit coming like the UFC, and everyone's got to have their nickname. You know, you've got Toddzilla with Todd Hutchings and the Monster. Is there anyone that you just look at and you just wouldn't mind changing? Like, if you had to change one person's nickname and fuck it off, who would it be?
I actually, it's a good. I'll get to that. Give me some time to think. But I actually love nicknames in that I actually think that I feel like I've given a lot of people nicknames. I know Neil Pickup is like the godfather of giving people nicknames. He's given the vast majority of people that came through Arm Wars, like the Perfect Storm, devonlarratt's No Limits, like all the good ones. Monster Michael Todd, they're all from Neil Pickup. Steel Giraffe, Nicholas Nanestad, all that sort of stuff. Relentless Frodo Hogan, they're all Neil. But I came up with I like Jordan the Reacher Davis. That was
the Reach Around. You gave him the nickname.
The Reach Around Davis. But I came up with Lachlan the Anvil Adair as well.
You came up with the Anvil. See, I first saw Lockie pull at Arnold's last year. I only been like really getting him for about 18 months, like competing. I was playing other sports, and I was just drawn to him because I'm a huge wrestling fan. And there was a Jim the Anvil Neidhart, and then he was pulling Devon in a super match, and it was like, oh, this is Lockie the Anvil, and I'm like, I like you because you got a cool nickname.
Yeah, but in answering your question, nothing jumps to mind that's terrible. But after watching a whole series of your calls, I feel like Cobra Rhodes needs to. I love Captain Breakarm. Breakarm is friggin' amazing.
Yeah, Captain Breakarm. Sam Harris sent me a message. I think it was a prediction video or something ages ago, and I called him Captain Bubblegum.
Yeah.
He loved it. There's like, with a few of the nicknames. So if Giannis is the Jedi, how come Coach Ray calls himself Coach Ray? Shouldn't he be like Skywalker or something? Because Giannis's baby.
Yeah, and Jamie the Natural Sheldon, I think he wishes someone would change his name for him. He's such a fan of everything Star Wars. I think he wants to be the Sith or whatever it is, the bad guy or something.
But, I'll write that down. I'll do a Jamie Sheldon match and I'll give him his new nickname. I reckon. Beautiful. Surely Geoff Hale has to call his missus the Hail Mary. Like that just writes itself. Absolutely, like he's the Hail Raiser. I'm a huge fan of Geoff Hale, but like surely, if he picks up the hammer or something like that, he'd have to look and go, baby, you're the Hail Mary.
Yeah, I reckon he's so thorough in his approach that I think it's actually an alter ego for him as well. Like it's not just a nickname; he lives and breathes that so well. I haven't met Geoff in person yet, but I think that his character on stage is like he's fully capable of WWE standards, I think, and he's never stepped out of character when he's on stage. It's amazing.
Oh, and that leads into like the next thing I wanted to talk about, because like it's either arm wrestling's either classed as pub pullers or it's a bit of an underground sport. Now, what do we need? What do we need to do to make this a global sport, like really bring in the money? Because when I watch Geoff Hale drop some promos, it's unbelievable. I love it. I fucking love all that.
Yeah, well, I do think that what we are doing is right. I think it's the most powerful thing we have is patience and consistency, and thankfully we have enough success now that there are enough people willing to be consistent. I think that the way that global entertainment is consumed now has changed. 15 years ago, to reach a global audience, a show like this, you'd need to be in a television studio, and which means you need to know people, which means you need to have huge contracts and big equipment. Now we can get to global audiences with a phone. That's it, and distribution's free. So with the advent of social media, we really did change the game in that respect. People like Igor Mazarenko, been doing it for, 20, 25 years, the PAL. People like that are instrumental. He clearly loves the sport. He's clearly a badass promoter. If you ever get yourself to a Zloty or a Nemiroff Cup, it's phenomenal. It blows your mind. It's like a nightclub on steroids. It's pumping. It's absolutely amazing.
Yes, that's what you want.
And honestly, for tournament arm wrestling, I've never felt or experienced anything like it. Like having gone once, I will go there again. So when it comes to crowds, in-house crowds, both the Zloty and WAL are kicking goals. WAL's environment is electric as well. It's a totally different feel. And they're both separately doing the right things. I think the PAL and the WAL, if the sport keeps going as it is, will give us a platform to really reach the proper audiences. And then the next chapter, I feel, is people like you, people like me, athletes creating their own opportunities on the backs of the big main two spear fronts that are heading forward. And it's just it's a snowballing effect. Like YouTube's massive. YouTube, there are channels out there making don't quote me on this, but like Eddie Hall, for instance, makes about 120 grand a month on YouTube, just on YouTube.
Geez, that'd make your boy fucking balls tingle. But that like leads into a few things. I had to do myself a bit of research. Did you know, between you and I, Blue, we've got just under 33,000 subscribers on YouTube between you and I.
You say
it's unbelievable, because I was like, should I fucking really get Blue on the show? And between us, almost 33,000. Mind you, I've got a whopping 73 subscribers, and you're carrying the other 32,900. But man, that's fucking unbelievable to be able to have.
YouTube is a slow burn. I remember when I started my YouTube channel, man. I like to tell people about it. I famously, in my mind anyway, I famously made $34.50 in my first 5 years on YouTube. 5 years. And I can tell you, I put just as many videos out then as I do now. And yet now
that's fucking $30 more than anyone else out there. Like, I just watched a video of my 2.5 minutes of my auntie getting the shit scared out of her. It's hilarious. Yeah. You just gotta have the right stuff. But the content's unreal. Going back to WA, and you were talking about crowds and electrifying and fucking shit like that. The WAL crowd, like, are they real? Like, or are they did they just come off the Judge Judy set and like pop in?
They very clearly started out as fake. There was it was so blindingly obvious at first. There were the people in there that looked so confused watching arm wrestling. They didn't know what was going on. But
it's hilarious.
Since I was at WA of 504, and I would say the organisers there will tell you it's sold out, and it was, to a degree, like I feel like it was 80% fans, genuine, and then no, hang on, I'm gonna change my ratio. I'm gonna say 50% genuine fans, 30% arm wrestlers and their attachments, 20% rent a crowd.
Fillers, because sometimes you watch.
That's just what I felt. I don't know that. But here's the thing: is like the rent a crowd people get given, for instance, signs to wave. It's like they might say "Go RVJ" or some bullshit like that. And the thing is, you look at the 5 signs that are around the room. They're all in the same bloody handwriting. Some producer out the back's written all these things, and it's like, nah. But I think it is changing. Like devonlarratt, Dave Chafee had on social media, they'd hit like 100 million views within a week of their match. So that ticks the boxes for, ultimately, this sport is going to live or die on the back of digital views. It
has to.
Yeah, we're not going to sell out stadiums. We're all about digital views, and so getting 100 million views in a week is is big for anyone sponsoring that. If their brand's up in mind.
And you know why? It's because we all thought they were going to fucking punch the shit out of each other beforehand.
Yes.
And that's what we need. We need more of that. We don't need people hitting up the pound for pound fucking YouTube channel and quickly pressing dislike and going, "Oh, don't let things move." You know, we just I love getting on Facebook or things like that, and you've got your little clan there, your three musketeers, I'll call them, the reach around and the amble, and you don't care. You don't care about fucking poking a bear or calling it, like everyone might be like, and I'll get to the milkman and that in a bit, but it's like, you'll come out and go, I'll beat the milkman. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. You are creating debate, and that's what it's about. And then everyone fucking jumps on. And now the casual arm wrestling fan in Australia, we want to see.
We want to see
Milkman. We want to see Lockie and Milkman. But sometimes I just feel we've got these big fuck off men like lifting 600 kilos, not 600 kilos, fucking 300 kilos. And we polite as shit to each other. It's got to stop. It's got to stop.
There is a lot of, I don't know, like social media is a funny place. I only interact in the world of social media when it comes to arm wrestling. I don't want to be political and all that sort of stuff. But among arm wrestlers, it's definitely easy to push people's buttons. I find like people, a lot of North America hates the fact that I got a WAL start ever.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Who the hell is this Aussie? Who the hell is this Aussie? He's rubbish. He's an amateur. He's never done anything, and he's getting a WAL call. It really got under the skin of a lot of people. Some even that were on the WAL roster, and plenty of people that were wishing they were on the WAL roster. But honestly, the thing is, as you touched on it, you got to recognise, and I saw this right from the beginning, when I had aspirations of getting onto the WAL, it's actually before WAL even existed. When I had aspirations of being a professional arm wrestler, and professional in the sense of the word being, it's your career, it's what you're paid to do, not how good or bad you are. But when I wanted to be a professional arm wrestler, it was actually via Arm Wars. I actually contacted Neil Pickup and said, "Look, what do I have to do?" And he said, "Prove to me that you can arm wrestle in every position and be entertaining." And I went to so I went and created a highlight reel of. I went around the country and beat people in as many different ways as I could. Yeah. Filmed it all, sent it to, put it together as a highlight reel, sent it to Neil, and at 1.25 years in the sport, I got a ticket to Arm Wars. I literally flew to London on a Friday, flew home on a Monday because I had to get back to work. I spent more time in the air than I did in London, but I had an absolute bloody screamer of a super match with a gentleman named Anil Najran.
Oh, I've seen it. I've seen it.
And it was awesome. I won it 4-2, and I got fired up, and it was entertainment. In terms of a fan watching that, doesn't matter that I was essentially still an amateur. It was entertaining, and so the seed was planted with Neil right then and there that I could do what is needed to be done in a marketing sense. So when I got, it was just Neil always said to me, "Look, you'll get a WAL call. It's just a matter of time, and it's a matter of when you become a good enough arm wrestler." And Neil was always watching me closely, and I believe it was kind of my performance at bottom 8 when I beat Evan Burgoyne.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. That bottom 8. We need more of that. Yeah. That was cool. They were huge wins.
That was the moment. Yeah, but people do get a little. The knickers tied in a knot. I've always been a super ambitious guy within my own self. I'll admit I'm cocky as hell. No,
fuck off.
Well, I
really?
try to do it in a respectful manner, but like the thing is, I feel like it's inevitable. Like the timeline might not be accurate, but I feel like my goals are inevitable, and I feel like every goal I've had for myself, I've ticked off so far. So why the hell would it stop?
Oh, absolutely smashing it. But that's what it needs. Like, and the way I see it, if you don't have haters, then you're doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Like it's all polite, but then when you get the people on there, fucking hanging shit on you, then
Like,
I reckon you're doing something right. Because every time I have a look, like even the other day, look, I love the sport. I've got so much passion for it, but if I see another fucking training video, I'm going to lose it. We're so lucky to have so many people tell us how to train and train properly, which is unbelievable. And when you had the super match with Lockie, I got excited. We need more. We need more matches. There's like WA only do 6 events a year, and they need to do more. Now, I don't know if I don't understand the cost effectives. I've only helped organise a couple of events, but we need more events. If it's a first tier and a second tier, to give all your North American haters, hey guys, I'm sure you're big fans of the show, to give them, and you have a promotion and relegation or something, because every time I wake up and we're all in all those awesome, they're great Facebook groups, but then I'm just like 47 fucking people have told me how to train. And I can only see so many people jump on
that in itself. The how to train thing's a big thing as well. Like there are people like Chris Gobby who sit on a pedestal on a high horse and they love the low hanging fruit of a new novice that's ambitious, and they love jumping on their incorrect lifts, and the form Nazis come out, and there's all these arguments over whether or not that was a good lift or not. And you're like, geez, just let the man train. It's all right. Like, who cares? But the thing about it all is, when it comes to matches, I agree totally. Getting more matches is exciting, and that's why I love, again, YouTube. I love that I can turn up in Craig Sublair's garage with a bunch of drunk people, pull Chance Shaw, who's wearing a pink banana hat.
Yeah.
And that. Don't get me wrong, that made me money. That trip paid for itself because of that. Through YouTube, through third-party sponsors, through the match itself. So it's amazing that the sport can do that, and I encourage everyone to start doing it, because there's plenty of room for everyone, and it's way more entertaining than another back pressure video, which I'm guilty of too. But
but like we're so lucky in our sport that we've got the top tier people showing us how to do it. But after a while, I'm just like, mate, just get on a table and pin someone. Like, I think when this first isolation thing happening, you were like a junkie. You're like, right, $500 for someone to come to my house and have a match with me. And I was more, I've got this old MMA fighter that I've trained with. I don't care, you can fucking punch me so long as you give me 6 rounds on the table. That's what we need. It's not like, oh, cool, man. Like, 10, and then everyone gets on there and goes, oh, that form and bad. It's like, fuck, you take it two ways. You're going to be polite and help this guy get better, or you just got to fucking shut him down.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. You touched on before earlier. Where's the sport going? Are we going to make it as a mainstream sport? I don't know if we ever do make it as a mainstream sport, but we can make it as a sport of like boxers, where each individual boxer can draw a pay-per-view. But if Lachlan Adair knocks on Todd Hutchins' door unannounced with $5,000 in his hand, slaps it on the table, imagine the fucking views that generates. $5,000, you and me, Todd. Let's go. Something like that. Like that's entertainment right there.
Absolutely, and that's thinking out the box, and that's essentially. I don't want to talk too much about myself. That's essentially what happened with the videos. I initially, if you watch the first couple, being analytic and talking about form and reading the play, because I just love like all sports. And then it took one video, so I was getting you get your 40s and 50 likes and things like that. Then I did John Brzenk versus Devon Larratt, and I told Jody to calm down. And that's how this is all. And now I've gone the funny it was just the Michael Jordan of arm wrestling, and then ready bang, and I'm like, calm down, Jody, and then from there, so that's you just got to find the niche, and that's how I think you're killing it with your fans or your haters. I don't care. You are creating content. You are creating something for us to watch. You're not worried about what anyone thinks, and it's fucking unreal.
Yes, that is beautiful. I love that as well. I see it as like I constantly throw mud up against the wall, and whatever sticks, I run with it. If it slides off, I move on, and I don't. There's just zero anxiety about someone telling me that one of my videos was shit. I just don't care.
Like,
I have fun doing it. I come up with ideas daily. I will literally every night come up with a new idea, and I'll float an idea to Jordan or Lachlan, and it'll be like a legit idea. I'll be like, hey, I could invest some money on this match or this person traveling here, and I'll try it. I never hesitate. I just try it, and if the person says, no, I'm not interested, all right, move on, next person, whatever. Let's bring Travis Bajan out. Like. Travis would have been here if it wasn't bloody for coronavirus. Well, I can't imagine what we would have done with him.
Well, Andrew and Phil were telling, like, gave me the green light that I was going to be hosting with Travis at Nationals this year. So I was very devastated with this garbage that's been going on. Because and that's talking about entertainment. Got all the respect in the world for John Brzenk. What he's done is amazing. But what makes Pulling John documentary is Travis Bajan.
No. Travis is the most charismatic person in the sport, I believe. I see him as a super villain. The way he's evolved, he's a super villain of the sport as in the terms of the character. I freaking love him, though. I think he's... I got to admit that I wish he would step back into the sport at the top level, like, properly.
100%. The sport needs him.
Yeah, he's still good enough. Like physically, anyone who doubts that he's good enough is crazy. I've seen him in form when he was preparing for his $25,000 match in Moldova against, I can't remember his name, some big dude that was a wax. And when I watch Travis prepare for that, I'm like, damn, Travis is enormous when Travis is prepped.
He's a bad dude. He's a bad dude, and the sport of arm wrestling needs him back.
And in terms of the entertainment factor, I've toured the USA hosting little tournaments with Travis, and I'll tell you that there is no one better at warming up a crowd than Travis. We get into a small little pub, and he just picks up the mic. He picks a pretty girl in the crowd and starts over the microphone, just making her blush. It doesn't matter if her husband's standing next to her. No. And the whole crowd is just laughing at how smooth he is. He is a killer on the mic.
That makes me even more happy. I fucking love him. That makes me so much more happy that he's just because sometimes I say, don't meet your heroes or don't meet famous athletes and things like that. And I'm like, no, I want to meet Travis. He'd be unreal. He'd be someone that I'd kill to have a beer with. He'd be hilarious as.
Yeah, he's worth it.
But we'll keep going. We'll move on to a next segment. It's called That's a Pin or a Foul.
That's a pin.
That's right. So if that's a pin, that means it's a good idea. We can talk about it. If it's a foul, it's a bad idea, and we can move on. I've got a few things. Should we be able to gamble on arm wrestling?
100%. I think I've tried to develop the business in the background. I've looked into licensing. I've spoken to people. I'm like, I feel like gambling would bring the masses. I think everyone would love to bet on it.
Mate, you can bet on what colour tie Scott Morrison is going to wear. Whenever my wife finishes watching the fucking most boring Bachelor show, the first thing I do is get on Sportsbet and I go, right, who's your favourite? I'll tell you what the odds are. Arm wrestling's actually a sport. I don't care about the weather. Should be able to get on Sportsbet, chuck a multi on. I've got Devon.
I've literally tried. Like I said, I've looked into licensing for myself to start a company. I'm like, screw it, I'll do it. Too complex, too deep a rabbit hole, too much money needed for the licenses, and too much risk of being sued for me. But then I was like, okay, fine. to network with someone who's in a big company, and I have scoured through LinkedIn trying to get conversations with sports tab representatives. I've hustled people in the Qantas Club lounge who are slightly affiliated with it, like going, "Oi, do you know the person? Who's the person that can tell me yes or no? I want to talk to them because we've got a product for you here. There's a ready-made audience of probably 20 to 30,000 people globally ready to bet tomorrow on who's going to win the next WAL match." So I would love it.
I'd make a fortune. And you said a key word there that your North American mates have just probably missed out on, and that's hustle. You know what I mean? Yes, you're on the WAL, and you fucking pinned Alan Guerra. You just didn't get the just swept off your feet there. You hustle. You are spending every waking minute, and I think sometimes you don't get the recognition that you deserve. You instead of just enjoying Qantas Club with a nice fucking bourbon on the rocks, putting your feet up ready for the flight to be cancelled so you can wait another hour, you fucking, hey buddy, hey, you look rich. Come here, dickhead, come here, invest money, we're going, bang. And people don't see that, and that's why you're getting to reap some rewards. But we need it. We gamble responsibly, or get in my punters club. I don't care.
I agree with you. I agree with you, though. I think that I'd be rich. I think that people might laugh at that because I very famously made a prediction that Devon Larratt would beat Saplenkov 6-0, which I'm going to give you a bombshell story on this tonight. Yes. But I've never told it. But I think I would be rich, but because I think it's fairly easy to predict who's going to win. But the story with Saplenkov and Devon, I got crucified by my YouTube audience and anyone that was from Europe when I said it was after they'd done their the night before, whatever it is, the pre-match interview. They gripped up on the right arm, and Devon, to me, looked good. The way I could see what he was planning on doing. My honest gut feel was Saplenkov was going to win 5-1, maybe 4-2 if Devon got it. But Igor Mazurenko messaged me that night and said, "Ryan, can you fan the flames from your side, if you would? I'd love it." So I went, "Done, Igor." And I jumped on 5 minutes later and boldly declared Devon Larratt was going to win 6-0.
Oh, bang!
and friggin' the internet friggin' exploded.
Oh, yes.
That video had 82,000 views within 24 hours, and 90% of them were thumbs downs, and they were all crucifying me. But we got interest. We got the slap in that horse.
Created debate, exactly. And that's what it is. And it's not like you're disrespecting Dennis. It's just like, hey man, I just gotta think this dude on the other side of the table is gonna win. I remember when I was doing, I think it was right before Australian Nationals last year, before everyone when we were at Fed Square, and a lot of the big names pulled out, including yourself. I made a predictions video, and I was actually told by a few people, like, just be careful. Just be careful who you think is going to be better than someone else. And I kind of looked around, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm in a sport. I've grown up in sport all my life, and you're trying to tell me that I can't jump on, and my 73 out of our 33,000, don't forget that, and tell, like, who cares? And no one is going to come up to me in Fed Square and go, hey, dog, hey, I remember that you fucking said this on YouTube. I'll show you. I'll beat this guy. No, they don't care. And I was just like, wow, like I could do a footy predictions video and wouldn't bat an eyelid. But yeah, it's just...
Yeah, no, it's true. People take offense to a negative prediction from themselves. Like, none better than, I don't know if you remember or saw the Angry Birds reaction, Adam Wilmot, to when Jordan Davis and I predicted he would lose to Geoff Hale.
Wasn't that unreal? That was so good. And that if WAL didn't have any interest in Jordan Davis pulling Adam Wilmot at the 600 series, that definitely, at least they looked at it. That was unreal.
Yes. Yeah.
That was so good. And that's what I love. It's like, oh yeah, man, I'll beat you. You're piss sweet. Oh, and you picked the right guy. You knew you already fucking exploded. Oh man, that was the best.
There's another, I guess another arrow in the friggin' bow, whatever. What's the saying? Another bow to the. I've had too many beers.
String to my bow.
There we go. Another string to my bow is in my the art of creating a future match is about to drop on Neil Pickup's show that'll release in maybe a week. I kind of alluded to it before, but I have a $500 bet with Neil Pickup, and this is how much I believe in it. This is how much I believe in it, and that $500 bet is that Lachlan Adair will beat Todd Hutchins when they face.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Yeah.
And I'm a little worried about Todd's reaction to that because he's my strength coach.
Oh, you're fucked now. You are. You won't. You'll have spaghetti arms by the end of the week when he hears that you're going to pick Lockie. But that's another thing with creating content. Like, no one. Like I like your little Three Musketeers group with the reach around and amble, and I love that Lockie was creating a bit, and that was like the next thing was like Lockie versus the Milkman. I love that Lockie piped up, like as Meta pulled out from New Zealand at Arnold's, and then Milkman's like, that was my competition. And then Lockie popped up. And he was like, fuck off.
Yeah.
And now that's created interest. Now a part of me, when all this is over, a part of me wants to fly to Perth to watch this match live.
Yeah. No, there's real tension there now. Like, not acting at all. There's real tension between these two now, and that's good. I love that.
Yes.
That's what we want. And there's genuine heat. Lachlan wants to toy with him, and no doubt the Milkman wants to freaking rip Lachlan's arm off. And so do all of the minions of Ryan, all the little hangers, the little amateur arm wrestler hanger-oners that worship Ryan over there. They want to see it
you
as
say
well.
that in the comments so many times. It's so good. And then they're kind of like, oh yeah, so what? So what?
No,
it's like just come to the Aussie Arm Wrestlers School of Comebacks and I'll help those guys out there.
The thing about it is a lot of people, and too many people, like we touched on before, get offended by it all. We've got to thicken our skin up a bit. Opinions are allowed. Everyone's allowed to have an opinion, especially when it comes to who's going to win a bloody arm wrestle.
Oh, we're
Shouldn't
like
be offended by it.
It's like the strongest sensitive people in the world, where these big dudes that can break people's arms, at a pub and things like that when they're being dickheads. But then it's like, oh, hey man, I think I can beat you. What? What?
Yes.
How dare you say that? What? What? It's like, mate, fuck off. Like, who cares? Cool. You think you can beat me? I think I can beat you. Let's just hang shit on each other on Facebook and let's get people interested in our match, because what we also need to remember as arm wrestlers, and I'm on like the lowest of fucking amateur level, not many people watch our sport. I don't know if you saw. No, actually, you might have saw in the clip. I went on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yes, I love that. I saw that clip.
Yes, and everyone laughed at me. I said, they saw me because I used to do professional wrestling, and I tried to drop an elbow on Eddie McGuire, and he gives me a for a 10 headbutt. The crowd were loving it, and then suddenly it's like, oh, what else have you got here? Tell me what. And I'm like, oh, I'd love to be a professional arm wrestler. And then the crowd just laughed. Not only did they laugh at me, But later on in the day when we broke up for lunch, they continued to laugh at me. So what we need to do collectively as pullers is fucking take a step back and not be so sensitive. I love the sport and I love a lot of the dudes in it, but fuck.
Well, self-deprecating humor is always the best. You got to be able to take a hit. And arm wrestling, if you're in this sport, you're gonna have trash talk thrown at you. You've just got to know that, and you got to be okay with that.
Oh, it's every sport, though. It is every sport, and yeah, who cares? Who cares? That could be my shirt for next podcast. Who fucking cares? That might be the next thing.
Just quietly, whilst we're in this coronavirus period, we can't travel, and I don't know when that veil's going to be lifted. Some Aussie matches that I would love to see. Jordan the Rich Davis is big. Let me tell you, the rest of Australia, if you listen to this, the Jordan that exists now is different from any Jordan you've ever seen, felt, watched. He's currently 93 kilos.
I was just about to say, you were mentioning not that long ago that he's like my weight. Like, well, I'm 90. I'm 95, but yeah.
He's 93 kilos and feeling phenomenal. I would put $500 on him to beat Brett Coots tomorrow.
Oh, yes! Wow, because Brett's sitting around that, and Brett needs a challenge. Because
Jordan and Brett.
A while ago,
and I know that's a match that Brett would struggle to accept as even a match, because he's in his mind, he's got the little baby version of Jordan in his head. It's not
the long streak of that chick looking. Yeah, he was like 55.
He's 93 kilos. He looks healthy. He's still got abs. Like, he looks lean. Like, he's not finished. He's hunting Ryan Scott. He wants to be 96, 97 kilos by the time Nationals comes around and hunt Ryan Scott. So Brett Coots would be a great warm-up for Jordan on his quest to beat Ryan.
Oh, yes. And Brett comes in. I've got a table out the back from Brett. He's like, he treats me really nice when he comes to training. I train with Brett. And that's what I love. You've just called it. You just said, Jordan Davis, bang.
And I'll put $500. I will put $500 on the table for the winner.
Yes.
Myself.
Yes, you've heard it here first. This disclaimer, though, this match cannot go on unless I'm hosting, so we'll just leave copyright.
Here's the thing. I shouldn't have to do this, but and maybe in this education process for everyone who is a little sensitive. I love Brett Coots. I think he's a phenomenal puller. He's won so many damn matches. He's got the best endurance out of any hook puller in the country. And I just can't say enough highly of Brett.
Yeah.
I still think Jordan wins. Okay. There we go. There's the disclaimer.
Yes. That is unreal. That is so unreal. And I've always got a soft spot for Brett, only because, now, for everyone that watches this podcast, let's just kill the rumors. This is all natural. This is all natural. I'm a beast. But quick funny story tangent about Brett Coots. I was finishing up like my footy career, and I used to look after people with an intellectual disability. And I was sitting there during an active night one night, and I was like, fuck, I just wouldn't mind, just watch Over the Top for the 6,000th time at work. I'm like, I wouldn't mind seeing if there's just an arm wrestling comp nearby. Jump on the Google machine, and there was one the next day, WAL Oceania qualifier. It was about 4 or 5 years ago, 4 years ago, at the Dingley Hotel, 20 minutes from Melbourne.
Yep.
And so I messaged my brother, I said, I've just entered this in an arm wrestling comp. No idea how to pull. And they gave us the weight categories anyway. I thought, if I don't eat for 8 hours, I'll drop weight, dickhead. And I turned up, and of course I didn't know, but they do them when you do tournaments. They do them in the ranking system. So my first ever competitive match was Brett Coots, and if I find the video, I'll show you. I'm about 6.5 feet away from the fucking table. There was no backwards hat moment. Brett just looked at me. Everyone laughed, so it's not the only time I've been laughed at arm wrestling. And to be fair, he was great. He just held. I really had no idea, just as you do when you first start. You just move from here, and he just pinned me gently, but then spent a bit of time with me afterwards. So, but
No,
I want this match. I want Jordan Davis versus Brett Coots. I would love to see that. Let's get rid of this coronavirus. That would be fucking that would be unreal. That would be unreal.
It's a great match. It's a great match. It's a classic match of top roll versus hook. Like I love classic battles in arm wrestling. Those two guys would produce one of the classics. I don't think it'd be over quickly. It'd be over with great technical arm wrestling, hook versus top roll. It'd come down to endurance. It'd come down to Jordan's hand control squeeze versus Brett's just unrelenting arm power. Which one gives way?
6-round super match. What's your score? 6-round super match.
I don't know if you've noticed, but in the pound we haven't had one yet. But I have a rule that if it's 3-3, we carry on until someone leads by 2.
Yes, or even have a winner. Draws.
Yeah, no 3-3, okay. no 3-3 under anything I ever organise. If it's 3-3, we're going on, and I'm going to say that we go. It ends up like 14-12 for the reacher.
It's a 5th set in Wimbledon.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, wouldn't that be cool? That'd be unreal. Yes. It's like 8-9, Brett Coots. And the reach around. Bang. Wins it. It's 9-all. We go to 11. Let's fucking go. That's
it. I want that drama where the arms are so blown with blood pressure that we're seeing the most random strategies come out to play. Like, who knows? Who knows?
And Rowan Atkinson would play Jordan Davis in this movie. Absolutely. He would. No, look, I've never met Jordan, but he's been nice to me on Instagram. So he seems like a cool dude. Seems genuine. If I was picking it, I haven't seen close to Jordan. See, when I see Brett walk in, the bloke just, chiseled out of stone. Yeah. That looks so. Being Victorian and a sporting nation like that, I would lean towards Brett, but I'd love to see Jordan in person.
Brett's going to be the favourite. If there's a book on this one, Brett's the favourite. Like, I'll admit that, but I just feel like I have inside information.
Oh, see, this is why we need a bet. I'd be a millionaire if this is all.
I'd put the money on Jordan, and I'd be getting at least, I reckon, $3 back per dollar. So
I see that. I see $1.26 to $3. I should put that at the bottom of the screen.
And I'd put the 500. I'd put the 500 Jordan at $3 really happily. Really happily.
Look at that. Very confident. Yes, beautiful. That's what we need. All righty. So then, so for a bit of fun here, what you got to do is you got to pin someone, you got to lose to someone, and you got to cancel someone out of the 600 series. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm. I'm
going to give you 3 names. You get to pin one, you get to lose to one, and one's got to fuck off from the 600 series. You got devonlarratt, Michael Todd, and Todd Hutchings.
I'm going to pin Todd Hutchins.
Pin your coach?
Yeah, I'm going to pin him.
So you've just pinned him. So far in the podcast, you've pinned your coach and backed your mate against your coach. Sign up to the Todd Hutchings program here. ToddHutchingsIsamazing.com.
He's getting old, man. It's coming to an end. No. In defense of Todd, I love Todd's system. Todd's system is amazing. It's made me so much stronger. And Todd's my strength guidance. He's not my technical guidance. So I just feel like I'd honestly love a match with Todd. I see it in my future. It's going to happen at some point.
Yeah. And the proof's in the pudding. How the difference in what you're lifting and how you're moving on the table. The proof's in the pudding with that one. But don't shy away from the fucking question, Blue. I pin one. You've just pinned Todd. So who are you losing to, and who's fucking off from the 600 series?
I'd actually, it's hard to say fuck off to Devon Larratt because he's the poster boy, most popular man in the sport. But I would love a match with Michael Todd that I lose to him. I don't know. I've gripped up with Devon Larratt. I've never touched Michael Todd's hand. I'd love to know what it's like to lose to Michael Todd.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I would pin Todd Hutchings as well. I would lose to Devon because losing to the best, there's no shame in that.
Mm.
And I'd fuck off Michael Todd because if I see another person on the internet go, oh my God, get rid of the King's move. Get rid of the King's move. Like, I'm going to lose it. So, you know what? I'm going to have a year off.
Maybe we can fuck him off over to face Lev Arn because that's a match that should happen as well.
Yeah. Big, yeah. He needs to go over to Russia with Dave in the top 8 and put himself to the test because his body transformation is unbelievable. I didn't know scientifically that if you moved your hair from the top of your head to your chin, it just makes you phenomenally more stronger. That is so. As you can see, I'm trying my best to lose it from the top.
Yeah.
And you just watch. I'll just whip out an absolute wicked Ned Kelly beard, and then I'll beat you.
Then you'll be there. The Kingsman will arrive.
But all right. I'm going to shoot some rapid fire questions at you. Can't think. Just answer straight away.
All right, let's do it.
Right, here we go. WAL or Slotty?
WAL.
Ginger or lemon?
Oh, Ginger.
Yeah. Is Michael Todd called a monster because he hides under the table? Yes or no?
No.
Anvil or Milkman?
Anvil.
Oh, I tried to catch you out there, you cheeky fucker. Last one, King's move, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's in the rules. In any sport you find a loophole and things like that. I don't mind the move. In any sport, shit looks ugly. It's not the best looking thing, but I don't mind it.
I just don't think that it's the cheat that fans think it is. I think
not
that
cheating.
That's it. People that arm wrestle competitively and at a professional, even at an amateur level, know that going into a King's move is no guarantee of victory ever. It's anything but. You need to have so much cup, so much pronation, so much back pressure to be able to even get it set in the first place. Have a look. If you want proof, go and look at my attempted King's move round 1 against Lachlan the other night. Didn't even get close to getting it set because
everyone's like,
too strong.
King's move, cheating straight away.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous.
For some reason,
you go.
Some reason fans think if you straighten your arm like that it's impossible to pin you. They think that the whole body weight thing, it's very easy to pin a King's move with superior back pressure and superior cut. You can just sit there and wait for them to kind of realize they're being a dickhead and just then pin it. But if they are strong enough to actually get a King's move set, i.e. their pronation and their drag is so amazing that your hand goes like that, then they're worthy of being in the King's move. They should be doing the King's move. So
and why would you change something that works for you? Michael Todd is on the top of the heavyweight division and everyone's like, it's bad for the sport. No, it's not, because you continue to fucking watch it. You are continuing to comment on his Instagram and like his videos and watch him train. It's ridiculous because it's like, look, if your King's move, you automatically win. And why aren't we all King's moving? It's ridiculous. Yeah. But
I'm fine. That's not to say that I don't think the WAL has gone too far with the shape of its pads. Their pads are long, their pin pads are low.
They look like my new renovated kitchen bench, the WAL pads. They're massive.
Like that match with Todd Hutchins, Devon Larratt, that's the best example of proof enough that the pin pads either need to be higher or the pads going back to a standard size. Because Devon Larratt's arm is parallel with the table and it's entirely flat and no pin is called. No pin. You're like, hang on. Hang on.
They're just all hanging underneath and stepping on each other's feet. Like, oh yeah, I don't mind it, but yeah. But then, yeah, you're right. That's where WAR to improve the sport and get more eyes on the TV. Because when you think of arm wrestling, you don't think of two blokes. I mean, I can't even straighten my left arm. But, two blokes parallel like that. It's just
yeah. If you go back to a standard size pads, the competitors become 2 inches closer to each other. The hand height goes up. Worst case scenario, then you can't really have two people in a King's move and still be on the pad. So it fixes itself.
Look at that. The man's a genius. Not only done that, he's just improved the WAL. He's fucked up his strength coach as well by the looks of it. Now, look, the travel restrictions and everything that's going on. Let's say it was happening tomorrow. Ginger versus Lemon. By the way, before I get into that, that's the one thing. I assume you've got no beef with Brendan or anything, but as soon as that match was announced, straight away there was a Lemon joke from Ryan Bowen, and I just thought that was unreal. I just thought it was good because now it's like, a match is, Todd versus Devon. Oh man, I love you too, dog. Oh, this should be a good match. It's like, oh well, we've got Ryan versus Brendan. Squeeze 11 and things like that. Yeah. I think it's cool. I think that's the way to go. But if that match is tomorrow, what's the score?
I feel amazing. I feel the most well-rounded that I've ever felt in my strength. I have genuinely got a press, a hook, a top roll, all as dangerous as each other now. I think that Brendan is a very versatile arm wrestler who has dominated his region because he's a great technical arm wrestler, and the way he sets up, he's been better technically than everyone else. I think the advantages that he's used to gaining as a technical arm wrestler, he's not going to get against me, and he's subsequently going to struggle. He's going to feel very flat. He's not going to have access to the power like he normally does. And worst case scenario in my head is 3-1 to me after he gets one hit away at first. But the way I'm feeling, a lot of people have made comments that I don't have an offensive game, that I'm just a defender. A big part of me kind of like is very tempting to just tee off on the dude round one and just show people that I've got to hit. Old school Ryan Bowen that started out, had a big top roll. So that might come out. If that comes out round one, then it's just bang 3-0.
Well, two things then come in. One, and I might get, and I don't care. I fucking care. I might get a lot of heat for it. But your table IQ is very, very underrated. Your table IQ is, and I'm not saying this because you're my favourite guest on the Aussie Arm Wrestler podcast so far.
From the long list that's been on here.
Well, we almost had to take. I've got the producer in the ear saying, take an ad break for our sponsors, but don't worry. But your table IQ is unbelievable. I enjoy, like I always do, prediction videos and or just like in my arm wrestling group chats, I always do predictions, and I always have a 1 against your name because even when you pulled Chance Shaw, and I thought it was in someone's lounge room, but it was in their garage. And I think Chance just like blows you away. It's either the first or second round, just blows you away.
Yeah.
And I was just telling everyone, I was just like, so Ryan wins this easy. Watch. And people don't understand. It's kind of almost like the Terminator. Like you don't just sit there and go, oh, fuck, man, Chance got big, I got to rip your arm off. The technical side of what you're able to do is mind-blowing. And when new people turn up to our training thing, I say, if you want to learn some technical things, which is very important, well, almost the most important thing, is watch some of Ryan Bowen's matches, because I'll never predict you to win 3-0 or 5-0, 6-0, 11-0. I'll always, because there's something, because a part of me's like, because you've got that cockiness in you, and you're like, I could see you just turning out and going, I wouldn't mind winning with an outside top roll. I wouldn't mind it. And then, ready, go, and you don't win the outside top roll, and you're like, all right, well, I'll win now. I know where his weaknesses is. And then you just go, cool.
That's it.
And, yeah.
Honestly, if sports bet ever gets on to live betting, me after round 1, it's when you put your money on me.
Oh,
tell you, when I'm down 1-0.
Mate, I've got my mortgage papers ready. My sister-in-law's my real estate agent. I've told my wife, I'm just like, just when it's on, don't worry about the house, because this house will be a down payment on our 7 yachts when Ryan loses the first round, because we are on. We are fucking.
Yeah. Well, I've won my last 8 right arm super matches, and in 6 of them I lost the first round.
Yep.
So.
It's not dumb. It's just, and I love it, because it's just like, oh my God, Ryan, I should be in it. But he's not losing.
I love watching back the live stream footage of any of my matches, because all the haters, the people that really don't want me to win, after round 1 they are so happy and they celebrate. The told you so's are all there, and it's like. And then I watch round 2 happen, and I watch all the comments change. It's so good. Against Chance Shaw, I loved it. One of the things I loved most was, again, Devon Larratt was in those live comments, and Ryan gets flashed round 1. Devon's next comment is Ryan 5-1.
and that's just the way it is. It's I think when things started to turn for me, and becoming a fan of Ryan Bowen, was when I jumped on Chance Shaw's Twitch stream, because WAL, pull your fucking head in.
Yeah,
get a decent stream to Australia. Got a massive fan base. Steve Kaplan, I know you're a fan of the show. Just call me up, I'll sort you out. But something went wrong and the stream wasn't happening. And then it turned into like a 1980s action movie where you would just turn up to some awkward bar ready to fight 40 people, because you jumped on and it's like, oh yeah, cool, I'll beat you, Chance, or something like that. And then everyone just then suddenly you're arguing. Well, you're arguing with all these people. And you just go back, you're like, oh, I'll pin you and I'll pin Chance, and cool, I should have been on this show and I'll pin this. And I was like, that's a dude I could have a beer with. That's a dude I could have a beer with, yes.
But honestly,
he'll turn his phone off and get on with his life. He won't care afterwards.
Yeah. The thing is, the reason why I've become that arm wrestler is because I love this sport so much that when I began the sport and I said to myself, I want to go all the way, I said, well, you can't just be strong. You have to study the hell out of this sport. And I did, and I still do. Study the hell out of it. And I remember early days before there were anything on YouTube of worth, technical-wise, I read a transcript of an interview with John Brzenk. And the transcript, in that, he was asked, what is your biggest weapon? And he said, my biggest weapon is when I grip someone, I can tell exactly what they want to do, and then I take them away from that. And I thought, well, okay, there you go. The greatest of all time is saying awareness is his biggest weapon. So I started looking for awareness right from the get-go. And for me, that has been a never-ending thing. And it's still, every year goes by and I reflect on what I knew last year, and I look at where I'm at now, and I'm like, wow, look at how more detailed my game is now compared to a year ago. And I see people like Devon Larratt at 30 years in the sport still doing the same thing. So I'm not naive enough to think that there's a finite amount. Like, it's a deep rabbit hole, and we're still falling down it.
Yeah, that's cool as. Yeah, I'm a big fan of. That's it. Like, I've got these spaghetti arms. I look like I belong on top of the car yard. When they blow the air up, my arms are weak as piss. But that's the one thing I'm big on. Yeah, reading the hand. I got no strength.
Yeah.
I got no strength. So if you can read the hand, Unbelievable.
It's a beautiful thing about this sport that you can be the weaker man and still win. You really, really can. And I've done that consistently. The people that I have been balanced with historically are all stronger than me. Like, look at
I got my only
training
pin at Nationals last year. Was up against the guy, and big dude, much stronger. We're in sudden death, both had a foul each, and it came in the ring hands. I'm like, well, I don't have an ego. I don't need to hook with anyone. I'm just going to top bowl you, and I'm going to pin you. You got no fingers. And got a pin at Nationals.
Yeah.
For being
I think I remember it. I was watching the live stream. I'm pretty sure I remember it. So, yeah, well done.
Had the mustache at the time. I was 3 weeks out of having hip surgery, so it made it even better. And
nice.
Shame Australia's greatest catchphrase wasn't ready then. With ready bangs, I fucking would have given it one of those. But that's where we're going to come. You've got to do 2 things for me, Ryan, before we wrap up.
Yep.
One thing you got to do is you've got to nominate someone now. You've set the bar high. You need to nominate someone to come on the Aussie Arm Wrestler podcast. And I think I will hassle them and tag them and try and get them on.
No, I think I have a good idea of who I would like to nominate. I think that, like, everyone, for instance, and this is not the person, everyone hunts Devon Larratt. Devon's been a great ambassador of the sport. He supports everyone. No doubt you'll have him at some point, but you don't need Devon Larratt. I'm sure your talents are that good that it doesn't matter. I would love you to get Igor Mazurenko. If you could land Igor Mazurenko, and I'd help you with it. I'd love to help you because he speaks good enough English.
Yeah.
You might not think he does, but he does. I've sat down and had coffee with him, and he speaks good enough English. If not Igor Mazurenko, Neil Pickup, because Neil is. I think Neil is the most knowledgeable person in the history of the sport. I don't think anyone has more stories than Neil Pickup. I get amazed when I watch him interview someone, and he refers to a match from 36 years ago in a back alley, and he knows every detail about it. And you're like, this guy's
Neil Pickup is the Wikipedia of arm wrestling. He is unbelievable. And I remember years ago sitting on the couch and was flicking through Foxtel, and I was like, no shit, there's arm wrestling on Fox Sports or something. And Neil Pickup was commentating, and he drew me in more than what the matches were happening. I'm a huge fan of Neil Pickup. I thought
he's a genuine entertainer when it comes to his skills on the mic and in commentary, and his knowledge is second to none in the sport. So.
And it's unbelievable. And Neil, once again, I know you're a big fan of the show. Not only would I love you on the podcast, but just so you know, it would be the absolute dream to be sitting next to you and calling a match. I don't care if you come to Australia and we do it.
That is the combo. If I could pick any combo for a commentary team, that's it right there. Like, it is you and Neil. I think it'd be amazing. It'd be amazing.
One thing
I see the dream is, I would say, Neil, yourself, and you throw to John Brzenk in the ad commercial for a detailed analysis or something like that, because I've always thought John's got to be in there. If the sport ever makes it, if you ever need a genuine expert opinion, John's the one to go to. But
absolutely,
commentary, you and Neil.
Yeah. Oh man. I would have an absolute field day. I think the banter, it would be the longest game of pun tennis, I reckon. The back and forth Neil and I could do, we would go to the crack of dawn. And
you're the one guy that could potentially step up to that challenge, because Neil has a deep bloody bag full of tricks when it comes to his one-liners. It's amazing.
Yeah. So. Right.
But you show potential that you could potentially go toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, that's it. Neil, I'm weak as piss, and I absolutely love you. I'm not challenging you to an arm wrestle. Ryan Bowen's got 500 on it, and I might chuck a couple of 100 on that as well. Hang on. Yeah, the wife couldn't hear me. I might chuck a couple of 100 on that as well. But I would absolutely, he's just a good dude. And I knew something was going in the right direction with these videos when Tony Kitowski shared one of my YouTube videos. So I get the Instagram videos, put them together, so try and broaden the audience. And someone commented on Tony Kitowski's thing and said, not as good as Neil Pickup. And Neil Pickup liked the comment. And I was just like, the fact that I'm in the same conversation, love it. Don't care. Yeah. Of course I'm not as good as Neil Pickup. But I tell you what, you want some entertaining matches? Absolutely, I would sit there. So Igor, Neil, I'm going to hit you up. I'm going to send you a clip of Ryan nominating you. So hopefully I can get you guys on the show. That's fucking unreal. And then, of course, you've come on the show. You've heard the Ready Bang. I want to hear your best impression of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Ready Bang!
Oh, Ready Bang! Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Guys, if you're watching, go to Ryan Blue Bowen on Instagram. Please go to the Pound for Pound YouTube channel. Just under 33,000 subscribers on there. The views are phenomenal. The content is unreal. You were the first guest that I was gunning for the podcast because I'm Australian and I've got to stick to my locals. I'm a big fan of your grind and hustle. It might not be everyone's favourite cup of tea. Do what you can to obviously fucking subscribe to my channel, but do what you can to support Ryan because he's taken a punt on someone as low as me, and I am forever grateful for this. Ryan, you're an absolute legend. I've enjoyed having a beer and having a chat with you. And, hopefully when this is all over, I can come up and host some events in Queensland. You can come down to Melbourne. Hopefully we can do some more work in the future.
No, man, I really appreciate thank you to you for having me on the show first and foremost, but more importantly, man, what you're doing for the sport. I don't know whether you know it, believe it or not, but you doing this is making a massive contribution to the sport. I see the potential in what you're doing, man, as well. You have all of the right criteria, and I can see that the biggest thing is it looks like you bloody enjoy it and you love it. So to me, it's inevitable. It's one of those another inevitable things. You're going to be big in the sport. 2, 3, 5 years from now, Aussie arm wrestlers are going to be huge in this sport. Everyone globally will know it.
Mate, I'll take that.
Probably won't even take that long, but it'll be a career for you in that time.
Mate, I don't care if it takes that long. What I'm doing at home now is magnificent. A beautiful wife and a job that I enjoy, and this just started off as a bit of fun. But like people like yourself, Andrew Leah that runs House of Pain in Melbourne. He's been a huge fan of what I'm doing, and I can't imagine what it's like for someone at the top of the sport to even help someone, potentially down the bottom. I remember the first comment on one of my matches, you were like, how have I never seen any of these? And then suddenly it's like, I watch all of these.
I want to put an offer to you straight away. Just as you were saying it, then made me realise something that works for me. Each year, Travis and I run a tournament in Arizona where Travis and I run it. We stay at John's place. We have a blast. Take an Aussie team over there. Travis runs the mic, but I reckon we get you over there to commentate the Arizona event, and we'll hang out at John Brzenk's, all sorts of stuff. Because I think you would contribute massively on the mic there, and Travis would love it. I know Travis would love it. So consider your flight paid to the Arizona event that we do next time.
Mate, I don't want to stand up because I'm wearing grey Jordan track pants, but I've literally just weed a little. That's unbelievable. Wait till I go upstairs and wake up my wife and say, babe, I'm going to Arizona soon.
That's the best. That's my most enjoyable trip of the year annually. And Arizona is my favorite place on planet Earth, mainly because of the people, the memories there are phenomenal. It's where my business really took off Travis, John, both incredibly instrumental in getting me off the ground, and their generosity, it's rewarded me to a level I never knew possible. So if I can help leverage you up to the same sort of realms, man, it'd be my honor.
Oh, mate, cannot thank you enough to even just say even nothing comes across. But I know you're a man of your word, so I cannot thank you enough. So once again, man, thank you so much for being on the very first show of the Ready Bang podcast, the Aussie Arm
Make the
Wrestler.
t-shirt already. Make the t-shirt. I want a Ready Bang t-shirt.
How good is it?
Yeah, I want a Ready Bang t-shirt. Ready Bang.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can work out how to do some if you know anyone that does. I know someone did the Simpsons character for me, so I might hit them up for a Ready Bang t-shirt for the next podcast, and hopefully Igor and Neil can jump on, but if not, I'll just be harassing everyone.
All good, man.
Ready, bang! Here we go, guys. Welcome to the Ready, Bang! The #1 arm wrestling podcast in the world. I'm your host, the Aussie Arm Wrestler. And yes, of course, I am the third placed amateur left hand 80 to 95 kilo champion in Melbourne. Very pristine award to a fucking one. And as you can see, what a huge guest that I've got on the show today. He is an Arm Wars welterweight champion. This guy has pulled all over the world. He was a bee's dick on a couple of occasions from being a hammer holder. May have cost me a few dollars on that one, but we won't bring that up. This guy is literally a rock star in the geology world. Yes, there will be plenty of geology puns throughout this. He calls himself an avid gamer, but yet he has never beaten me on NBA Live 95 on the Super Nintendo. I call him Hale Potter. You know him as the Hale Razor. Geoff Hale, welcome to the show.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it, man.
The first thing I've always got to ask my man is, how the fuck are ya?
Doing good, bro.
Man, on the whiskey, straight whiskeys. That's how tough you are. What's been happening in the world of Geoff Hale?
Dude, I feel it's been depression, bro. I mean, we're stuck in this pandemic and nothing to do. I'm working my ass off down here in the basement, but man, life is slow right now.
Yeah. How big are the biceps going? Give us one. Get him in there. They are absolutely huge. They're almost as big as mine, but that's okay, mate. You keep trying. Look, it's it's a bit weird at the time, but that's what this show ain't about, being fucking depressing. It's all about having a bit of fun. Let's get to it now. You were a bit of a college baseball superstar. You started off at Rockhurst University. So did you play baseball there?
I played one season there, yeah. So, really my baseball stardom was more so in high school than anything else. I got one season of college ball in, and came in contact with collegiate politics, and man, it soured me on the sport in general.
How bad were the politics? Because there's politics in every fucking sport. How bad were they in collegiate baseball?
There is. I never dealt with them in high school because I was a good enough athlete that I earned my position without any contest. But in college, you got to fight real hard, and the competition is really, really high. Unfortunately, I was doing great things. I ran a 4.40 in college. I was fast as fuck. I was explosive. I was strong. My defense was impeccable. My offense was okay, but I was getting discouraged because I was trying so hard to earn a starting position on the varsity team for this D2 school, and I thought I was earning it, and other guys around me thought I was earning it too. But the coach wasn't playing me for some reason, so I said some things bad about the coach out of just.
What'd you say? What'd you say about him? Tell him to get fucked. What'd you say?
I'm sure I threw some F-bombs in there and shit. I don't know. I don't recall what I said exactly, but I knew I was pissed off, and I was livid because I was working my ass off, man, and I wasn't getting any respect for it. So this whatever player I was telling this to, I was telling the story to one of my teammates. Well, he fucking went and told the coach.
Oh, what a grass! Whoever that guy is, you grass up Geoff Hale, you can go fuck yourself. Absolutely. What a wanker.
Anyways, I ended up getting called into the coach's office and talking to him about it. He knew everything I'd said, and I knew at that moment I was done. Like there was no coming back from that. I mean, I was 6 feet deep. So I started looking for something else. You know?
And then you just realised that you're a genetic freak and could break people's arms across the table.
Exactly.
What year did you play at Rockhurst University?
It would have been 2004, 2005 season.
So did you ever play with Ray Chain?
I did, and I immediately latched on to Ray Chain because I recognized that he was the best player on the team. He was a super nice guy, very friendly, and going into that first season, I really was, asking lots of questions. I was training with him on a regular basis. We became good friends, and I learned a lot from Ray. Right,
yeah. The only reason I know Ray Chain because he had a minor league baseball game and he played every position in one game. So I was like, oh, beauty, because your stats were hard to find. I couldn't find your stats in your year at Rockhurst University. What position did you play?
I played third base at Rockhurst. I played a little bit of shortstop as well. So, when I got to college, my arm started to really come on and develop. In high school, I was a second baseman, so I didn't have to really rely on arm strength, on getting the ball to first and stuff. So when I got to college, for some reason, my arm just freaking blew up and got super, super strong. So I had a freaking cannon, dude.
Yeah, you can tell you've got a fucking cannon. Absolutely. We're absolutely seeing this cannon fly. So then you went to, you didn't play any sports at OSU?
No, I thought about trying to walk on, trying out for the team, but honestly, I just wasn't that confident. I really didn't become a super confident person until really the Hellraiser was created, to be honest with you.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be getting into the Hellraiser character because I love the promos. That's why I'm sporting my Ultimate Warrior hat today because I absolutely love that you bring the WWE, WWF style promos we'll go into it. So when this character was created, so whether it was in Arm Wars or Japan or WAL, what were people thinking? Because it's like, oh yeah, we've got so-and-so arm wrestling. Oh, it's going to be a tough match. Oh yeah, I respect the guy. It's going to be tough. And then you come in and go, whoop, whoop. Oh, I'm bringing the pain, and I'm bringing this, and I'm going to come in, I'm going to take his soul from him. He's a soul, and I'm what? I'm Bruce Lee, motherfucker. What were people thinking when you whipped out like a wicked promo?
I think it really intimidated a lot of guys because in Arm Wars at that time, there were some dudes that had some good characters. Hollywood Don Underwood had a good character. Monster Michael Todd had a great character. But, my guy was pure evil. He was ruthless. Now, I never attacked anybody on a personal level, but man, I talked a lot of shit, and I really tried to get into their head mentally, and I used it as a weapon, and it worked. It was very effective. Oh,
absolutely. When you've got a guy that's 5'7" and he's wearing big fucking binoculars, and he just comes in and goes, oh, is that all you got? I'm ripping your arm off, and you stop him halfway through the table. They think they're going to pin you. I think you almost, I reckon early in your career, you would come under the Ryan Blue Bowen category where people just fucking hate losing to him. I think that because you were a bit clean cut before you grew the beard and went through puberty and all that shit. You're a bit clean cut, and so you come in, you're not the tallest, and then you just like bombing people across the table and just giving it these ones, which I absolutely love. Could anyone match trash talking on the table, or not even trash talking, but go toe to toe with you in talking?
Not really. I think the guy that came the closest was Joseph LeVay, and he was just doing a bunch of yapping and stuff. He wasn't really saying words, but I think he came the closest on challenging you there, on taking over the energy from a mental standpoint. So, No, I didn't feel challenged there at all, honestly. And I felt like the clean cut and the big goofy glasses, I felt like it really threw everybody for a curveball because I came out spitting game.
Yeah.
And, hitting them with fire. And they just didn't know what the hell to do with this nerd, this buff nerd, basically.
It's unbelievable. A part of me wishes you were a special guest on The Big Bang Theory. Just absolutely. I really wish you just come in there and just, an episode where Sheldon and Lennon go to the gym or something and you're just in there going, hey man, and then they tease you for being a geologist and things like that.
Exactly, yeah. That would have been awesome.
So the Hellraiser was created. Now, why geology? What happened there?
Geology, my dad pushed me to try geology in college just to see if I liked it because most of my family's in the oil and gas business. So my dad was just really pushing me hard to try a geology class. And so I tried my first geology class, Intro to Geology at Rockhurst, actually. And it came natural. It felt natural. The learning was really easy for me to learn and understand. And I feel like geology is a very logical science. So for me, it was natural and it felt right. Unfortunately, Rockhurst did not have a geology degree, so I ended up transferring back to Oklahoma State.
And I find that very ironic that Rockhurst University doesn't have a geology degree. Lift up your game, Rockhurst University. That's rubbish. That is the king of puns for a university, and you can't even have a degree in geology. Fucking wake up, Rockhurst. You're in the gun, Rockhurst University. That's very, very not. Yeah, I would have transferred as well. Get the fuck out of here, Rockhurst. So then, I was doing a bit of research. Have you ever been to Australia?
I haven't. I had one opportunity, one invitation. I think it was 2000, at the end of 2015 maybe. I had an invitation to come over for like January 2016, and I just couldn't make it happen. I couldn't fit it into my schedule at that point in time. So
then how did you get your hands on a Silverbacks t-shirt?
One of the guys from that crew mailed it to me. I mean, yeah, it was a gift.
Yep, it's funny. I always have a laugh with my guests because I like to do a bit of research and just talk about different things to your typical podcast. So because you've agreed to come on the show, it's research and not stalking. But I saw a photo and just, you ripping because that's my club here in Melbourne. They're fantastic at the House of Pain. The Silverbacks, they're fantastic. And I had to double and triple check and I was zooming in on you. I felt like the biggest pervert and things like that. I'm trying to zoom in on photos of a dude I haven't met. And I'm like, that's a Silverback shirt. That's a Silverbacks. Oh, I'm going to find out who posted that to you because that's unreal. Well, Australia need the Hellraiser. Open up the borders and we need you here now. Fucking...
Dude, it's a bucket list location for me, so I'd love to come visit. Would love to.
Yeah, because without Arnold's, that's probably our biggest, that and Nationals. I wonder if you can be a guest in Nationals in November. I'll do a fundraiser to get the Hellraiser over, get his family over. Because you take your lovely wife everywhere with you, don't you, when you go on trips?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's very passionate about traveling, and that's kind of one of the things that we have in common. So wherever we go, I always try to find some kind of event to be involved in, and so I do the tournament, and then we just do it on vacation. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's awesome because I was having it. I'm a bit like that. I absolutely anyone that knows me knows that I absolutely love my wife and want to take her everywhere as well. So hopefully I can start calling matches around the world. So when I was seeing that, I was like, man, this guy's just even cooler. Like, I want to get some dirt on him and just like hang shit on him. And the best I can be is, oh man, the Hellraiser loves his wife. How dare you jerk? That's cool. What's the best? Besides pulling it home? What's the best country you've been able to? Because you've been like Japan, you've been England, you've been everywhere. What's been your favorite?
Definitely Japan. I mean, it was a totally different experience. The culture over there was amazing. It was very interesting. The Japanese are very respectful. They're very friendly. They're very welcoming. I mean, everybody there treated Megan and I and my two friends that came with me. They treated us like kings, man. It was awesome, and they are lovely, lovely people. And in fact, we ended up trying to bring some of their traditions back home. So, now we don't wear shoes in our house. That's kind of one of our rules now. It help keep the house clean. And when we're out with friends and family, we always try to pour the drink for our friend. Because in Japan, you don't pour your own drink; you pour a drink for your friend. So it's kind of like a sign of respect for your friends to do something like that. And you don't ever pour your own drink. So there's some interesting stuff over there that's just different and very cool.
Yeah, I'd love to head over to Japan, but who the fuck wears shoes in the house? Who wears shoes in the house anyway? Oh!
Every American.
Oh! Yeah, well, you come to my house, I'll be stopping you in the front door and going, buddy, get them off. Get them off. I don't know. To me, it just feels weird. And you're not going to believe it, Jeff. I'm not Japanese. It's just... It's just weird, man. Like wearing shoes in the house. Oh, I get stuck into my brother-in-law about it. I'm like, come on, mate, get them off. But pouring your own drink, I reckon I could do that for the first two. But everyone that comes to our house, mates are like family. I'm like, fucking get your own, mate. I'm comfy here. Get your absolute own. But yeah, that Japan would be, that would be absolutely, absolutely unreal for it. So then you
I went to the All of Japan National Tournament, and they had us all walk out carrying a sign with our country's name on it. They honored me before the event even started, gave me a big trophy, and let me give a speech to the crowd. I mean, it was just crazy awesome. I mean, I'd never experienced anything that professional and that welcoming ever in arm wrestling. So it was pretty amazing.
So then, how does with Japan being so respectful, I sometimes watch Japanese pro wrestling and they don't yell or anything; they just sit there and clap. So how do they deal with that Hellraiser character? You pin Japan's best, and you're like, what? Oh, sushi. Oh, this. Konnichiwa. Bang! Like that. And then there's cool. Thank you. Thanks.
They loved it. I mean, it's funny. They like the American culture. They like our wild, wild west antics and our exaggerated, loud mouths. I mean, I swear, every restaurant we went to, every building we went into over there, we were the loudest, most obnoxious people there. But they loved it. I mean, it was crazy. And, I don't know, it was very, very different, and it was very refreshing. That's the best way to put it. It was very refreshing to go to Japan and see a different world that I'm not used to seeing.
Oh, absolutely. I recommend anyone to leave their own backyard and go try. I've been lucky enough to do that with basketball, go see a bit of the world. And yeah, absolutely. I've never been to Japan. I heard it's like the future over there when you go to Tokyo.
Dude, we came back and we hopped off the plane, and the first thing I heard was some girl walk by yelling at some guy saying, "Get the fuck out of the way!" And I was just like, in shock. Like, I hadn't heard the F word, in like 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? And so I was like, okay, we're home. We're home. It's crazy. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's not like people in the US to be loud and obnoxious. That's a rare thing. Oh no, we're very similar over here. We absolutely carry on. Now you spent a bit of time with Arm Wars, and as we all know, besides me, Neil Pickup is the voice of arm wrestling. He's just, he was phenomenal as a puller. He's phenomenal as a commentator. What makes Neil as a promoter so good? Because all the big names, whether they've gone to Manchester, London, or competed in the rooftop, hotel room rooftop in Las Vegas, but what makes Neil the promoter so good? Because Arm Wars is proper quality instant classics. I mean, even like you pulled in Las Vegas, you pulled Frodo. I call him Frodo. But he was like 10, 12 kilos, heavier than you. So like when people see the result, they're like, oh, Geoff Hale got smashed. No. You troubled a bloke, so 12 kilos, what's that? That's about 40 pounds heavier than you. I thought that was a phenomenal match. You pulled, as you said, Joseph LeVay. You smashed a few guys 6-0, like Harold Ryden. You pulled Ethan Fritz over there. Like, what makes... I love Arm Wars and I love Neil Pickup. What makes it so good?
I think it's because he always puts the athlete first. I mean, he didn't promote arm wars above anybody else. He always promoted the athlete first, and what that did is it gave the athlete an opportunity to promote arm wars. And it was a much friendlier and happier relationship than what I've dealt with some of the other leagues that require these contracts and stuff. There was no contract with arm wars, and like I said, Neil always took care of us. I mean, he always went out on a limb to help us find a sponsor if we needed to find a sponsor. He always promoted us, and I think it was a mutual deal. We helped promote his, Arm Wars umbrella, and he helped promote each one of us individually. And he's always treated all the Arm Wars athletes, excellent. And so when Arm Wars was kind of fading out, and the UAL was coming in, and the WAL was falling behind, I had a very, I had a very high expectation of, how to be managed by a league. And, the leagues at that point in time, they could not even compare to Arm Wars. Now, WAL's gotten much, much better, but I still feel like, Neil being an arm wrestler himself, a world champion himself, he understands the athlete. And it just makes a big difference.
Oh, absolutely. In any sport, if you want to manage or promote, if you're an athlete in that field, like me being a basketballer, I mean, I can dabble in baseball, but if I was trying to launch your baseball career again, it's not going to happen. I'm going to try and, do it from straight out of uni, management 101. It's not going to work. So that makes perfect sense, that the way he manages, the way he manages his athletes. So then when you were there in the rooftop,
in Jim Grand in Vegas.
In Vegas. So I've got to ask, how big's Cobra Rhodes' dick?
How big is it?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Oh, I heard it. I've heard a story. I've heard a story where Neil was giving the rundown at MGM, and then Cobra Rhodes interrupts just to let everyone know that he's got a big dick. So I was just...
No, that did happen. He did not show us his... that did happen. We were all sitting in one of the hotel rooms kind of going over the rules and what to expect for the next couple of days. I remember that now.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Yeah. I can't... I'll probably assume that Neil's under some sort of contract with WAL, but I love Arm Wars, and I hope that he can revisit that. So you've pulled UAL. What's the best one that you've pulled? Like, what's your favourite one?
Favorite, like league?
Like league, yeah.
Oh, I mean, certainly I have a lot of nostalgia and a lot of great memories with Arm Wars. I mean, I felt like the rules, the tables, everything in Arm Wars I was used to and I was very comfortable with. The UAL used the same tables, had very similar rules. I didn't have any problem with the UAL. Now the WAL, a little bit different story. The tables are different now. The elbow pads are massive.
Oh.
The tables half moon. And they're like a fucking trampoline. They'll slingshot you off the thing if you're not careful. And the tabletop feels taller than the standard, Mazurenko table. So I think the quality of tables are great, but the dimensions and the size of those pads are ridiculous, and they're not. I don't think they're made for the lightweight guys. I think they're made for the heavyweight guys.
Yeah.
And so that really threw me off going into the WAL, and then the rules being just so wild west, so just uncontrollable. That's different because I've always been a very fair style of arm wrestler. So now that when you get into the WAL, you have to start training to be kind of a cheater in a sense. Like you have to really start looking for all these gaps and holes and taking advantage of things that you could never take advantage of under the WAF organization. I love WAL, but yeah, they look like pillows. Sometimes when I'm going to arm wrestling training, I'll just grab a pillow off my bed. So, training for WAL, here we go. I mean, you could almost, you can drag back about 4.5 meters, I think it is, if you can, bring it all the way. I think sometimes they have to zoom out, like the pads are that long, and it's like, here's Geoff Hale and Captain Bubblegum, Sam Harris, bang! And then, they're extending. Oh, they're still going, like a Stretch Armstrong. Now, speaking of WAL, like how gutted were you that the 600 series was cancelled? I feel great. I'm stronger than I've ever been. All my numbers in the gym are saying that things are going positive. I feel like my arm wrestling skills are getting better. I feel like my experience with WAF in 2019 has really helped me with my confidence and my focus and my preparedness. But so I was bummed because I had some good matches I think planned that would have been pretty epic. But here we are. WL's over with for the season as far as I know, and there's really nothing else going on. So it's just, I mean, I'm still training. I'm still trying to stay focused on something. I don't know what it is at this point in time, but I'm just trying to keep on getting stronger.
Without going insane, maybe you need to relaunch like a gaming channel or something like that, just to keep it going. It would be so frustrating when the number one league in the States just folds, and then you see all these little, like I'm seeing all these little spot fire tournaments and shows going on. But it's hard to travel interstate. Like I'm stuck here in my state. I'm not allowed to go to any other state to travel. So if nothing's happening in Oklahoma, then there's there's only so many times you can do this. And YouTube's the worst for it. Everyone knows. Like we're in the sport of arm wrestling, we're so grateful that the elite of the elite jump on and they show it on YouTube or Instagram or something like that. They show us how to train properly, and we're very grateful for it. But fuck, Geoff. Another one. Cool, man. Cool. Oh, yeah. Do it. Oh, yeah, with the resistance band. Like, cool. Someone run some tournaments. Or something. Or a super match. I don't know. Take a garbage bin out the front and start calling people. Call your neighbors out. Just do something.
I don't know, dude. I mean, it's disheartening that the WL had to cancel, and especially since the fact they were, taking all the precautions very seriously. They were going to have us all tested when we come to the event. Most likely, we would be wearing masks and stuff. I mean, they were really putting the athletes first for this season and trying to protect us and keep us safe from this virus. It's just unfortunate that all the different states have all these new mandates that are just kind of basically keeping us at home.
So then, just trying to see which way we go. Let's go to the two, because your WAL record is phenomenal. You won the Battle Royal, which I absolutely love the concept of Battle Royals. Gets more people on the card. It introduces strategy and technique, just a different form of arm wrestling, because you're going to have to pull twice if you win. With your Battle Royal win, I don't even know why you turned up. You did it quite easy. It was very good. Then you beat Jamie Sheldon afterwards. Then the two hammer matches we'll get into. The two hammer matches. So 404, I think it was. You took on Sam Harris and you felt like you weren't prepared enough, but an absolute beestick away from winning that. And then in the 500 series, I thought you were going to win. I had a lot of money on not a lot of money on it, but I'm a big Geoff Hale fan, so I'm always going to back you in to win. I thought it was your year. Which hammer loss hurt? I can't call it a hammer loss. Which one out of the Sam Harris matches hurt the most?
Definitely the second one. The first one, I just wasn't confident. It's my first match back at the elite level, and it was not the match that I wanted. I really wanted somebody else that wasn't quite as good. It was an honor to be given the title immediately into the league. That was great, but I just wasn't quite ready for that. I needed someone a little bit easier. That 404 match, I went into that match. I had convinced myself I was going to top roll with Sam Harris. I did not train any hooking, and in fact, I had no desire to hook him. Yeah. So when I finally realized that a hook's only what's going to beat this guy, I still couldn't get myself to commit to the aggressiveness that hook has to beat a top roller like Sam Harris. So I really was I could get to position, and then I was just sitting there waiting. I wasn't making any adjustments. I wasn't attacking. I just was. I don't know what I was doing, honestly. It was disappointing in that fact. I just wasn't a confident person at that moment in time. So, that sucked. I think I was physically capable of beating him the first time, but mentally 100% not there. The second time, I came in mentally and physically prepared, but I'm not gonna lie. lie. My hand got blown up after the second match, and he worked it good, and he played it smart. I think, Dave Morocco needs to be given some credit for that win, though, because he came into Sam's corner and convinced him to stick with his game plan and not. And I think if I remember correctly, Sam was going back to the corner going, I had to hook him now. I can't talk about to hook him. And shit, he even tried to hook me, it'd have been over, it'd have been 3-0 easy. But Dave Morocco came down from the stands and said, hey, dude, stick with your game plan. Stick with the top rolls. Stay away from this motherfucker. And he did that, and it worked out great for him. Unfortunately, come round 5, I get a little elbow foul at the front, but I get right back on, and I'm sticking. I felt great in that match, and I wanted that win. Matches 3 and 4, I just wasn't. I'm not sure what I was thinking. I really thought that I had him mentally broken after match 2.
Yeah.
And I thought that maybe I wasn't going to have to work as hard match 3. And match 3 and 4, that was not the case. He came back with a vengeance and whooped my ass those 2 matches. But, match 5, I wanted the win. And whenever in my career, if I wanted to win, I won. And I really wanted to win that match. And I felt like I was going to win it. Had Bart not stopped it, I think I would have won that match.
It was, I mean, every Hammer match always has a little bit of controversy, but man, I was just, in the 500 series when you went 2-0 up, because it's like 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning here in Australia, and I wasn't at work. I was up and about. I was messaging my brother. I was like, Geoff Hale's going to get the hammer. Yes, this is unreal. Thought he'd kill it, but then, it is what it is, and that's why we compete. So, I'm calling it now. Like, if 600 series went this year, you would have absolutely been the hammer holder for sure. I call him Captain Bubblegum. I love Sam Harris, but yeah, I think you've got him now.
Like everybody else says, and it's been my experience too, when you're on top, it's hard to learn. When you take losses, you learn from those losses. So I feel like I learned a great deal, even from that second loss to Sam, no matter how close it was. I still think I felt I learned something. And, Sam Harris has been inspiring me every day since then. So, look out, buddy. Yeah, well,
if the champion isn't, then why the fuck are you in the sport? Like, if you're not aiming to be the best, then what's the point?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Does his bubblegum annoy you when he chews like a cow?
Honestly, in the moment, I didn't even notice the bubblegum. But, yeah, I'm watching him wrestle and he's smacking that gum. It's a bit. I have to give him credit. It's become part of his persona. That makes him unique, and I like that. I like that about him. I like to see guys develop their character over time and bring something unique and different that no one else does. And the bubblegum's his shit. I like it.
Oh, absolutely, and it gives me a cool nickname for him. So I'm absolutely happy that he just probably should chew with his mouth closed. If you're going to bring another tradition from Japan, chew with your mouth closed, Sam. I love you, Sam. Chew with your mouth closed. I don't know. Just going from there. So then, clearly you would have had to have been booked in the 600 series. Was it another title match?
The first match I had planned was not a title match.
Oh.
It was just a match. And,
call it a warm-up. You're the second best, on the ranking systems, you're the second best lightweight. It's Sam and it's you, and you're both on the same level. Unfortunately, there's only one hammer. So who else, no disrespect to any other lightweight in that division, but who else, we'll give you a warm-up, and then we'll get you on championship night.
As far as I know, Jake, I'm not at liberty to tell who that match was supposed to be with.
Oh, no! I'm trying to get one of you guys to slip. I'm trying. Have another whiskey. Have a shot.
But what I can tell you this. This is a match I've been wanting for a long time.
Oh.
So when they offered me this match, I said, hell yeah, I'll do it. I did this match for free. I've been wanting to do this match for 8 to 10 years. That's how long I've been wanting to do this match. So you go back and look at the history of the Hellraiser and who I was facing back in those days. I'm sure you can put one and one together and figure out what
Yes, that's all right. I'll try and get it out of you. Yeah, no, a few people I've spoken to, it's like, I am booked, but I can't say. And then like off camera, I may or may not guess it, and they may or may not agree with what was happening. But yeah, you definitely You had a warm-up match, one that you really wanted, which was good. Now, I'm not one to continue rumours, but I am. Now, for a bit of fun, now there's rumours going out there that the Angry Bird match was a bit fixed.
I can tell you this. It was not fixed.
Of course it wasn't
Let me
fixed.
give you a little bit of insight on Geoff Hale as the athlete. In high school, I had a college recruit come out to watch me play baseball. And I'd been talking to this coach on the phone, and I was extremely excited about this opportunity. You know, I was finally getting someone was taking some interest in my skills. So we had this game scheduled. He's coming out. Believe it or not, I had like a nervous breakdown right before the game started, and I forgot how to throw a fucking baseball. I could not throw a baseball for my life. We're doing our pre drills before the game starts, and I can't throw the ball. I couldn't throw the ball before the game even started. We were just tossing it around in the outfield, and so the coach has to bench me because I can't throw the fucking ball. And so I ended up just doing some I ended up DHing that game, but that coach obviously lost interest in me 100% because I didn't even play. And a very similar incident happened to me the night that I pulled Adam Wilmot. I have to be honest, it was not a match that I wanted. I absolutely was not excited about that match. You know, it was supposed to be Giannis Ambulance, and then all of a sudden that match fell apart and no longer could happen. So they offered me Adam, and I was just like, obviously I'm a team player, and if WL needs me to pull somebody because that's all we have to pull, I'm going to pull that guy.
Yeah.
And Adam's a great arm. Adam proved to be a great arm wrestler that night. But honest to God, was not there mentally. Mentally, I had forgotten how to arm wrestle, and I had to rely on my cornerman. I had to rely on my training partner Justin Joyce and Michael Todd at my corner to help get me through the night. And I can remember in that particular match, I was down 2-0. I felt like I was in shock almost. I look up to the crowd and I see my cousin. My cousin had just flown into town from business travels and came straight from the airport to this match to watch me. And I look up in the crowd and I see my cousin's face, and he's in awe, he's in shock that I'm down 2-0. And I see this look of disappointment on his face because my whole family knows I'm an arm wrestler. They all know I'm a champion arm wrestler, and I'm letting my family down in the moment. And I slap myself in the face. I get so pissed off, and I just say fuck it. I'm gonna go up there and I'm just gonna arm wrestle. I'm just gonna bang with what I got. I don't care if it works or not. And I just had to use raw determination and desire to win that match. And that's really the truth. I did not throw those first two matches. I wish I could say I did.
Nah, just there's just there's all these rumors, and Adam Woolman's a good guy, and they're all winding him up, saying, Geoff Hale, it was fixed, and he threw those two matches. But as someone that studies sport quite profusely, yeah, you could tell when you turned up. I was like, he's just taken the match. He's not really ready. And then Adam Wilmot just showed that he's a bit stronger than what you thought. Pinned ya. And I was like, shit. What's happened?
At the end of the day, it was a great story. It worked out great. Me going down 2-0, coming back for the hometown win, three matches in a row. It ended up being a wonderful story. And I do strive as an arm wrestler in the entertainment business to make the match entertaining.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Practice doing that at Arm Wars. So I can't take all the credit for it in this one. It was more just raw determination and I'm not losing to this guy kind of mentality. But I just was not there mentally at all.
I was absolutely thrilled when you came back. One, just as a sports fan, because we all love it when someone comes back from a deficit and gets the big win. That's what it's all about. And then obviously, as a fan of yours, I was like, yes, that's 2-1, good. Come on, Geoff, here we go. Bang, 2-2, we're on here. We're on 3-2, beautiful. I'm ringing Steven Spielberg. I said, get someone to play Geoff Hale in this movie now. So who would play Geoff Hale in that movie?
Oh my gosh. Playing B in that movie, I don't even know, dude. If he was young again, I'd say Tom Cruise.
We'd kind of need a mesh, I reckon. Thor with Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Mesh them together. You've got Geoff Hale there. But that's all right. Hopefully this whole WAL series can fucking get started. I've been pretty lucky. Steve Kaplan says he's a fan of what I do. So once I cut out the F words, I would love to sit next to Neil Pickup and call one of your matches.
Dude, Jake, I think that would be awesome. In fact, my wife Megan and I were sitting down there watching some of your videos on YouTube, or on YouTube, on Instagram, and we were just laughing our ass off, just having the time of our lives. It was awesome. And especially the Michael Todd, Jerry Cadorette, where you're talking about Michael Todd doing the splits. We loved every minute of that. Anyways, we both agreed that you need to be on the WAL commentating. I mean, obviously the F-bombs.
Yeah.
I find the F-bombs super entertaining, but from a TV standpoint, they don't like the F-bombs.
Oh man, I can.
Down a little bit, but man, you can talk, dude. You got some good wit, and you obviously have enough knowledge of the sport that you can really talk some game. It's great.
Oh man, really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't need the swearing. I mean, you being a geologist, I was gonna dig up some rock solid information about you, but I couldn't. You know what I mean? I can do it. It's fine, my man. But I appreciate the shout out and things like that. It's absolutely a dream, and hopefully when the borders come up, I mean, whether I get a look in or not, I'm going to attend the WAL series next year when the borders open up. I'm just going to get over there and hustle my way into it. I found a interesting fact about you, and I was a bit confused, so I need you to elaborate on this. In 2017, you're inducted to the United States Arm Wrestling Association Hall of Fame. Like, did you retire? Like, did you just I tried doing a bit of research, and you could have done one of those vague postings on Facebook or a cryptic message going, "Oh, it's all over, guys," or "I'm over it," and then they just assume you're retired, and then all of a sudden you have pulled for another 3 years. Like, what happened? Just for me, you can't be pulling anymore before you go into you're a Hall of Fame puller, yes, but to do it 5-7 years as a young man, winning world championships, what's going on?
I don't know. I did take a small 2-year hiatus between 2016 and 2018 from high level competition, but no, I never really full on retired. I just think the USAA, I don't know. I have no idea. All that was like, fuck yeah, this is great. Okay, I'm down. I'm gonna surf this wave for sure. I mean, it was cool. It was an honor for sure. I mean, I'm assuming that Leonard and Denise had a lot to do with that, and their USAA board. And I was super appreciative that they would even think of me to be a part of that list.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it's 100% an absolute honor. I mean, it just goes below being on the Aussie Arm Wrestler podcast. That makes sense, Geoff. All right, stop buttering me up, my man. But yeah, I saw it, and I had to read it 3 times. So then I was having a bit of a look around, and I even whacked in the Google machine. I'm like, did Geoff Hale retire from arm wrestling? You just might have lost it, or because esports league is just taking off and getting paid more than professional tennis players. So I thought, Geoff Hale's gone for some big money. But no, so it's cool. An active person in the Hall of Fame, man. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Alrighty, now I love my games. I love playing games on the show. So my favourite game to play is, I'm going to give you 3 pullers. Going to give you 3 pullers' names. You got to pin one, you got to lose to one, and then you've got to tell one of them, fuck off from the WAL series. You're bad next year. Alrighty. So you've got Sam Harris, Giannis Amelins, and Tony Kitowski.
Tony can fuck off. I'm a pin Sam Harris. Right? Do I gotta lose? Is that what you said?
Yeah, you gotta lose one.
I'll lose a match to Giannis.
No technicalities. You don't try and pull a fast one over me. You gotta lose. 3-0.
3-0, shit. I mean, I'll keep my answer the way it is, I guess.
You gotta keep that. Alrighty. So then, you're gonna beat Sam Harris. You're gonna take the hammer. You're gonna lose to Giannis 3-0.
Sucks.
And then you've told Tony, fuck off. And for those that are watching, go to Arm Wars. Geoff pulls Tony in Arm Wars. Very, very entertaining. Absolutely. Any Geoff Hale match is entertaining. So then we go from there. Same game, different characters. Right. I need you to pin one, lose one, fuck one off from 600 series, or erase them from their history.
Damn, okay.
Harry Potter, Captain Kirk, Luke Skywalker.
Erase them from history? Jeez. Sure. Okay.
Thought I'd stump you on this one.
Harry Potter.
You're losing the Harry Potter.
Right. I'll lose to Harry. I'm pinning Captain Kirk.
You're pinning Captain Kirk.
I'm pinning Captain Kirk. So I'm losing.
So you're losing Harry Potter. You're pinning Captain Kirk, and there's no such thing as Luke Skywalker.
I guess so, man. I mean, I like Star Wars and Star Trek equally. But, God, dude. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm doing.
Are you sure? Is that your final? You look very concerned. You look like you're going to jump on a forum.
I'll tell you why. I loved Luke Skywalker in the original trilogy, but I did not like him in this last trilogy they've released. I did not like the character and the way he ended up.
Man,
I love Skywalker.
Disney. I don't even watch the last 3 movies. Disney have ruined it. There's 6 Star Wars movies, and that's it. And that's it. There's only 6 episodes, 1 to 6. That'll do. Wow. I knew I'd stump you, but I didn't know I'd hurt your soul with that question, man. Look how devastated you. Oh my God, I can see you just jumping on forums going, oh, hey, Mark Hamill, look, big fan, but don't watch the Aussie Arm Wrestler podcast. I do apologise. So you love gaming. You love gaming. It's not any secret. I mean, who doesn't love gaming? What are you playing at the moment?
At the moment, the only thing I have time to play is Diablo 3. And that's an old game.
Yeah.
But that's one that Megan and I can play together that doesn't require much skill, honestly. It doesn't require much coordination. It's something that we can just chill, have a beer, have a glass of whiskey. We can listen to music while we're doing it. It's a lot of fun. We like fantasy. We like to, go off into that fantasy world together. That's a lot of fun. So we're still playing Diablo 3 together, but I'm not really playing anything else at the moment, and that's just because we've got a 3-year-old kid running around the house, we've got a dog running around the house, and there's just not enough time. I mean,
absolutely.
Gears of War is my all-time favorite game. It is.
Yeah.
And I love Gears of War, but I don't have time to keep my skills up, and just don't have it anymore.
So we've got the Hale Razor, the character, and we all are phenomenal with the way you can talk. How does that go in the marriage? So you're both playing Diablo 3 and you might have got a couple of kills or something like that, and it just doesn't go the way your lovely wife likes it. Does she fire some back at you?
Dude, I live by the happy wife, happy life. I don't ever challenge her. I let her be the alpha. She is an alpha, and I just let her take lead, man, because I'm not pissing her off.
Smart man. Yeah, absolutely. I can see you gaming. It's like, oh, babe, you're in a bit of trouble. Let me take a bullet for you. Bam, Geoff Hale's dead. Oh, absolutely. Alrighty. Now, now that you've had a couple of whiskeys into you, now it's time for some quick fire, no thinking, rapid fire questions. I might see if we can really get you here. Are you ready, my man?
Let's do it.
Star Trek or Star Wars?
Star Trek.
Oh, wow. So, what house would you be from in Hogwarts?
Unfortunately, I'd be a Slytherin. I would love to be a Gryffindor, but I'd be a fucking Slytherin, man.
Oh, beautiful. My wife owes me money. Fun fact, you're probably the only one that cares. The people that watch don't. Last week was the first time I saw Harry Potter.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, it was almost becoming a thing where that was my gimmick. You're the Hale Raiser. I'm the guy that's never seen Harry Potter. It was almost getting to there, but I saw my first one. I'm a big fan of Quidditch, that's for sure. Being a sports guy, I'll bet on anything. So yeah, I told my wife you'd be Slytherin. Do you feel good killing 8-year-olds in gaming?
If they're talking shit, I do.
Just tell them to go get their pen license or get their mum to wipe their ass or something. You know, if they get on top of you, get stuck into them there. Would you rather? So you've got to pick one team, and Oklahoma State University has to lose to them. Oklahoma, Texas Tech, Tulsa, or Texas?
Tulsa.
You happy with that?
I'm happy with that. Easy.
WAL or Arm Wars?
Arm Wars. I love WAL.
Yeah.
But I'm an Arm Wars guy at heart, man. That's just that Arm Wars describes me as an arm wrestler.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
It's phenomenal. Now, would you rather go to Hogwarts for a day or win the WAL hammer?
Hogwarts for a day.
Not even. I thought I might have got you for that. I thought I might have made you think. It's, no question. Get him there. My wife always cracks it. The first time we were watching Harry Potter, I was like, oh, there's Hans Gruber from Die Hard. Oh, there's Hans Gruber from Die Hard. Oh, yes. It's cracked it. So, being a geologist, who's the real Rock? You're Dwayne Johnson.
Dwayne.
Really?
Yeah, dude, that guy's a badass.
Yeah.
I love Dwayne.
Yeah.
Rock is sick, man.
Oh, it's impossible. It's impossible not to like him. Like, if I'm playing around on Instagram, like, I don't even let a photo of Dwayne look my wife in the eye. Like, I'm not risking that. And the last one, mate, when you're pulling on WAL, what is in your bum bag? That's bothered me. If I had to ask one question, I wouldn't even care how you are. I just want to know what's in your bum bag.
I got some liquid chalk in there.
Is that all it is?
This liquid chalk is from like 2012. The guys from Armwrestling, and they're one of our sponsors. And I keep it in that fanny pack just in case I need some serious grip.
Yes, now I know. Now when I'm watching, I'll be like, absolutely, bang. It's liquid chalk in there. That's it. Damn it. I was hoping there'd be like a wand or, just so, you quickly look in there and there's like, I don't know, Captain Kirk or Spock just giving you one of the quotes and giving you the signal and... Oh, man. All right, 2 things you got to do before we finish up, my man. 2 things you got to do. You got to nominate someone to come on the show. So we'll do that. Nominate someone who you think would have a bit of fun on the Aussie Arm Wrestler podcast.
Man, I'll tell you what. I'd like to see my training partner, Justin Joyce, on the show. He has got to be one of the most knowledgeable arm wrestlers that I've ever met. He's funny. He's a genuinely good guy, and you know what? The world needs to know about this dude. It'd be interesting to see him on the show. Honestly.
It's not like a geologist to come up with an undiscovered gem there, hey? In Justin Joyce, look at that. Mate, is there anything you can't do? Wowee. Yeah, that's something we could talk about, that's for sure. Absolutely. And then, the next one, everyone that comes on the show, you see at the start of every match, I give it a ready, bang! I need you to give me your best impression.
Ready, bang, baby!
Oh! Even threw in the Aussie accent there. I quite like that. Guys, as he finishes his scotch, we cannot thank Geoff Hale enough for being on the show. As you can see on top of his head, follow him. All right, Zeus, I'm giving the wrap up now. Hey, me dog's around. Zeus, say hi to Geoff. No, he's barking at everyone. I think he's telling everyone who you're supposed to pull at the 600 series. I think he knows. He's barking in the backyard. As you can see, Hellraiser up there on any way you can support Geoff Hale in what he does. Go and support him, Hellraiser there. Have you got any companies or anything on the go?
Any companies? No, not right now. I mean, the only company that's they've taken care of me over the years, and so I mean, not only do they have a wonderful product that pretty much every armwrestler I know uses anyways. I have to give a shout out to them. They've always been a very big supporter of the Hellraiser and my arm wrestling career.
Now you're not going to believe it. It just glitched when you said the company name. Who was it?
Fat Grips.
Oh, Fat Grips. Yeah, you've worn that on your arm a few times. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, unbelievable.
Everywhere around here, man.
Give it one more of these ones. Give it one more. Look at that. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Guys, go support Geoff Hale after you subscribe to the channel. We cannot thank the Hellraiser enough for being on the show. Thank you so much, Geoff, for being on the show.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Absolute legends, and don't forget to like, share, subscribe, tell your mates, and ready, bang! Ready, bang! Mate, the record button has been smashed. Ladies and gentlemen, have we got a show for you? Welcome to the #1 arm wrestling podcast in the world. Welcome to Ready, Bang! The Aussie Arm Wrestler podcast. I'm your host, the Aussie Arm Wrestler, and just look on the other side of the screen. Not only do we have a living legend of the sport today, but he's also a 14-time world champion. He's won 14 various world titles, 5 of them being with WAF. He is a movie star. He's been pulling for about 116 years, everybody. He's the only person to pin Albert Einstein. That's where the actual split the atom term come from. I call him Bubble. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Ron Bath. Ron, welcome to the show.
Oh man, what an introduction. Holy cow, I don't know if I've ever had one that explicit. But Neil does a great job. He did one too. But no, thanks. It's a pleasure being on here. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, man, absolutely. And it doesn't matter what time of the day it is. Everyone knows I will always take the opportunity to have a beer with my guests.
And there you go. I would have had one otherwise. And for the record, I told Albert Einstein everything he knows.
So he's a fraud. Beautiful. Breaking news, everyone. Albert Einstein's a fraud. Didn't do shit. It was all Ron Bath.
Yeah.
Mate, how's it going over there?
Oh, it's going, I mean, under all the conditions of this flipping world and this COVID stuff, it's going pretty good. I don't really notice it. I live out in the country and I'm still working, so. And I knew social distancing before it was even introduced. It's hurting some of my summer plans. I had some pretty awesome summer plans with another, and it's sort of putting an end to some of that stuff, and ending some of the arm wrestling adventures of the year for sure. But, it's going to pass, and then we'll all get kicking back into it. But I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Overall, I'm doing well.
Yeah, nice. It's a bit weird over here, but fuck that. Let's just now you're talking about plans, so we'll go into it. You said you've had the odd 1 or 2 VB, and we all noticed you're wearing the Australian Arm Wrestling t-shirt. So you did dodge a bullet a couple of years ago. You did come over to our Arnold's over here. I actually hadn't started in the sport there, so you missed these cannons on the table. So you're very lucky there. But how was the trip? How was the trip?
Oh, the trip was awesome. It was a lot of traveling in a short period of time. I mean, we had 5 practices. I pulled super matches at the Arnold's. And between that, I was toast. My arm was so toast by the time I got up by Ryan Lee and those boys. I couldn't arm wrestle if I tried, but I did. I gave it everything I could. Every time there was arm wrestling, I got up there because I'm not afraid to lose in a practice or horseplay.
Nah.
So we just had fun, and then I took a lot of time off after I got back home. But the trip was amazing. Australia is awesome. I really would love to come back in the next couple of years and do a little more visiting, but last I heard, Australia doesn't want no Americans right now. Australia
doesn't want anyone. I live in Melbourne, and we can't go 5 kilometres away from our house, so 3 miles.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm better than that because I went to Hawthorne, Nevada, outside of Reno for a tournament not too long ago. Which you'll remember, there's a pose of me squeezing somebody's face. And I went up to Wisconsin, my home state up in Wisconsin back the first part in in June. And they nominated me into their Wisconsin Hall of Fame. So, because I was born and raised in Wisconsin, the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So that was quite the honor. It was sort of low-key because nobody could really show up, but it was all nice. So I've been around. I've been farther away than 5 kilometers from my house, that's for sure.
Can't do anything. Only one person can do the shopping, your grocery shopping and things like that over here. But speaking of you, how many Hall of Fames are you in?
Oh, Hall of Fames, that's the only one that I know of right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Surely.
I mean, there's not really a whole lot of Hall of Fames for arm wrestling to begin with. There's more and more coming along all the time. So.
Well, you have just officially entered your 2nd Hall of Fame. I'm starting the Aussie Arm Wrestler Hall of Fame and welcome my first inductee, Ron Bubble Bath, mate. Congratulations.
That's awesome. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. I don't have a prepared speech, so we'll have to get by without it.
That's all right, mate. It's all about freestyle here. So, you've been able to pull tournaments, and before we started recording, I was saying you're an old-fashioned. You're just a man. You're a no-nonsense man. We don't have many of those left. So when you pulled, was it in Vegas, the Kenny Bostic Memorial? Where you famously grabbed someone by the chin while they were crying. So someone like you that's been around the sport for so long, what were you thinking when that was going on? Are you just send them out the back, let them kick the shit out of each other, or get off my table and don't arm wrestle again?
Well, get off the arm wrestle table, get out. There's a lot more to the story. I could really elaborate and say that I was the one. Actually, I knew he had some issues going on in that day because he was fired up, especially against Scott. And when I saw him up there arm wrestling, I saw him arguing, I knew something was going to break. So on behalf of Buck Hall and those guys, I thought, well, I'll head up that way just in case. Almost lost you. I'll keep it up. I knew I'd head up that way, and before I even got to the stage, he was going at it. Him and Scott were going at it. Scott got some snaps in there, man. And so he was talking highly of me throughout the day. So I thought, well, if I can get him to look at me, maybe it'll break him out of this temper tantrum, this drug-induced, whatever you want to call the spasm he was having.
Yeah.
And I reached up and I grabbed it. Now it looked pretty good.
Man, it was.
For now, making fun of it, so that's good.
Yeah, good. That shows. Oh yeah, everyone knows there was a bit of history behind, but I was just interested in your mindset. Have you ever almost come to blows with anyone on the table over the years? Like, so you've pinned someone or someone's pinned you and got in your face. Have you almost just ready, to pop some bubbles on someone?
I don't think nothing's ever come that close to going in the fights. I know me and Tom Nelson had words out, and I think it was Reno one time. It was when Tom was pretty cocky. That's when he had that one shirt pissing on Bath, Bajan, and Brzenk, the 3 Bs. He came out there a little arrogant and stuff, and he was pulling pretty good. And I know we had some words and we were jacking around, but honestly, for me, no. I've never really had anything where I thought me and the guy across from me were going to blows. But I pulled as long as ever, so I might have forgot one. But
yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah,
It's a little contentious up there at times. We all know that. I know me and Travis have exchanged words, but it was nothing to that extent.
Oh, I think everyone's exchanged words with Travis. That's his gimmick. That's how he gets in your head. I could only imagine the amount of stuff you've forgotten, that people will learn.
Yeah. Now, I know when I did with Neil, he kept asking me what I thought on him. Man, Neil, I've had so many stories. Just bring up some.
Yeah. Oh, that's all right. So I'm going to bring up 14 various world titles. I mean, to even once to achieve a world championship in anything. Yep. What was the best one? What was the most satisfying world title?
Oh, world titles would have been when I went to England and I won 3 of them. That's definitely. I went and I pulled 4 classes. I pulled the two senior right and left, and I pulled the 2 masters right and left. And the way they run it, it's you run like your left senior, or your left and right of your masters, and then you have your seniors left, and then it's 3 days of arm wrestling in 4 days, like that. And I won the first 3. I won the 2 master classes right and left, and then I won the left, which I didn't think I would win. I wasn't all that high that I would win the seniors in the left, and I thought I would win the right seniors. Well, that was the last day, and so I won the first 3, and then when I got into the right seniors, I pulled Taurus, my first match, and we come apart, and we slipped, we went in the straps, and basically I dominated him. I thought, that's it. I said, I should have all 4. But as the day went on, I'm not one to give up slips. I'm old school. You fight no matter what you fight. Yeah. And before long, my hand was getting fatigued. Then mentally, I was getting fatigued. And I ended up, I think I came in 5th. Taurus came all the way back through and took 1st. And the latest advice I got was at the end. Travis said, you should have slipped. Your arm was stronger than everybody, and I almost got mad at him for it. Telling me so late, because I wasn't thinking of that shit. I want to arm wrestle. I'm gonna be bullheaded, but I think I had the opportunity had I been more observant of doing the slip, going out and getting into the straps. But that was probably pretty memorable because not too many can go in and win 3 worlds in one world championship.
Now, 3 world titles are impressive, Ron. But have you ever won a 3rd place 80 to 95 kilo left hand amateur trophy?
Well, I possibly would have, but we didn't have amateurs back in my day when I was learning, so maybe I would have. We got fed right into the big guys, right out of the box.
Mate, that's the only way to do it. At my training here in Melbourne, when I first went there was about 9 people there, and yeah, they would just tear my arms off, and I absolutely loved it. I think that's the only way to get into it. None of this baby shit that's going on. Absolutely, push people into the deep end of the bath. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But man, so many world titles to win 3 in a day. What do you do to celebrate? So you've just spent 4 days on, your arms are now spaghetti, but you've got 3 world titles in a weekend. How does Ron Barth celebrate world titles?
Go out and eat, go drink beer, do some sightseeing, and then fly back home.
Back to it, yeah.
Then you just relish the memories. Yep.
Yeah, it's a shame because then, because you were going around when Over the Top came out. That was unreal. First of all, why weren't you in the movie?
I wasn't in the movie.
Yeah, why?
Because they put me in. I was there when they filmed it. I went to that tournament and everything else, but we've watched because there's so much footage of arm wrestling.
Yeah.
They just stopped, cut, and unless you're one of the extras in there or one of the bigger names that they were really following, it took a crapshoot, a luck of the draw to get your face in there. We looked through that movie all the time, and no, I didn't make the cut.
Now
maybe I would have now.
Mate, I watched it again about 3 or 4 days ago. Like when you said that you'd come on the show, and it took me so long to watch it because I kept pausing every time someone was in the crowd, and I was like, I'm going to find him. You've got to have the best or the second best arm wrestler ever, and he's not even in the movie.
Yep, but not at that time. I wasn't at that time. I was just working my way up. That was actually the first year I really started on the pro level. Because the first 5 years I lived in Wisconsin, I didn't know really that it was all that competitive. I went to some, but I never really got absorbed until I moved here to Georgia, and then I ran into the likes of Burt Whitfield, Cleve Dean, Dave Randall, and all those guys. Then we started traveling, and it just so happened to be the same time they were starting to do the prelims for the Over the Top. So I went there. I think I went to 2 or 3 of them. I finally won the third qualifier I went to, and that's where I first saw the likes of John Brzenk, who I'd have lost money back then seeing John. John didn't look, he was the bad boy at 22, 21, 20. John's always been bad. Me, I had to work my way up a little bit slower.
Man. So then Over the Top comes, you're just starting, so then you'd be absolutely licking your lips going, we've just got arguably the biggest movie star at the time doing a movie about arm wrestling, which is the greatest movie of all time. People can fight me about it. Why didn't arm wrestling explode after that? You were there right in the thick of it. Why didn't arm wrestling just go bang?
Arm wrestling, like always, it's never really gone bang. It goes up, and then it goes down. It goes up. Every time they get somebody that helps promote and sponsor it, it would seem like we're heading in that right direction. Like the Over the Top, we thought it would have exploded. Then it did for a little while, then it quieted down. We didn't have the social media then either.
No.
Arm wrestling, even though it's been on ESPN or Wide World of Sports Net since the 70s, it's been on and off ESPN with myself. I've been on I don't know how many times. It gets some momentum and then it dies. We get big sponsors and then they realize they're not going to make no money and they die and they back up. Not until just recent when you got social media and you got the lights. Now the social media stars of ArmWrestling, Michael Todd, devonlarratt, even Trav. These guys are getting out there. They're getting their face on with arm wrestling and doing a lot of, social media posts, which I'm not very savvy with. So, but I think it's always been an underground sport. Had we had social media or more of an internet where we could get it out, it probably would have been a lot bigger, a lot faster. Because now we can watch, little local tournaments, and you in Australia can watch one of our local tournaments the next day. People are chopping. We got several groups out there. Like Artem. He's always at all the local tournaments and some of the big ones in the States. He's always editing and putting out footage. And back years ago we had Roberts. He was out there doing it with Arm TV. Arm TV was pretty good until he backed off that for a little while. And now he's putting out some old stuff. I love seeing the old stuff, even though back then I was young. But I think his stuff's looking good because a lot of the newbies get to look back at it and see some of the guys from the 80s, 90s, stuff like that were good. And you don't really you don't even hear their names a whole lot, but when you start watching videos, then it all starts correlating a little bit that the sport's been around a long time.
Oh, absolutely. Gary Roberts and ArmTV are just pulling out some absolute belters when he's reliving that old footage. And I tell everyone, when we have new guys and they're usually young at our club, their homework is always to watch Over the Top. That's their homework. They're not allowed to come back next week until they fucking watch Over the Top. But yeah, so what's it gonna take? What's it gonna take for arm wrestling to be mainstream? You know, so someone like yourself can make $200,000-$300,000 a year, like some of these other professional athletes. What's it gonna take?
You pick an arm wrestler who has a lot of money. The problem with arm wrestling is there's not enough sales and marketing in it. And that's all it is. In pro sports, all pro sports, you got to have a great marketing scheme. And we don't have a whole lot to market. Will we ever make that kind of money? Maybe a couple guys can if they get on the social media stuff and utilize that. But right now, I don't see, as an athlete, us being able to totally live off arm wrestling to an elaborate level. You can live off arm wrestling and just barely make your ends meet if you got some good sponsors. And I'm sure it'll grow some, but I don't know if we'll have, maybe in a team aspect, if we had arm wrestling as a team aspect.
In the Olympics! Yeah,
the Olympics, heard talk. We had it in the Goodwill Games. The Goodwill Games were in 98 or 88, and we went there. We're an exhibition sport, and this is why the sport just always seems to go and down. We're an exhibition sport. We're involved with the closing ceremonies, everything else. We had a small little tournament and stuff like that, and it was a blast. I enjoyed it. And but then 4 years later, we should have did it again, but who was ever in charge just sort of put it under the bed, and nobody ever followed up on it after that. But the Goodwill Games would have been a good start, even though the Goodwill Games have dropped since then. And now he's our president.
I'm going to try and find some footage on that. That's unreal that that arm wrestling was in the Goodwill Games. Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Yeah, arm wrestling seems to just be just a bee stick away from exploding, and then something just happens to go wrong. Because like even you make an appearance in Pulling John, they do this whole documentary in Hollywood about arm wrestling, and then nothing. Oh, you're frozen up there. Yeah, I'm just saying, like we were so close with they made a documentary Pulling John that you're in, and then it just once again goes to nothing. Yeah.
Now that was a pretty good time too, because Savannah and Bessie got a lot of motivation when they were doing that, shooting all those videos and going around doing different interviews and stuff. They spent a couple of days with me throughout that. They originally had one aspect of taking it and following arm wrestlers. Well, then they realized how above everybody John was at the time. So then it just went into more or less concentrating on John.
Yeah.
Which was fine. I mean, it was what it is. But that was another one that was it pushed for a while. People got excited and motivated. And then shortly after it all came to a head, everybody just went back to their local tournaments, nationals, and then WAPs. But unless we can find a way to get big money into the sport, which would be like, and your pro sports have big time money owners, they have, and they're putting it in, and then they start selling products. We don't have a team aspect, and even NASCAR has a team aspect where they get big money to buy several cars. And I think we need something of that nature where somebody with great money tries to buy the best or pay the best 5 arm wrestlers, and then somebody else is over here and you start bidding for these guys to get them on your team, so your team can't. That would be about the only way it would actually get to a point where we could make money to just kick back and live the good life. But like my kids used to say, my dad's number 1 in the world, Unfortunately, it's in a sport that pays nothing.
Yeah. 100%. It's such an achievement to be a world champion. And then it's kind of like, that's cool, but I got to go to work on Monday. So, yeah, got to drop the kids off at school or something. You know, it's so frustrating. But making money, Ron, I tried to do a bit of research, and I must say, mate, I'm a little bit disappointed. Why didn't you approach, seriously, a bath company and get your own bubble bath? World champion. It's a play on your name, Ron. I looked everywhere and I went, nah, Ron, yeah.
I should have went to marketing if I went to college, I should have went to marketing. I guess maybe I would have thought of that, but I never really, I wasn't into the marketing part of anything. I just love arm wrestling. I like doing it. I don't have any real goals when I've done it. You know, if I see the Worlds are coming up, I'll go to try to win. Going to win those quarter was possibly the most motivated I ever was to go, and actually had a goal besides just winning. I wanted to see if I could win 4. You know, you never want to go to a tournament and lose. You can say you're going for fun, but you're still trying to win.
Of course.
But I've never had anybody I scoped out ahead of me. I just always wanted to get better and just go compete. And that's why I really don't follow a whole lot. I just hang out with the team, and when I see a tournament, I take off, or somebody pays me to come pull at it, I just show up. Yeah,
absolutely. So then, going back to pulling John. So obviously they show you pin Taurus in pulling John. That's the only time you've competed at Zloty.
Yeah.
Why?
Like I said, it's just I'm a working man. It costs money. I never chase sponsors because, like I said, the biggest nemesis I have for my past is I never went out to pound sponsors.
Yeah.
I just mostly did it on my own. And, you know, if you'd bring up arm wrestling to me, I would talk about it. Other than that, I just went to work. I showed up, went to practice, and I come home. I just wasn't a great marketing kind of guy. And now 40 years later, 30 years later, I'm like, you know, maybe I should have pushed just a little bit harder. And I never got to that pinnacle where guys, until just the last years, people would pay me to come and do their tournament as John. And John would fly because he just had confidence he would win. And I was always in John. So if I was going, I always had to assume I was going to take second or less. Yeah. Even though I'd always go to try to beat him, you're still in the shadow of John Brzenk. I would go overseas once in a while, but I always assumed it had to be on my dollar. So that would always back me on. Yeah.
So then, another thing, mate, that you've missed out on making money because you're in the John Brzenk golden era. Why didn't you just invest in silver? You won a lot of silver medals.
It's a good point. You're really making me start to wonder. I should have went to marketing.
Man. The problem was I wasn't born in 1922, so I couldn't have helped you with marketing, mate.
There you go.
No, but it's happening now. So what still motivates you? Because hopefully, if it still goes ahead, you're about to main event TAF, the Total Arm Wrestling Federation, with a super match with Matt Mask. So what?
Yeah.
You've done anything and everything in the sport. What motivates you?
Just stuff like that. The tournament, the match with Matt's got some hurdles to cross. I'm not sure if Canada wants us in there yet. We're trying to work some stuff out on that. I hope it does. I'd love to get up there. So let's hope, pray that all breaks through and I can get up there. That's only in 3 weeks. The motivation for me has been up and down for 40 years. Actually, it'll be 40 years this November when I had my first tournament.
Wow.
You know, so in the beginning, it was always the climb to get to the top. You know, you didn't really want to. You just wanted to see how great you could get. But then when I got towards in my 40s, I was starting to think, man, I'm old. I'm getting old. I shouldn't be doing this. This is a kid's game and stuff like that. And as I told Neil the other night, when I got to about 50, or it might even been 50, all of a sudden, you know, because I always stayed in shape. You know, I had my when I was 50, I had the bicep tear, but I didn't have the pec yet. The pec was still healthy. But when I got to 50, people were like, I could see the amazement how good you can pull at a certain age. And then I saw there was other older arm wrestlers that were doing it. And for some reason, I got more motivated to just see, it's like one morning I had an epiphany. It's like, as long as God gives me the ability to be able to do what I can do, why not go have fun with it? Just because somebody says you're getting a certain age doesn't mean you go lay on the couch and die. You might as well just go see where it takes you. So over the last years, I got more motivated, and then over the last couple of years, I got involved with somebody who's got me a little more motivated in other aspects. When you got support and somebody behind you cheering you on and stuff, it really helps a lot. But mostly, what motivates me is just to stay in shape.
Yeah. You are in phenomenal shape.
Arm wrestling just a blessing for it. So, and I incorporate, with arm wrestling, when I do work out and stuff or do anything, I do try to simulate what I would do if I was arm wrestling. I always use dumbbells. I never use a straight bar really a whole lot. It hurts my wrist. So if I'm doing flies or anything or bench, it's always dumbbells, and I try to be strict with my wrist. Do a lot of stuff for my arms. And then I got a gift. My good friend Ike Ford. Watch out, guys. Everybody needs a new toy.
Yeah.
I got my I got my Country Crush here. I got this weekend, a new toy. So now I'm even going to train harder.
Yes.
I got to have it donated to me because I got to. We've always had stuff like this. We've made our own tools. No matter how long you've arm wrestled, you make thicker handles. But stuff's getting a little more intriguing now with the different angles. So a new toy is always going to be fun to work out with.
Absolutely. I've got an order ready to go with Country Crush, but the gyms aren't open, so I got no equipment at home. So I've got a table, and that's about it. So then you take on that mask. How's that going to pan out? What's the score?
Well, Matt, if I pull Matt, it's going to come down to the same thing as always. If I stop Matt, I'll beat him. It's how much training has he done as far as hit, how much, get ready to absorb a hit. If I was to guess, 3-1 me.
3-1. There it is. I would have said 3-0, but that's just me being a bit biased because Matt hasn't been on the show.
He's back. He's got a good heavy hit. I got to take for granted he's going to catch me sleeping. And he does have the one thing. He's getting older and stronger. He's at that age of, he's still in his 30s. So he's always getting stronger. Me, I'm 58. I'm supposed to be getting weaker.
58? Wow! And you're breaking people's jaws and things like that. That's man, that's unreal. So then what does it take, like, because now the WAR series isn't going this year, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
But what does it take to get Ron Bath on their show? Like, is it the opponent? Is it the dollars? Is it because it's nearby? What does it take to get Ron Bath to main event their show?
The main event wall or just somebody's show?
No, just someone's show like TAF. So you
It would have to be who they want me to pull, where it's at, and basically covering my expenses. Very few places will I go. If you got somebody you want me to arm wrestle, if I really enthralled with going there, I will. Otherwise, I might need some help. But if I know I'm going to be the main draw, it's going to pick up your participation of others. So I want a little help. Usually, if the sport's going to grow, you should be able to find sponsors that can help get big names into your tournament. And that should cover flight, hotel, some chump change, and a good time.
Yeah, nice. So then, has anyone called you like, "Hey Ron, it's the Aussie Arm Wrestler here. I want you to pull so and so"? And have you ever just laughed at them and hung up? Like, has anyone tried to book you on their tournament or their super matches, and you just laughed at them and not take the booking?
Only when they want me to pay for it all. There is one reason, and it was a great honor. He wanted wanted me to come up with do a super match and asked who I wanted and asked what I needed. And I told him. He says, "Oh, I wasn't going to pay." I'm like, "Well, I got more matches throughout the year that I know of that people are going to pay me, so I just can't do them all." Otherwise, if you, like myself or John or Trav, you talk most of us guys, if we would just go to tournaments for free every time somebody asked, we'd be busy 50 weeks out of the year, and you just don't want to do it. So limit it. The ones who want you will pay for it.
Yeah, fair enough as well. Like Jeff Frank's done a really good job on building a card, but now the legitimacy of it, of having you and Matt Mask in the main event, now everyone's taking a bit more notice to the cards that he's booking. So absolutely you deserve some dollars to be looked after.
Yeah. Nah, Jeff is treating me good. I make it up there. He's got some great bookings. Unfortunately, COVID's kicking the shit out of him.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, the guy's got a great concept. He's got great motivation, but his timing and COVID they're clashing big time.
Yeah.
So I just hope he doesn't lose the motivation for when COVID disappears, he can get it. That booking he had that he was supposed to have, we were supposed to pull last weekend, I think, up there. Man, he had a card I don't think we've seen in ever. You know, of a plan card of people showing. Usually it's just great athletes show up for the trophy of the class money, not for super matches.
Yeah.
So,
no, I'm sure.
If you get big name super matches, you're going to get draws.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because tournaments, they can go for like 24 hours. Like the longest I've ever seen one was been a part of was our nationals last year in November. And we got there, you know, at about 8:30 in the morning. And I think the finals didn't start till about 7, 8 o'clock at night. Like the tournaments are great. They just go forever.
They go forever. Big tournaments go way too long. Over the top, darn near took 24 hours.
Yeah.
It started, I think we were hitting in there like 9 in the morning, and I think the final match went on about 7 in the morning, the following morning. But they kept cutting and taking breaks for video. Oh, that got utterly ridiculous how long that one went. But, you know, it had a lot of expectation. But, yeah, a lot of your nationals and worlds, they can last a long time. And you lose that mojo throughout the day.
Oh,
so,
absolutely. And then when it's funny because, you know, there's 24 hours of footage and people competing. But then when you jump on YouTube and if I go 2010 World Championships, the video goes for like 8 minutes. All the highlights and, here's all the right-hand matches. Bang, 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Done. 24 hours just like that. Quickly going back to Over the Top, did you ever grip up with Sylvester Stallone? Did you ever get to meet him or anything?
No, I met him, and except it wasn't really a meeting. The place was so crowded.
Yeah.
And my wife at the time, she was 5'2", 5'3", and we're walking through the crowd, and you know people are bumping you, and she told me, she goes, "You know who you just bumped into? You bumped into Stallone." I didn't even realize it. Because he's not a very tall man unless he has his boots and stuff on. But, you know, you're trying to go through the crowd. So in a sense, I met him. We just didn't know we met. We hit.
Yeah, but...
that was the closest I got to Sylvester.
Mate, you tell the kids you were just out and about one day and bumped into Sylvester Stallone. No biggie. That's just...
Yeah.
That's just
you
what...
know what? I can't believe he didn't want my autograph. I didn't want his either.
Oh, I'm off him. I'm off him now.
So if you're watching this, Sly, if you're watching this, hey, just send me a shirt and I'll sign it.
Yeah. He's a big fan of the show, Stallone. Absolutely he's a big fan of the show. And you've missed out there, Sly. You're in the gun now, Sylvester. First of all, change your first name. Get it a bit stronger. Sly, I can deal with. But send a shirt. Atlanta, Georgia. Head it over.
Yeah.
My man Ron will sign it for you.
Yeah, I'll sign it. That's it.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad you didn't go with Ronald. I'm not going to lie. Like, you sound a lot more tougher being Ron Bath than Ronald Bath. That sounds like a very warm water bath.
My formal name is Ronald, but no, I go by Ron. You can't Ron.
Oh, I find it hilarious. Now, you weren't on the 500 series last year for WAL.
Yeah.
Are you going to be involved at all with WAL? Were you going to be involved in the 600 series? Do you want to be involved?
No, if I was, it would be a one-match deal. But no, I'm not. I'll promote the WAL. I'll support it. But what they're looking for and me aren't exactly what we're looking.
Yeah.
I just want to arm wrestle. I don't want to sign and go have to get permission. I'm having a good time just going off here, going off there, doing it. So I would love to pull a wall match, but it would be a one-match deal to sign. But that's not going to happen. They're looking for some a little more flair at the table. They're looking for charisma. They don't want some quiet old guy coming up in his, with his walker and just. I shouldn't say that. Todd Hutchings made me look bad.
Yeah, but you were injured. You got injured during that match.
There was a lot. There's a lot going on in that match. We're not going to go into. Todd was definitely the better man, no matter what I would say. There was just a whole lot of stuff that went on throughout that day and going on in my life at that time.
Yeah.
And when I hit him and he didn't move, it really just set my mind into a bad place. And then that's when I got stupid.
Yeah.
And I started pulling like this. When I went in the first round, my shoulder got real tight because the guys were rubbing my arm, and I said, no, my shoulder. My shoulder up here got just knotted in round one. Well, the second match, I stayed farther apart. And then when it blew, I got in here, and he was holding me, and as I tell people, the best scenario I can give you is my smart Ron was telling my redneck Ron, don't do it. My redneck Ron said, here, hold my beer, I'm going in. I was almost arguing with myself that don't, you're wrong, don't, back up, take the lot. And I just, no, forget this, I'm coming in. And then it blew. So, yeah. Next time I got to listen to the smart Ron.
Yeah. I like Redneck Ron. I like him. He needs to come out more, Redneck Ron.
There you go. Somebody's got to always hold your beer and go. You won't live life at all if you just sit there and hold your own beer. You got to hand it to somebody once in a while.
Absolutely. Roll the sleeves up and go fucking bang. Absolutely. What a shame though. Like, cause I don't know if I'm old-fashioned, but I still think you're a big draw, and I think the younger generation need to see you on WAL. They've got the biggest exposure at the moment. I think you need to be on their show for exhibition matches. You don't have to compete for a hammer or anything, but you absolutely need to be on there.
I'll be their doorkeeper. If you beat Ron Bath, you're heading on up to the next level.
All right, Ron, on the show, I like to do a couple of games.
Just pay me some good money.
Mate, if I could afford it, I'd get you back over to Australia in a heartbeat. Absolutely. Right, I'd like to play a couple of games on the show. Lighten the mood a bit. We can get a bit serious at times. This first one, I call it, you got to pin one, you got to lose to one, and you got to get rid of one. So they can't arm wrestle in any tournaments in the next 5 years or something like that. They can't get rid of them. So I'm gonna give you 3 names.
Okay.
John Brzenk, Johnny Walker, and Angie Rose.
You're trying to start something here. All right, what are the 3 answers again? Now you just blew my mind.
So you got to pin one, you got to lose to one, and you've got to tell one your arm wrestling career is done. And this is all 3 of them in their prime.
Well, I got to pin one. I'm going to pin John Brzenk.
You got to pin.
If I'm going to tell one that your arm wrestling career is over, he's already there. That's Johnny Walker. I got too much respect for him.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose to Andrew Rose.
That's all right, mate.
Andrew Rose or Andrew Rose?
No. Angie Rose, mate. I'm not dumb. I would have said Cobra if I was talking about Andrew Rhodes. I would have said Cobra. Come on, mate. I've done my homework.
Yeah.
Smart man. Hey, I'm a married man, and every time my wife helps me out and just mucks around on the table with me, I do not pin her. I'm not done. She's 5'2", 50 kilos, and I'm petrified of her. She pins me every time. So I thought that's the way the answers were gonna go, but I thought I could just stump you there. No, that's fantastic, mate. And for a man that really loves his partner, it's awesome to see whenever Angie's name gets brought up. It brings a smile to your face. So that's the old school romantic in me, man. I just love it when people are happy. And yeah, so it's awesome when they bring the name up and yeah, you get a bit of a smile and.
That's a curveball. That's a curveball on that one.
Yeah. I'll apologise off camera. Sorry, Ron. Sorry, Ron. All right, these next ones, I've got 11 questions for you. They're quick fire questions. No thinking. First thing that comes to your mind.
Blue.
He's already been on the show. Alrighty. Tournaments or super matches?
For me, tournaments.
Tournaments. Old. You are old school. That's awesome. King's move. Yes or no?
No.
No. Woo-hoo! Do you hold a grudge with your parents because they made you born around the same time as John Brzenk?
No.
What's your favorite company and your favorite country to pull in?
What was the first part of that?
The favorite company.
Favorite company?
Yeah, so like the Federation, Association, like Arm Wars, WAL, TAF, yeah.
Man, all of them.
Yeah, they've all looked after you?
Arm Wars, UAL.
Yeah, nice one. And favourite country?
Australia.
I love it when you lie.
Actually, I want to go back. I had a blast down there. That was fun.
Nice. Well, hopefully next time you come, you book 2 tickets, because I would definitely be a fan if you brought someone else with you. I'm not going to lie. I think that's
definitely
fantastic. Which loss? I mean, which loss hurts the most? Is there one that stands out? You're like, I shouldn't have lost that.
Oh, damn! Don't do that. Every one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. You're a competitor. Do you prefer baths or showers?
Depends. By myself, shower.
Oh, I love it. Which one felt better? Pinning John Brzenk for the first time or pinning Johnny Walker for the first time?
Oh, man. Well, I got a story with this one before we go to the next question.
Yeah.
Pinning John Brzenk. The thing is, the first time I pinned John Walker, I still took second place because John Brzenk was there. So I had to get revenge. Yeah, they both were big wins. But yeah, you gotta always go for the one that's trying to chase you. Or I was chasing him. He's younger, but I was chasing him. Johnny Walker was just an idol.
Ah, yeah. What? Like, I'll just pause on the questions for a moment. Like, John Brzenk is spoken so highly of. You know, he was like the champion for 25 years and things like that. What's he like?
John?
Yeah.
Initially, I thought he was quiet and self-reserved, but the more you get to know John, he's just a great guy. He's fun to be with. You have a good time. He's more like myself, a little more on the quieter side.
Yeah.
That I know of. Yeah. So never had a real problem with him, except he always wanted to beat me before I beat him. But the last years we had more fun pulling each other than the beginning. The beginning we both wanted to win. And the last years we probably took a few losses to each other.
Yeah.
Well, Zlotty, I took a fall. I didn't even want to try to pull him because we knew it would be a war and just set us up for another loss. So that's what we had sort of planned. Other than that, just go for it. But John's a good guy. I don't know what more I can say.
When was the first time you pinned him?
It would have been, was that 95 Nationals in Atlanta?
Wow.
Was it in Atlanta? I believe it was in Atlanta. Yeah, it was in Atlanta.
Man, pinning John Brzenk. Not many people can say that.
There again, it's a catch to that one too, because John is one. John will always, when he's confident that he can beat you, he'll let you go to your strength and he'll see if he can beat you out of it. And he let me, back then, I would shoulder roll, and he let me get way in deep. And it was just farther than he could. And the longer I held him, the more I'm going, damn, I ain't giving this shit up. But he came back and beat me easy the rest of the day. He still took first, but I got that one win. The one win, and this is why I say don't ever let somebody beat you if you don't think, because once they beat you, they know you're human.
Yeah, man. Not many people can say that.
That win took that little bit of an edge off where I knew John was beatable. You just had it's going to be a crapshoot when you might get it. So,
man, not many people can say they've pinned John Brzenk, and you've done it quite a few times. So that's unbelievable. All right, let's get back to the questions. Who's the most awkward puller? Like, you might beat them, or they just give you difficulty. They've got a bad hand set up for you. Who's the most awkward puller?
Oh, man. I don't think Crazy George was nuts to pull with, but I don't pull him in a tournament. Probably Travis Bateman. He just wants to play with your hand all the time, mess with you. So it's not really awkward. He's just going to mess with you.
Yes. Do you have a pet named Bubble?
A pet named Bubble? No. and for your health, I hope nobody starts calling me that.
I have. I'm not going to lie. I got two more questions, but I'll pause. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
When I first started, moving to the comedy aspect of videos and just having a bit of fun with it, because I didn't realize it was going to explode like this. I did get a few private messages saying, "Man, I hope Ron doesn't mind you throwing out the bubble when you call his matches. He's not going to like it," and things like that. And I'm just like, oh, look, if Ron even knows my name, I'll take one on the chin for him. Ron can pass his beer to someone and put one on my chin.
You just buy me a beer when I get down there.
Oh, man. You will. If next time you come to Australia and you're in Melbourne, you're not paying for a beer.
You owe me a beer for every time I'm called that name between now and when I get to Australia. That could be pretty expensive.
Babe, we've got to sell the house. I owe Ron a lot of money. I love you. So, breaking news on the Aussie arm wrestler, he's now divorced. No.
Yeah, join the club.
Two more to go. Do you call the arms the Bath plugs?
No.
And is your nickname the Thorn?
The Thorn? No.
Because every rose has got to have its thorn. That's all I'm just saying. He's left. Got him.
No, those are different nicknames.
I had to ask, mate. I don't think I could live with myself. I'm glad you found it funny. Alrighty, two more things before we wrap up, Ron. What I do at the end of every show is I get you to nominate someone to come on the show to see if we can get them on the show. So if you could nominate someone.
Who haven't you had on the show?
So far, I've had Ryan Bowen. I had Mike Aiello. I always shout out to Mike Aiello because technology stuffed up and the podcast didn't record. Tom Holland.
You have Matt Mass?
Sorry?
Matt Mass?
No, I haven't.
Have Matt. See, everything we're supposed to pull, get Matt on here.
Yes.
He needs a good laugh. Yep.
Beautiful. And my catchphrase is ready, bang! So I need your best impression of it.
Ready, bang!
Yes!
Really, I do that better with an arm wrestling table in front of me so I could slap it. Boom!
Yes!
I did that one time, and Karen Dean threatened me because she thought I was going to break her table.
You probably could with your tendons that are built like railway iron, I can only imagine. Ron, it has been an absolute pleasure to be able to speak to an arm wrestling living legend, an idol of mine. Mate, I'm so appreciative of you just coming on the show, helping me out. I cannot thank you enough, Ron, and I'm sure everyone that watches the podcast appreciates it too.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks. I mean, let's do it again sometime.
Oh.
When you run out of nominations, give me a call. You can put Angie on here too.
Yes, got that on film. I'll send that to her as well. Guys, if you can, Ron's not much of a social media, but if you're a booker and you're going to book some super matches or some tournaments and you want Ron on there, just pay the man what he's due. He's a living legend, 40 years in the sport. Give the man the money he deserves and then put a little bit extra on top of that. Give him some tax because he absolutely deserves it. Ron, thank you so much for being on the show.
My pleasure again. Thank you.
Thanks for watching, you absolute legends. And don't forget to like, share, subscribe, tell all your mates, and ready, bang! Ready, bang! The button has been smashed. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ready Bang, the #1 arm wrestling podcast in the world. I am your host, the Aussie Arm Wrestler, and always I am the 2019 third place amateur left-hand champion. That's just what I do. But speaking of champions, I've got this jolly giant on the show. He is all class at a state level and national level and international level. This guy is a world champion. He arguably could be the super heavyweight hammer holder. It depends who you have a chat to. This guy loves to wag his tongue and lick his lips like an exhausted dog. I call him Lickety Lips. You know him as Big Daddy Jerry Cadorette. Jerry, welcome to the show.
What's up, my man? How you guys doing?
We are doing fantastic over here. And as always, I will have a beer with every one of my guests. Because I'm too excited as an arm wrestling fan. Too excited, Jerry, that you've come on the
Absolutely.
show. How are things
Thanks for
going
having
where
me.
you are?
Can't complain. You know, we've been dealing with the rest of what everyone else is dealing with, this pandemic and whatnot. And the biggest downfall, I think, is missing out on so many arm wrestling meets, you know, itching to get back.
Oh, it's just getting a bit out of control now. We all thought when the calendar ticked over to 2021, we thought, beauty, we are on. The 600 series can come back and people can start pinning each other. Some little tournaments happening over in America, but we are definitely missing the tugboat. Jerry Cadorette on the table breaking people's wrists, that's for sure. Here in Melbourne, we've just entered a 5-day lockdown, so that's cancelled any arm wrestling for a while because it's going to go more than 5 days, but hopefully it doesn't ruin too much. Look, I've got to ask straight away, why do you lick your lips and wag your tongue during tough matches? That is the number one question on everyone's mind.
I can assure you, I don't go into it thinking, oh, let me make sure I stick my tongue out 55 times, you know? I think it's just a inherent way that I am breathing, because I would much prefer my match to be over in, just a couple seconds. But when I get into those long battles, it's tough, right? I mean, if you're a competitor and you get in there, and, the majority of our matches are done quickly, so you get into one of those wars, and I don't know if you can see or not, but I get up to that table, it's bone dry. By the time I get done, it's soaking wet with my sweat, I weigh in at 3:30 before the tournament. I'm 3:25 when I'm done.
Oh, yeah, it's, you are absolutely sweating buckets. Sometimes I think you quickly duck out for a smoke or something in between rounds and it's raining. I know what it's like, and you're absolutely saturated in sweat. I get it. It's hilarious, some of the subconscious things we do. Jordan used to stick out his tongue before he dunked the ball and things like that, and Jerry just wags the tongue. He just wags the tongue. It's unbelievable. Now, speaking
I like that analogy.
Sorry?
I like that analogy. Compare me to Jordan. I am to arm wrestling what Jordan was to basketball.
You're getting very close. I tell you what. Speaking of people that are big, what's your take at the moment? So far in the arm wrestling world, everyone is talking about the Monster Michael Todd versus Levan. What's your take on it all? Do you think this match will actually happen? Give us the Jerry side of things.
Well, I've talked to Mike, and Mike does want to go against him. He's just not going to do it for free, So he thinks that he's got a good shot, and I think so too, based on watching Levan. I mean, I called Levan out, and when we chatted, and I told him I'd put up any one of my cars against whatever car he had, and he I don't know if he thought I was joking or what, but and maybe he was just leery to take the hook and the bait, but I would love to go against him, and I know Michael would too, and I mean, Michael's got the upper hand on me right now because he got the win because of a strap foul. But other than that, just either one of us going against him would be great because I know the world wants to see it. It's, the West versus the East or whatever you want to call it. It's the battle of the Titans. And I want to make it happen. It's just, it sucks being part of such an awesome sport. And then it feels like there's a great wall that divides everyone, because I mean, I love traveling around the world and competing against other people because to me that's what makes the sport fun. It's the competitors, it's the spectators, it's the fans, and having no limitations is what I love about arm wrestling. We can go anywhere, and your best friends off the table, and you have friends all throughout the country, and it opens up I open up my house to arm wrestlers. They open up theirs to me, and I think it's the best sport in the world. But that Levan is he looks like a freak of nature. Like he might have grew up too close to Chernobyl or something, with Dennis Saplinkoff. And I want to feel how strong he is.
Oh, absolutely! I can't believe you've called him out and gone car for car. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I took the camera when we were doing the video chatters with Neil Pickup, and I like cars, right? And I was a car dealer for a long time, and so I was like, you can take your pick. I got 4 in the driveway right now. I says whichever one you want, and I got a Corvette Z06 convertible, the Mercedes. They got the Audi S8 and the Escalade. Right, so I said whichever one you want, and he's like, oh, that's funny, and I wasn't joking.
Oh, well, I need to go back and check out this footage of you calling out and offering cars, and just touching on that when I like to do the research for these shows. Guys, if you get a chance, all you just got to type in is Jerry Cadorette in your Google machine. And it comes up a lot with Jerry at his work at car dealerships. And just seeing you with a nice collared shirt, long sleeve, all tucked in. It's hilarious. And you've got to double check, like, because we understand, because, you know, it's very hard to make arm wrestling full time. You've been a world champion 3 times, which we'll get into, but it's quite hilarious. It's like, here's this big dude that's breaking people's wrists on the table, and then, you know, at a flick of a hat, you're in this tucked in shirt, and you got your nice little collar and things like that. You packed lunch, and it's just like, oh, it's hilarious. Guys, go check it out. But I want to find out more about this challenging offering the car. I will definitely check out the footage after this.
Yeah.
Now, back in 96, 98, and 2000, mate, world champion. World champion. Like, how does that feel when, because early on, you know, you're a football star in your own right, a track and field star. You have been always involved in sports. You're heavily involved watching your children play and things like that. So how does it feel when you get into a sport and you're like, right, this is my thing, and you become world champion?
I think you can attribute it to, like, I'm super competitive, right? And I loved football. Football got me into college. Football was a way of life for me. And, you know, I was eat, sleep, and drink football. And then, unfortunately, you know, after college, I thought I was going to, you know, be on the, you know, the NFL, of course, right? Like everyone else thought. And, yeah, it was called the not for long for me, right? But I ended up, I got hurt playing. And so, you know, you got to hang up the football cleats, but that doesn't take away the competitiveness inside you. So what it did was it just pushed me from football to focus on arm wrestling, which I'd already been doing since high school. Yeah. And, you know, I loved arm wrestling. It was awesome, you know, and back in the day, it was, you know, you had to wait for a piece of mail to come into your house, or the Armbender magazine to figure out where the next arm wrestling meet was going to be. Unlike today, you know, I mean, I'm showing my age now, right? Because it was pre-internet. And
kids, you got to understand, there was a life before the internet. I'm with you there, Jerry, where you waited for the monthly magazine to come out and you quickly run to the shops to get it, or you're getting it delivered to your house. Kids, we had to wait for these things. We couldn't just go on the internet and go, oh, when's the next arm wrestling tournament? You guys have got it lucky these days. That is hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely. I equate today's society to the microwave remote control society. You know, it's like this, bing bang, right? And we had to wait to find out, you know, there was an amazing match. You had to grab a phone that was attached to a wall with a wire, and you had to dial the number like this, right? I told my kids now, if I ever put one of those phones in the house, they wouldn't even know how to use it, right? They'd be like, what's this? You know, but I don't know. It's kind of funny. But so I got drawn back into arm wrestling and said I wanted to, you know, be the best at it. And then back in the day when I was young, the Yukon Jack was huge, and they were having tons of tournaments. So it was just a matter of finding the next one of them, go to that one, go to the local qualifier, win that qualifier, go to the regional qualifier, win the regional qualifier, then go to the championship, wherever that was. And you know, I was good even when I was young. And I was inexperienced, but I'm going up against, you know, John Brzenk, Gary Goodrich, Cleve Dean, you know, Ron Bath. And you're going up against these household names when they're at their prime. And, you know, and I'm just some, you know, ginger-headed looking, you know, who the hell is this, right? And so I'm going over there as a nobody, and then next thing you know, you start beating them, and they're like, whoa, what's this? And, you know, it was kind of cool, you know? And so immediately, I immediately fell in love and wanted to be the top guy. And it was, you know, the Yukon Jack, I finished the first year I did it, I finished 4th. The second year was 3rd. The third year was 2nd. And then the last year I was like, oh, obviously it's my turn to win. And that's when it stopped, right? So I was pissed. But so it switched gears and went to the World Championship in '96. And I won. And which is pretty cool. I'd won the nationals every year I had went for like a 10-year stretch. And the years I decided to go to the World Championship, the first one was 1996. And I still have that trophy right over on my wall over there. I saved it because it's the first World Championship, it's pretty sick.
So you should. You've won a World Championship. You've won 3 of them. Of course you should be keeping the trophy. Didn't you hear my introduction, Jerry? I got third place.
I was a little jealous.
80 to 95 kilo. Third place. And I keep that one.
I'm kind of jealous.
This is the most sought after trophy in arm wrestling. I have been challenged by Todd Hutchings, Michael Todd, Paul Lynn. I've been challenged so much for this trophy, but you know, Jerry, you did it for 10 years. You know, when you're the best in the world, people come after you, and world champion, place left arm amateur, you know, they're roughly on the same, roughly equal. You know, we'll agree.
Better be careful. That target's going to get put right on your back.
but that is so cool. So out of the 3 world championships, is there a favorite? Is there one that just
it's always got to be the first one.
The first one.
It's got to be the first one, you know, because the first one's where you broke the ice. And I remember it like it was yesterday, you know, and it's I guess the easiest way to describe it is you're going there wanting something so bad, and you set the target, you set the bullseye on that championship. And when we were there, you know, in 1996, I was fortunate. It was in the United States. It was in Virginia Beach, right? So I didn't have to travel that far. Really? And being part of Team USA, I was, you know, super excited. You know, you're down there, and I weighed in at 242 on the button, right? And so went right to Wendy's after I weighed in, right? Because I didn't eat at all. I had dieted down. I was like, I ran around, walking weight was about 260. So I had to drop 18 pounds to make sure I made it into there. And sucked, eating chicken and rice, nothing else, right? So I'm like, after that, I was like, frig that, I give that shit up, right? But
that weight sucks.
Yeah. So I go weigh in. I had to get right down to the underwear, weigh in, boom. As soon as I weighed in, I couldn't get out of that weight room quick enough. I weighed in at 110.0. I was like, perfect. Boom, right across the street to Wendy's. I was like, give me a triple cheeseburger, give me a large fry, give me a Frosty. I'm going to eat this shit. Like, blah, 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 blah. As I'm eating it, I eat about maybe half of it, and I felt full, right? Oh, yeah. And I'm like, what? I'm like, something's broke. Right? But I'll tell you the other part of it is the World Championship where they spread it out all week. You're weighing in on like Sunday. I'm not going to compete until Wednesday. I was probably back to 255 by Wednesday, you know? So
they gave you that long.
Yeah, 3 days. And so I was surely not 242 anymore. And no holding back on the eating or fluids or anything. But going into it, I was sure that the United States was going to do a clean sweep. We were going to crush everyone. And thought we were going to, you know, come out, you know, whatever. If there was 15 classes, I was thinking we're going to come out with at least 12 first place. Yeah. And the only people that took first place was me and Bill Brzenk. And he had a war against the Georgian. And it was an awesome battle. But John's brother, Bill. Yeah. And so I was amazed that we were the only 2 right-handed first place. It was in awe because that's the first time in 1996 when I saw such an array of talent come into one venue, you know? So you're just like, wow, that's crazy. But I'll tell you, the after pulling was way better than the meet. Oh, yeah. And I was arm wrestling everyone. Me and Cobra Rhodes were just going through trying to, like, let's go after all the Russians, right? And we're like, let's go, boom, 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 boom. And fun times, you know? I mean, it's just, like I told you, the community is the best, right? I mean, you don't go to any other sports venue. You know, you don't go to I don't care, a football game. You're not playing football after the game, right? No. You don't go to a boxing match. You're not fighting after the boxing match. Yeah. No. not without getting arrested.
Everyone loves the after pool. Everyone, sometimes a lot of people are just turning up and they don't even really want to compete in the tournament. They just want to hang out at the tables afterwards with everyone. We do get quite spoiled in the arm wrestling community. I mean, the world champions give up a lot of their time and things like that. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable stuff. So then, how does a world champion go? I always find reality funny. So you've just gone, you're a world champion, and you come back home, and like your kids give you grief, and your wife tells you to take out the garbage, put the bins out. Do you just ever mumble to yourself like, oh damn, like I'm a world champion, I shouldn't be putting the bins out?
Only every day. No, I'm just kidding. Right? But no, I don't know. I look at it like arm wrestling for me is a passion, and I'm fortunate enough to be, pretty good at it, and I'm able to do something that I love. And I mean, look at how it's been. It's been not a way to so much make money, because it costs us money. Every competitor spends a ton amount of money every year, and people visualize this as like, oh my God, you must make so much money from it. I'm almost embarrassed at times when I'm like, oh no, I won the world championship, and they're like, oh my God, how much did you win? Did you win hundreds of thousands of dollars? I was like, no, but I made hundreds of thousands of friends. But it is what it is. It's something we do because we love it, and that's you can't take that away from the sport. I wouldn't replace it with anything.
Oh, absolutely. And you've gone on and won so many titles, but there's one title that you won, and I think it's cool only just because of the name of it. You won the King of the Big Apple Grapple.
Yeah, that was cool. What was it? It was Jeans. He ran that meet, and another one was.
I just love seeing all these weird names to try and make their tournaments stand out. And when I was going through all your lists of achievements, and I came up with the King of the Big Apple Grapple, I was just like, man, how do people come up with?
Do you know where that meet was? Did you see when that meet was?
I didn't write it down. No.
Yeah, I know I have the trophy right over here too. It's so weird. It's the same year that the Twin Towers got knocked down, right?
2001.
And it was in the Twin Towers. It was on the top floor.
No.
Yeah, it's super weird. That's why I saved the trophy. I don't save a lot of trophies, but I saved that one.
Wow.
So
super
2001,
crazy. That unfortunate incident happened, and you were there on the top floor that same year. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. That's kind of a bit of a scary thought when that happens. Imagine, we don't want to go into what ifs, but wow, there you go, Run. That is a very interesting stat. That's something you don't hear much. That's my wife and I went there for our honeymoon, and we saw the aftermath a few years ago and how they've dressed it up now in New York. But wow. Wow, that's very interesting. But speaking of interesting, I want to you mentioned that you're a football star, college, didn't quite get where you wanted to as a football star. But I think what people don't really understand about you, Jerry, is you had an injury and you weren't able to feel your foot. You hurt your back. So, and Jerry's got to explain it in detail. He's hurt his back. He's had back injury, and he had 4 years off. You got to understand, Jerry was a superstar, and he's had to have 4 years off. This will break anyone. When you're at your top of your game at anything and something puts you out, if you sit there and think about it and go, you hurt yourself today, and you can't do anything till 2025. And wait, we all thought missing out on 1 year was bad. This bad dude here missed out on 4 years. Jerry, tell us what happened.
Well, it was a football injury, and I had chipped a piece of my vertebrae in my back. And when it chipped and it went through it's like a little, they call it like a jelly donut, like the L1, L2, L3, L4, all the way up, right? So it went through the lumbar support, and when it went through there, it lodged up against my sciatic nerve. And so I was in denial that there was a problem. I just started feeling more and more pain every day. I couldn't bend over. I couldn't touch my toes. I couldn't feel anything. And then it got so bad, I couldn't even put my socks on, and just couldn't reach. And, I have a high pain tolerance, so I kept telling myself, it'll go away, and it just progressively got worse and worse. And then, my family told me I had to go to the doctor, so I went to the doctor, and then, the thing that looks like a stirrup on the back of a cowboy boot? It's like a spike, around spikes. So he runs it up and down my foot, and I don't feel anything, right? So I'm like, okay. He goes, that's horrible, right? And I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, you don't feel this? I'm like, no. He goes, all right, take off your other sock. I'm like, hey, listen, ass. I said, you know how hard it is for me to get down to my foot? I'm like, why don't you take it off, right? So I'm like, all right, fine. I thought he wanted to watch me struggle again because I'm trying to bend over, and I'm like, good God, right? I was like, this guy loves to see big guys struggle. So I take off my other sock, and then he just touches it to the bottom of my foot. I was like, whoa, that hurt like a son of a bitch. He goes, yeah, that's kind of the reaction I was looking for on the other foot. I'm like, oh, shit, right? He goes, yeah. He goes, we're going to have to, they sent me right in to get an MRI, x-rays, everything. And they found it. And he goes, we can do the surgery. He goes, but you're gonna be laid up for a while. And because then they had to fuse them together. And so I says, okay. He goes, do you want to go get a second opinion? I was like, hell no, let's do this now. He said, the longer we wait, the more chance I have of not coming back to 100%. So I opted for the surgery right away. I went in for the surgery. I was laid up for a little bit. And then, again, it just was slowly progressing to get back to normal, right? And what someone's version of normal is. I mean, my mobility was rigged up. Everything was all messed up. Like, I couldn't touch my toes. It was like you took something that used to be able to bend, and now you made it so, like, okay, now it bends to here. Before you could have bent to here. And so it sucked. And then I was out of it, and I was okay with giving it up, knowing that it was, because of health and because of whatever. And it's easy to start to become lazy, I think, right? Because I had given up going to the gym, and it just got into a regular routine of I was with family and work. And I'd taken all the other stuff out of my life, all out of the equation. And it wasn't until, Travis started getting phenomenally, good and winning everything. And then a friend of mine was at the meet, and the rumors and bullshit started flying. And Travis was beating on people pretty good. He had like Tim Brzenk over near the pad, and he was telling him to go at the national championship too for first place. And he tells him, you got to love Travis, right? But so he's got him down, and he says to Tim, he goes, tell me I'm the greatest. Tell me I'm the greatest, right? Then Tim's trying to pin himself, and Travis just holding him there, and then pins him for the win. And then Alan, a friend of mine, goes, you're the only number one because Jerry's not in it anymore. And anyone's going to throw anything at Travis at that point just to try to bring him down a notch. I mean, he's so high in the sky, you could barely see him. And then ended up, Travis was like, Jerry in his prime couldn't beat me. And then it all got reignited. That flame came back, and I was driven to F him. I'm going to show him. He's sitting in my seat, right? That's my seat, bitch, right? And then so we ended up, we put up a bet, and then progressed to what I think till today is still the most expensive one match that two people ever put up, because that was real money, real cash that was involved in that meet. That was for $15,000, so blood, sweat, tears, everything went into that match. Nothing was left behind there.
Was there a point where you just thought you weren't going to come back, like during your 4 years off? Was there ever something in the back of your mind when I'm done?
I never wanted to plan for failure. I was accepting it, and accepting it in a sense of letting other things occupy my time, like my kids, my work, just your day-to-day life. People have lives outside of the sport. And then it started to consume me, right? My focus was on buying properties. I was buying multifamily homes and trying to, set a nice, stable, way of life for me. And, like I said, it was in the rearview mirror, and I wasn't paying attention to it. But, it was always still in me. Like, I always wanted to know who was doing well, who was doing this, who was doing that. And then, avoiding, okay, geez, I would walk by the weights every day to get into my house. I just never picked them up, right? So I felt like I was doing it. But I would mess around with some of my friends that would come over the house because, I've got 2 arm wrestling tables, and, you would just play around with them, but just for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Just for screwing around, making it fun. But that'd be like arm wrestling my kid.
Got that hunger back, and thank you, Travis Bajan, for baiting the Big Daddy and getting him back in and getting that world champion back where he belongs on the top. Now, speaking of injuries and things like that, an interesting stat with you, Jerry. During your arm wrestling career, I believe that during competitions, you've had 3 arm breaks on the other side of the table whilst you're competing. Yeah. We've all been at events where we've seen an arm break. My very first, I've only ever seen one. It was my very first event. I'd never trained or anything, and I turned up and there was an arm break. That's the only one I've ever seen in my 2-3 years of training and being in the sport. What's it actually like being the other guy and you're pulling and then something just goes snap on the other side of the table? What's that like?
It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. I still remember each one, and I remember the very first one because that's the answer, right? Because the first time it happens, you always wonder what's it feel like, and then you find out, right? And it's absolutely, you can't feel any worse, right? Because you're going up against someone, and for me, it was the dude that was going against me that tried to hit into me as I was bringing him down. So he went the wrong way, right? So you figure the top of your shoulder is telling your body to go this way, and then the bottom of your arm is being pushed the other way, right? So this bone is the one that the tops get twisted this way, the bottom get twisted the other way. Too much pressure, and then it's a spiral break. But to give you a sense of what it feels like is this might be an old analogy, right? Some of the younger generation might not know this, but when you have a standard shift car, right? If the battery died, you got to push start that thing, right? Just picture you're pushing it, pop the clutch, and then when they pop the clutch and it takes off, you just go. Yeah. That was like the closest analogy I could come up with, because you go from all this pressure to none at all, just like bam, and it just flaps down, and then it takes the guy a second to realize, was that me? Oh shit, that was me. That's my arm. Okay, and I'm on the other side, and I'm like, oh my god, just like you'd have to be not human to not feel horrible about what just happened, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my god, right? Yeah. And it's usually, you're in shock too, right? But not as much as the other guy. But one time it happened, the first time it happened, it was at a Battle of the Biceps in New Jersey. Steve Stanaway is the ref, and it's literally for the championship. And we had all kinds of great arm wrestlers there, a great venue. And the guy that worked his way up through the losers bracket to come back at me, I'd already beat him once. So I was going to go kind of easy on him, right? So I knew, I was like, okay, and then I'm going to go in the overall, and I got to go against a ton of other great people. Dave Patton was there, Cobra was there, everyone was there. Now, the younger generation probably doesn't remember these people, but so I'm going to bring him down nice and slow and easy, and he thinks, oh my God, I think I'm stopping him. So I guess it's partially my fault. Steve Stanaway's looking at me, he's like, Jerry, what are you doing? I said, just going easy. Right? And boom, as I bring him down, then the other guy tries to hit back and snap, breaks his arm, and his arm goes flop down to the pad. I was like, oh, man, I should have just pinned him real quick. So that sucked.
Look at that.
Another one. Another one happened down the Cape. You're outside. I'm like, oh my God. It's horrible times.
Oh, that's.
I always feel bad.
It is horrible, but when you hear the stories and you know the other person's okay, it's actually quite hilarious. We were down at a national championship, and I remember it was Christian Binney, and really good left-handed arm wrestler, and he gets his arm broke, right? And it was Washington D.C., I believe, and he leaves. Well, we all felt horrible. He leaves. He goes to the hospital, gets put in a cast, comes back to the meet before the championships were going on, and he's showing everyone his x-rays. Look at this, look at the break. Right? I'm like this. Oh my God, this guy's nuts. Right? I'm like, yeah, poor dude, but at least he's a true competitor. I mean, he came right back and did it. That's a cool Christian Binney story. That's a very cool story. Yeah, he comes back with the x-ray after breaking his arm. Oh, what a champion. I'll definitely keep that in my notes if I ever get Christian on the show. Now, you're wearing your WAL shirt, and I can't have Jerry on the show unless we talk about the WAL. Now, you have had, let's just go straight into it. You have had two of the best battles of all time. In the 500... in the 400 series, you had that 7-minute marathon with your good buddy Michael Todd. And then, of course, the year after in the 500 series in the championship round, you had that weird strap incident. So we're going to talk about both. So first of all, in the 400 series, what's it like? I mean, I'm a garbage arm wrestler. So I don't even have 7-minute, training things. I get pinned so easily, but just love it. But what's it like when you're going against the best in the world? Two of the best, and you're there. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. What's that like? What goes through the mind, during the match, after the match? What goes through the mind?
I mean, again, that's not something you said, geez, let's see if we can take this one and make it 7 minutes long, And, I mean, that's another one where if you were watching it, it was like I sweated about this much water on the table, right? And then as we're going, I'm like, I don't have to last forever. We don't have to last forever. I just got to last one more second than him, 1 second longer than Michael. I mean, to say 7 minutes, most people, 7 minutes is a long time, right? 7 minutes. I don't last 7 minutes in bed, right? So 7 minutes, I'm like, holy shit, right? The power that I lost in that match, if we had to go one more time after that, I would have been like, oh my God. But we did have to go again because I had to win that 7 minute match to get a restart, right? If you watch it, I had a foul. So that's the longest time ever in your life for nothing, right? I mean, for nothing, right? So you're like, oh, yeah, I did that whole match and, I got a restart out of it. You're like, oh, that's awesome. No, it wasn't awesome, right? But, at the end of the day, I won that tournament. So, it was worth it. And, I mean, if I had lost that tournament, I probably would have made sure I found Michael Todd and beat him with a bat.
It's unbelievable. And if you arm wrestling fans out there have been living under a rock and have not seen this match, it's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable feat of strength the way these two go about it. Just in 7 minutes, 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Or something like that. And like you said, not only I don't last that long in bed either, I've got up, had a shower, and I've already started making my wife breakfast to apologise. So, that's 7 minutes is a long time. Is a long time. And then you roll over to the next year. You get the hammer shot, set the mood, championship round. And you go back, and it's another 4 or 5 minute battle. But then the strap starts coming undone, and I think you're just touching tips or something like that. You're just touching fingers, and the whole controversy happens at the end. How do you think that went? So Actually, let's start off. So many questions going about this. What were you thinking when, because you've been arm wrestling for so long, and the strap has been such the thing that keeps everything together, and suddenly you two are that strong that the strap's coming undone. What were you thinking, if you were thinking, when the strap was coming undone?
I was thinking I needed to end this as it got looser and looser, and you could see our hands start to get further and further apart, right? And I mean, Michael's whole thing was he kept moving his hand, trying to inch it up. It was like he knew the strap was opening, right? And it got to the point where no one could have won, right? When the strap was at its, when I tried to get my hand out of it completely, we were here, right? So if he come over this way, there's no way my hand would have touched the pad with his hand here. And if I'm pushing down here, there's no way his hand's going to touch the pad. My hand's going to go below the pad. So what are we doing? It's a strap failure. It should have been a stop the match, restart. It was an equipment failure, right? So I literally got there and then figured I had the running foul. So I was just going to, I was willing to take the foul, right, and lift my elbow up to get the restart. But when I did it, I figured Bart would just, okay, give me the foul and I'll take the restart. I'm man enough to get the restart, right? And I'll take the foul because I'm going to end it real quick on the next start because I had a little bit left in the gas tank and I didn't want to waste it on a match that the equipment already broke and that no one could win, right? And I felt like Michael didn't have anything left. Yeah. And then ended up Bart didn't call the foul right away. He called the foul and then told me to put my elbow back down. I mean, is he out of his fucking mind? Right? I'm not going to put my elbow. I did it on purpose, right? I lifted my elbow up so we could get the restart, not so I could just, oh, by the way, now it'll be for a foul too. I wanted to end the shit, right? So I was super disappointed. And, and then Mike, obviously, he was like, not going to even try to go again, right? He's like, no, that was 2 fouls. He's all done, right? And then I was just like, what? I'm like, come on. I was like, I don't want to win. It's for the hammer. And then he equated it to the year before when we were in Cleveland because one of the matches I won on fouls. But they were real fouls. They weren't, I fouled on purpose with a broken strap. I mean, there's no matter what you can say, you can't tie that into anything else. Yeah. That match, okay, I should have just let my hand go back and then it wouldn't have been able to be touched. And then what? Then they're going to call it? I mean, the good news is they changed the rules after the match, right? So now if the strap fails, it's a stop and a restart. But whatever, it's a live and learn. I mean, I know in my mind that I was better that day and, I had the wins and I was going to win. So it sucks that I don't have the hammer, but, I don't care about the money. I care about the hammer and the fame, so it's, I don't know. It was a tough pill to swallow.
Do you feel that you're the WAL super heavyweight champion?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I pinned him more than he pinned me. I'm the only guy that's pinned him, right, and beat him in WAL. And so I know, deep down I know, when that match happens again, it's going to go the other way, right? And it's inevitable, right? I mean, my drive to win is too high, and I'm not in it to lose. I'm in it to win it. And, I got so pissed after taking that loss because of a strap failure that, in my head it's just programmed that, listen, revenge. And they always say that revenge is a dish better served cold. So we'll see, so.
Ooh. So then the 600 series was almost started last year. Obviously, you were going to be booked. Obviously, everyone wants to watch Jerry.
Twice.
You're on the contract. Do you have to go back in line and pin someone to then get another shot at the hammer, or were there talks going, well, it was, you can be first in line due to what happened in the 500 series?
I think depending on who you talk to, it was set up where we were assured we would be getting our rematch, and then it was set up where They wanted me to let Devin go against him and me take the winner. I told them, because then they wanted me to go against someone from overseas. They were going to try to bring in to go against me. So, it went both ways. And then they said, "Don't worry, we promise it's going to happen." And I said, it's definitely going to happen. I don't care who I have to run over in the process to do it. I feel bad for whoever they put on that table to go against me, because it's seriously, it's just, like if the train's on the tracks and it's going to its destination, it's full, no one's going to stop that train from getting there.
Guys, listen, hear it in Jerry's voice as a competitor growing up in sport. Jerry's voice has just changed when he's talking about getting that hammer back, and everyone knows I'm a Michael Todd fan as well. But I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried for Michael Todd. I was very confident that he could beat Levan, but now, just listening to you, Jerry, I think you've persuaded me that Levan just may be number 3 now. Because the way that you're talking and the drive and when we were messaging and things like that, there's something about this, Jerry. You've won me over. You've won me over, this competitive drive, and you've done it in multi-sports, and you feel that, and we're all watching Michael Todd grow socially, his YouTube and everything, growing and training with Larry Wheels, and it's fantastic to watch. So we're seeing him get big and strong and things like that, and you're still sitting there saying, doesn't matter, I will pin him. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I only can tell you what I feel, right? And I feel super good that I don't care which version of Michael Todd comes in. That's the version that's going to get beat, right? And I've gone against him so many times in our career, and I took a loss to him, like a legit loss, at the UAL championship, right? I was defending champion of the UAL. I was the reigning champ each year for the UAL, and that's where I beat John Brzenk in 2010 for the championship to take the first UAL world champ, and then I won it every year forward. And then me and Michael, we got set up to go against each other, and I'd already beat Michael a few times before that, but then at that championship, he got the win, and he took the title from me. I had gotten a severe car accident on the way to the meet. You can look it up online, but I turned an accurate MDX into an RDX. Bam, squish that thing, right? And so I made the decision to get on the plane anyway, right? The ambulances came, the fire trucks, the state police. There was a 5-car pileup on the highway on the way to the airport. And I called up, Robert Drink, who was the promoter, and I said, "Listen, I just got in a bad car accident, and the airbags had burnt both my arms, because when you're holding onto the steering wheel, it's like they deployed, and then so both arms got burnt. My head hit the windshield, even still with the airbags, and so I was leery about going, but I said, fuck it, I'm gonna go. I said, Robert, here's the deal, just get me a couple Vicodin, I should be fine, right? So I showed up. He got me a couple Vicodin. I competed, but Vicodin made me a little bit slower, I guess, whatever. But so I took the loss, right? But they were 3-minute matches, right? And it sat so uneasy with me. Like I couldn't wait to go against him again. And it didn't happen until WAL. So I made sure at WAL the outcome was going my way. And, I won. And then now here we were last year, and it sucks, And here I am, friggin' COVID wants to make me, taste that bullshit call for the longest time, right? It's like, oh my God.
It's killing everything. But yeah, it's awesome hearing those backstories, like to just go in a car crash and just go, I'm still going to compete. Yeah, go on. Thanks, Doc. Thank you. Thanks, mate. Yeah, and still have big, bad battles. That's unbelievable. Man, just, like, I was a huge Jerry fan, but now this is just unbelievable. I mean, growing up in all the sports I love, you love seeing that movie. Now I'm picturing you in a movie and the car crash is happening. You're dragging your leg to the airport, and we got to Hollywood it up. But that's so cool. That is so cool. Now I couldn't be a fan and an arm wrestling enthusiast and things like that if I didn't ask. When did the evolution of the flop press happen? When did you think, because you're the only one that really does it, and you do it very well. When was the evolution you went, this is my move?
Well, as you'll notice, I resort to that. I have that weapon in my arsenal. I would prefer for people just to turn and go, bone to bone, so I can do a shoulder press and pin. But as I go to dive in, if their first move is straight back, my momentum is going too quick. So I give up the wrist, right, to go back, as long as I can still hook the fingers, and then try to press down, because I feel that momentum for me is super strong, and it's enabling me to put my shoulder behind. So when I was coming home from college during the summers, I had what was, I claimed to be one of the worst jobs in the world, right? And carrying concrete forms, right? And walking down these muddy-ass trenches, these big holes, tripping over rocks and boulders and loose sand and all this bullshit, right? And they're telling me, oh, you're a big dude, carry 2 at a time. So I'm like, everyone else is carrying 1 at a time, right? But I'm the college guy that, is the big guy that they're going to treat like a bitch, right? So I go to the truck, and I'm trying to grab 2 just to show off. So you're carrying them, and the way you carry the concrete form is in your hand, right? So I'm carrying it like this, and I'm carrying them down, looking like an idiot. And and you truck them over there. So that's how, I can equate that is the same feeling that you have, because as you're carrying a concrete form, if you're like this, right, that's the same motion that your hands in. So I don't know, I guess I should thank concrete forms for building that strength up for me.
Well, there you go. So everyone out there, if you're wanting to get into a press, which I actually am, because I got really bad hips. My hips are shot at my age. So I'm looking to get in the press. Concrete forms. Yeah. That's how it's done. Now, for those that don't have any concrete forms, what would be your number one training aspect to get better in press? People love hearing about training. What's the number one? If you only had to pick one exercise to get stronger in a press, what would it be?
I think you got to focus on triceps, right? And for me, that move is a lot of my tricep, because I'm down this way. It's a combination, but I think if you were to really say, okay, let me fixate on one portion of it, the tricep is something that I've worked harder, and it's paid off, right? I mean, I'm a big bench guy, and then triceps I tend to favor the most. And some of the shit that I do for triceps is, I don't know, it's weird, right? Like I made it up, right? And said, okay, this seems to work. I'm going to run with it, right? And but the other thing I do is do pull-ups with my fingertips. Yeah. On wood, right? So if I do it with just my fingertips, in my mind, and again, it's all in your own head. Your body's going to do whatever your mind tells it to do. So I will grab with the fingertips, no thumb, just the fingertips, and do my pull-ups and hold at 90 degrees. In my mind, that's the same position that I'm in, because I've got so much pressure on my fingertips, right? When I'm doing the press, right? That my fingertips, when I'm doing the pull-ups, and I'm at 90-degree angle. So you figure if you're doing a 90-degree angle pull-up like this, right? And you're trying to hold it. I'm not a little skinny guy, So it builds up the strength. It's like, oh, you're either going to do it or you're going to fall. I choose to do it, right? And
there you are, kids. That is how you get strong at a flop press. I will certainly be taking that on board. Now, I always love to play a game when my guests come on the show. It's my favourite game to play with people. Gets their mind boggling and choosing between friends. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the name of 3 pullers, And out of those 3 pullers, you have to decide who you're going to pin, who you're going to lose to, and then who you're going to tell your 2021 season is over. You're not allowed to pull anymore. All right, you ready? So I'm going to give you Dave Chafee, who was the last guest on the show. Dave Chafee, Levan, Monster Michael Todd.
Okay, well, you know I'm not losing to Levan, so I'm pinning Levan, right? And then, damn, you suck, huh? So I will take the loss to Dave.
Oh!
And I'll take the loss to Dave. I'm not losing any more to Mike. And then I'll tell Mike the season's over.
Oh, he's just told the super heavyweight champion of the world that your 2021 year is done. Hand the hammer
He's sitting in
over.
my seat. Remember, he's sitting in my seat, right? You know that, right? I mean...
He's keeping it warm for you. So there you go. That's a recap. He's pinning Levan. He's going to take the loss to Dave. And he's telling the super heavyweight champion of the world, get out of my seat. Your 2021 season is done. That is the best. Now, before we wrap up and everything, I'm going to fire some questions at you, Jerry. I'm going to fire them out at you. Don't think, just answer. Okay, are you ready?
Gotcha.
Do you prefer super matches or tournaments?
Super match.
Yeah, nice one. A lot of people say tournaments, and it always throws me off. I'm glad you're honest. Super matches are way better.
The reason I would say super match is because if you throw a tournament out there, and now you put, say, me and Michael on the same side of the bracket, we have a 3-minute war, right? Now we're worn out, so we proved who was better between the two of us. The other side of the bracket isn't even. Someone skates through, and now that person goes to the championship against you and beats a worn-out version of you. Is that a true winner?
Yeah. No, it's certainly different. I love that. Are you a fan of the King's move?
No. You knew the answer to that, right?
I knew that was going to be your answer, but I still found it hilarious.
I'm a fan of beating the King's move.
Would you rather a WAL hammer or a Super Bowl ring?
WAL hammer.
Over a Super Bowl ring? Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh, you love arm wrestling. Why haven't you broken your wrist yet?
Excuse me?
Why haven't you broken your wrist yet? All that flop.
Because I'm too strong.
Yes. I love it. Does licking your lips and wagging your tongue give you extra power?
It gives me extra oxygen, I think. So, yeah, sure, it gives me extra power.
We've already answered one. The next one was going to be, do you feel you should be the hammer holder? And you have quite openly said yes. And the last question is, what does it feel like being the 100-wing champ?
I take my food challenges like I take my arm wrestling challenges, right? I haven't entered the food challenge and not won, right? So, that's pretty cool because they got my name up on the board over there. And, you walk in, it's like Norm walking into Cheers. Jerry! They don't do all you can eat.
Oh, that's hilarious. Guys, if you haven't seen it, not only is he a world champion arm wrestler and just a sports superstar, but he's the 100-wing champion, and that's how much I love learning about the people that come on my show. He's an eating champion as well, so there's nothing Jerry can't do.
I went to a tournament in Tampa, it was at some medieval fair, and I was down there as the guest referee, and it was a fun time, right? And so in the fair, they have a meatball eating contest that they're going to run. Now, I'm starving. I'm looking for something to eat, right? And because you've been standing down there, you're in Tampa, it's warm, it's hot, right? I've already built up my appetite, right? And I'm like, oh, I'm entering, right? And so I enter the meatball eating contest and put away 57 meatballs to win. It was enough to win, so I stopped.
Oh, not only is 57 a lot, but the fact that you could go more. Oh, my stomach hurts. Oh, that hurts. That's unbelievable. What is like the most you've ever eaten in one sitting? Not just meatballs, like the most of something, and you just kind of went, yeah, that was a lot even for Jerry.
Oh, I can answer this question easy, right? Me and my brother, who's a state trooper, we went down with a bunch of other state troopers to this place. It's called the Nordic Lodge, right? It's $100 a person to get in. You can eat for 1 hour, right? All you can eat. But it's a super nice restaurant, right? So I'm like, all right, let's go crush it. Now, you go up through the food line, and they have steaks, right? These big steaks, prime rib. And so I'm like, yeah, give me a prime rib. I says, can I get 2? And they go, just 1 per visit, right? And I says, are you shitting me? You're going to make me come up multiple times? So my brother is going to kill the lobsters, right? So they only give you 1 lobster at a time. He goes, listen, you get a lobster and a prime rib. I'm going to get a prime rib and a lobster. I'll give you my prime rib. You give me your lobster. I says, done. Let's do this, right? So now I'm doing 2 at a clip. We go back to the table, 10 prime ribs. He ate 10 lobsters. I ate 10 prime ribs. And then the prick wants to go back up for dessert, right? So I'm like, oh, man. I was like, Jay, I don't think I can do it, right? I'm like, I'm super full, right? He goes, don't be a wuss. You got to have dessert. Desserts over here is so great. I'm like, all right, let's go do it, right? We went back up. Now I feel like I'm waddling, right, up to the dessert booth. We get this create your own ice cream. It's a huge monster, right? Ice cream of all the shit to eat. So I bring it back to the table, and I'm trying to crush it. And I'm like, it literally felt like it was going down and stopping right about here. It's like, like if you're trying to put more gas in the gas tank, but it doesn't fit because it's full. It'll come spilling out. That's what it felt like. So I'm like, I'm trying to move my body, shake myself, like to make more room. And I'm like, oh my God, Jay, I think it's stuck, right? He telling me, don't be a pussy, just eat it, just eat it. I'm like, oh my God, there's peer pressure. I'm with all the other troopers, so I'm like trying to shovel it down. I'm like, it's just gonna come out, right? So I'm like, all right. So I get it down. We leave. I'm driving. I drive him home. And I'm like, oh, man, I don't feel good. He's like, all right, well, I'll see you later, right? I'm like, yeah, thanks. Love you too. Boom. I get in the car. I'm driving home. I have to pull over on the side of the road. And I'm literally feel like I'm doing half jumping jacks to try to get the food to settle down because I felt like I couldn't breathe. It was all the way up my neck. I'll never do that again.
Oh, that's one of my favorite stories. Oh, that is the best. That is the best. Oh, my God. You're trying to bounce up and down. Oh, I'm going to rewatch that story over and over again. Oh, thank you so much. We talk about world championships, but that just takes the cake. Pardon the pun. That is the best. Just to impress people with your eating. That is fantastic. 2 things we'll do. We go. Oh wow, we have been talking. 2 things we'll do before we wrap up the show. 1, I'll get you to nominate someone who you think will have a lot of fun on the show.
Okay, someone that hasn't been on your show, right?
Yeah.
Has Travis been on?
No, Travis hasn't been on. We almost had it, but that's fine. If you want to nominate Travis Bajent, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I'll nominate Travis. I'll tell him he has to do it or I'll kick his ass.
Yes. We always did conflict interest. Travis has always been good to me. And then, of course, the Aussie Arm Wrestlers catchphrase is ready, bang! That always happens at the go. I need to hear Jerry Cadorette's best impression of it.
Of ready, bang?
Yeah.
Wait, doing my arm?
Yeah, you can do it with your arm.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah. I'm going to be ready, bang!
Yes! There it is, guys. We'll wrap it up. I could talk to this man for hours and hours. That is it, guys. Make sure you go over and support Jerry in everything that he's doing. Hit up all of his social medias. Make sure you just, whenever he is on TV, you support this man. He is fantastic. He is super confident. He is the super heavyweight hammer holder. I'm confident that he's definitely challenging and he's right up there as being the number 1 in the world. He's challenged Levan and offered a car, so go back and check that out. While you're there, of course, support this channel. Thank you so much. Jerry, just as a sports fan, thank you. Thank you so much for coming on the show. I really appreciate your time, mate. Thank you so much.
Thanks, bud. Take care.
All right, guys. We'll see you next time. Hey guys, it's the Aussie Arm Wrestler here. Just want to give a shout out to my fantastic sponsor, Pound for Pound Arm Wrestling. Guys, it's everything you need in the arm wrestling world. Chalk, straps, shirts, the quality is fantastic. Head over to poundforpoundarmwrestling.com and get everything you need. Now, let's get on with the show. We've punched it out. We are on. This will be take 2, and I'll explain later. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ready Bang, the #1 arm wrestling show on the planet. I'm your host, the Aussie Arm Wrestler. And as always, got to get and show the most sought-after trophy in the arm wrestling world. I am the 2019 left arm 80 to 95 kilo amateur 3rd place, because I'm just a genuine superstar. But speaking of genuine superstars, this man needs no introduction, but of course I'm going to give him one. He is the fastest growing YouTube sensation on the planet. Very hilarious of what he is doing. This man loves it when you lift weights incorrectly. You can just see that smile on his face. He's ready to uppercut me. He is a multiple WAL hammer holder, and he is the current middleweight champion of the world. I call him the 3 letters of doom, RVJ, the animal, Rob Vidgen Jr. Rob, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, dude? But truthfully, I want to have you follow me around and narrate my life. I just want, like some people think that they have like a soundtrack that embodies them. Like, they might hear Saturday Night Fever or some other shit. I just want you to follow me and narrate my footsteps. That's good. I like that introduction. You're pretty good.
Oh, my man. Yeah, I could see it now. And ladies and gentlemen, Rob is reaching for the salt. He's decided not to go for the pepperoni steak today. I could easily do that.
No reaching for the pepperoni. I don't want to get the wrong idea.
And as always, when you have the middleweight champion of the world, the Aussie Arm Wrestler does not care what time it is. He is having a beer. Now, I've got to let everyone know what a champion Rob is. We tried to do this yesterday, and I was having some internet issues, and we spoke for about 15, 20 minutes. So Rob and his wife were very patient to do a bit of a retake. So we briefly met yesterday, which I was very excited about, but I stuffed it up. But Rob has joined us. So, Rob, how are you, my man? And thank you for yesterday.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, we all have technical difficulties. That's the way it goes. But I'm good. I'm much like you, enjoying my Friday night. Well, what is it there? Saturday morning?
Saturday morning, 7 a.m.
Oh, okay. So I'm at Friday night. You're at Saturday morning. But I think they're both good times to have a drink. Oh. And I'm just happy to be on your show. Big fan. When I first heard you, I thought you were very much, you probably get a lot like Aussie Man reviews.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think you're every bit as good as him. And I think that from listening to you off the cuff, you're probably as good as him as what he does scripted. So I'm happy to be on the show. I think it's great. I love it.
Oh, man, that will be clip edited, and I will send that out to the world. If you get an endorsement from RVJ, you hold on to that, mate. I really appreciate it.
I don't blow smoke. I don't like fake shit. So, you know what? If it smells like shit, it's shit. But no, you're putting out a good product. I like it.
Ah, fantastic. And you are definitely someone that doesn't do fake shit. Now, before everyone starts jumping in the comments and banging on about this match with Ryan Bowen, we will get there. But speaking of you definitely not being fake, if you have been living under a rock or had internet problems like me, but at least for the last 2 months, this man is very, very entertaining on YouTube. If you haven't already, go show him some love. Now, probably as little as a month ago, my man Rob, you were almost hating on YouTube channels and you know, just not liking it because, as you mentioned before, you just hate fake shit. And some of the stuff that can come out on the entertainment side of things can be fake. What changed your mind? And we're glad you changed your mind.
All right, so nothing really changed my mind. I'll be honest, I still hate fake shit. I still hate fake YouTube. I do. But I came to a conclusion after talking to Devon Larratt, basically being like, dude, you're holed up. You know, put your thoughts on camera and whatever's going on in your life and just air it. Air your laundry. Air it. And I'm like, Devon, I don't have anything different but being a train wreck. He's like, show the train wreck. And I realized that there is a little bit of a void of people who stand for that, like, you know, shit that nobody wants to talk about or nobody wants to say. There's a void of political incorrectness, but it's not really politically incorrect because we're all thinking it. We just don't want to say it. It's like I said about pornography. Nobody watches pornography. Nobody does.
No. Multi-billion-dollar business.
Nobody wants their search engine looked at too deep, right? Nobody.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
You're like, what is this midget on midget and, you know, whatever, right? Nobody wants to deal with that. So I saw a void there that was like, and then once I kind of got in a rhythm, it's super easy because it's not anything more than just chronicling my thoughts and just putting them out there to the world. Like I said, Devon talked me into it because him and I had many conversations. Like, just start a YouTube and start putting shit out there. Do I still hate 99.9% of the YouTube channels out there? Admittedly, yes. But I am actually, like, of sorts a YouTuber, but it's more of a chronicle of how I really feel. The person you get through this camera is who you'll get if you sat down with me and talked to me at a pub, you know? Same thing.
Oh, 100% you can tell. And that's what makes your channel absolutely growing. I mean, one of my standout videos is the Arson Liliev, I mean the anonymous weigh-in video. Oh, you know. I
got that video got taken down because apparently I assaulted a couple kids there, which I did. But I wanted to make sure it was authentic.
Oh my God! If you haven't seen it, Rob gets his children involved in the way. It is hilarious, and that's why we enjoy this guy. Gives us life advice as well. He doesn't want us to be a mosquito. You've just got to go check it all out. But there is one video. My wife, now she's 5 foot. She's about 50 kilos heavy, and she was having a go at Rob Vidgen Jr. I couldn't believe it. My beautiful wife was next to me. We had one of your videos on the TV, and she was having a crack at the middleweight champion. You were going on one of the RVJ rants, which is beautiful. But you had a drink in front of you, and my wife turned to me and goes, "Is he ever going to have any of his drink? Tell him to have some of his drink." You just said you just had it sat there, and I just thought, wow, my wife's having a crack at the middleweight champ of the world.
To be fair, that's much like you. When I get on a rip, I could probably talk about 5 minutes straight and not even breathe. I could actually, if I looked into it, if I try to hold my breath underwater, I could probably only last about maybe a minute. But if you gave me something to bitch about and put me underwater, I could probably last about 15 minutes. No problem. No problem.
Oh, there's your next video. The RVJ underwater rant.
Underwater. Bitch to the dolphins.
Oh, you got to have the Jaws music in the background. Now, everyone has jumped on because you are being an absolute pioneer, and we're going to take it back to the start. Of course, if you don't know, later on in the year, the middleweight champion of the world is going to have an exhibition match against my fellow countryman, Ryan Blue Bowen. Now, by the looks of it, you two are absolute besties. You could probably go out there and change your relationship status to in a relationship with Ryan Bowen, the way it's all gone back and forth. We'll probably just go back to the start. You threw some terms out there. Were they just random terms, or was that a genuine thought through, if you want the champ, here are the terms? Or did you just go, have them?
No. Those terms were, I think, pretty calculated because in my mind as a natural athlete, I can see the landscape of what's out there of guys that I know how they got there, why they got there. And I said, anybody, let's take a blood test. Let's take a month, this much long. And by the term, meaning the length of this testing was, if I'm going to take a match such as this, I'll be cutting off my other opportunities throughout the year. So really, when you look at the number, it sounds like it's extraordinary, like I'm trying to sell someone off me. But what I'm doing is making it worthwhile we're self-funding the testing. It's a self-funded testing. And I want it to be legitimate so it can be not scrutinized by somebody else. I want it to be something that goes down in the history books. So it's a self-funded testing, and the whole production is like a self-funded thing, however it is with the travels and everything. And it's a number that would be cutting off my avenues for the year. I'm sure it'll be cutting off his avenues for the year. So it's not a crazy number when you look at it. If you look at it as like, we're coming today and we hit a scratch ticket for $50,000, fine. But when you look at it over the course of a year, it's not crazy, but it's good for an athlete standpoint like myself. It puts some juice in it. It makes it worth it. Not juice. Not the fucking juice.
And he even gets a steroid putt in there. Yes, absolutely.
I just tested positive. So it wasn't random. It was. I think it was very calculated. I think it came out in a way that was seemed like it was fluffing my feathers to scare people off. But no, it was calculated. It was a calculated move.
Yeah, beautiful.
I didn't think I'd get a biter, but little did I know that there's something in the koala tit juice down there that makes fucking guys go crazy. And then next thing you know, they're like, oh, $50,000? Drug test? Bingo! That's me. I've been waiting for this moment my whole goddamn life.
Mate, we are like vultures. We will sniff around and wait for that dead carcass ready to jump on any opportunity.
Yeah, and I think dingoes. What do you have over there? Do you have dingoes? Are you guys dingoes or is that Africa?
No. They've probably got them over there. I don't know. I've never been. I don't really care.
Back out right now, eating your trash and shit.
We are pet kangaroos, mate. We've got them all. That's why I've had to get up a little bit early. He's just in the backyard having a cigarette. That's just what happens over here now. So you've sorted out the terms. Because you're not one to really back down from anything. I mean, I'm sure if someone was annoying you, you would just love to go break their arm. So what happens when you wake up and then the internet's gone mad that someone in your division has gone, I reckon I can beat the champ? What goes through your mind?
Oh man, I get it. I get it every day, and it's mostly from guys that I've beat. So I'm like, can I catch a break here? What goes through my mind is, actually, a lot of people are getting on Ryan's ass because he took this match saying he needed to be in line. But I laid out long before this interaction with Ryan, I laid out there to all these guys a very easy recipe to follow to have a match with me if they really wanted it, outside of any other guidelines. Very easy. Bang, bang, bang. Nobody took me up on it. So at that point in time, it's not my problem if Ryan got the match and they didn't. It's their problem. But what goes through my mind? Of course, what brought me into this sport is that mindset of like, let's go prove, let's go bang, let's have at it, let's see where we're at. So when people just want to fucking jar, that shit does it make me crazy? Oh yeah, because if they were within 5 feet of me, I'd have punched their mouth. But they're not. So what can you do online? What can you do? You can do nothing but beat them in a war of wits. But how do you fuck with somebody that your wit in speech is faster than their fucking brain can compute? How? So now you can't even properly insult somebody. And that hurts me. So now you can't punch them and you can't properly insult them. What do? You just gotta sit there and go, kumbaya, you know?
And the best thing about this all, for those that don't know, the difference in time between Rob and myself is about 15 hours. So when Rob whips out a video and mosquito video and things like that and throws some jibes, he has to wait, a minimum of 10 hours before he gets a reply, which I think would make give you an absolute brain aneurysm. You sit there and you guys have gone back and forth. You guys have gone back and forth and everyone's enjoyed it. So then, when was the moment? Because, as you said, everyone's lost their mind that Ryan's jumped the queue, so to speak. For me, I think he's just shown initiative, wants his big Marlin trophy. You're the best in the business in the middleweight division. He's gone and got it. So then, when was the moment? Because early on, it was like, Ryan, leave me alone. You're bothering me. To, all right, let's chat. Let's have this match.
It was when I saw that he showed sincerity. Because at that point in time, I go, I'm not going to be the guy to try to sell you off of me anymore, going, like the bully that's, you don't want none of this. You don't want, and if he keeps going, yeah, I do. I'm like, at that point in time, I'm like, well, let me show you. And if in fact he is that good, then why keep holding him down by going, well, you need to prove yourself. You know what? Let's just give it a run. And that's part of that mindset, that warrior mindset, that I don't think he doesn't deserve a shot. If he puts in the work and he puts in the time, which he has, and I've seen him pull guys that he's supposed to get crushed by and win. Make no mistake, I'll break his balls, but I have a lot of respect for his education and time put in the sport. Like, I look at him as big of a threat as anyone that I've pulled thus far. Now, however that pans out in the result, do I look at him different than I did Storm Chelino or Jordan Sill or Craig Tullier? No. To me, it makes me more uncomfortable because he's got all the time on his hands right now, and his world is encompassed in arm wrestling. He's not going and working a construction job and then trying to fit it in at home. Whenever anybody makes something that this is their all, it's like the theory of osmosis. You've got to take it very seriously. I know that the person that I'm going to be getting in 4, 6, 8 months, whenever this pops off and we get the logistics right, I'm assuming the worst case scenario. And to me, a lot of people, it's easy to be a computer cowboy and say oh, you're going to steamroll him. But I always think the worst case scenario that's going to be a bad motherfucker showing up.
Oh, wow. That certainly threw me a bit off. Wasn't expecting that. I thought I'm going to snap his arm and then eat his babies or something like that. I thought I was going to get a Mike Tyson response.
I may, but that's how I get myself prepared. Yeah. I get myself ready by assuming that prime Denis Cyplenkov is showing up. Because if I just say I'm going to snap his arm, it's easy to get into a comfortable lane, right? Yeah. For me, discomfort equals comfort, if that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely.
I can fall into a lane of training and the right ideology if I'm uncomfortable. And I'm uncomfortable.
And you've got to understand, everyone, Rob's ideology, you really need to go back and watch his videos. So when he's talking about SpaceX and things like that, the guy just... It's hilarious. It's hilarious. That SpaceX thing. Neil Pickup. He almost pissed his pants, and I absolutely lost it when I watched it. It came out of nowhere. So then this whole process. Now, you guys will announce it when it's all said and done. So everyone just hold on to your knickers. It will be announced when they've got it. What's the one thing you've loved about this process, and what's the one thing that has just really, really annoyed you throughout this whole process in the matchup with Ryan?
All right, so the one thing I've loved is the way it's evolved. So it started out as Ryan hounding me and me pushing him down, and then it became a little bit of a smear and you're not worthy and whatnot. And then it evolved to be something bigger than both of us, which is a movement that I'm very passionate about. I'm passionate about drug-free arm wrestling, and if he's willing to participate in that, then that gives me a platform to do something that I've been passionate about for decades now. The thing I haven't liked is the misunderstanding. The idea that there's a pecking order or a list that he has to go through. And really, that, like I've said in another video, that takes away my liberties to pick who I want to pull with. If I want to go to Alaska right now because I hear the fucking Yeti is lighting shit up at some ice bar and he's got a big hairy fucking arm laying down Eskimos and somebody tells me they're going to give me 15 salmon to lay that motherfucker down, I don't want to say, should I call the organization or the CIA or Bill Clinton or some shit? Yeah. No, I want to go fuck up a Yeti if I feel like it. And if I want to, in turn, get my arm broken and give the guy a salmon salad, it's on me. I don't want to feel like I'm owned. And I think there's a lot of misconceptions about the pecking order and whatnot. This is just a match that happens to make sense during these crazy fucking times. And I think there's a misconception. And I do think there's a misconception. I can only go by what's on the internet, but I think his ability is as good as a lot of the people on the roster. I don't think it's easy to say, like, the safe place is, like, behind my little fence is, like, he's got to prove himself. But I do think he's capable. I think he's capable of beating me. I don't know. But he's good. He's good.
Yeah. And just a quick side note, your first t-shirt, if you do any merchandise, should be, I want to fuck up the Yeti. That has to be your first t-shirt. Yes.
With a hairy arm on a bar and a stack of salmons that we're going to arm wrestle for. Done.
And he'll be like, oh, I want to fuck up a Yeti. Yeah, absolutely. Because when the internet's gone mad and he's like, it needs to do the pecking order, like the names that you mentioned, which we'll talk a bit later, like you've already pinned them. Like you've almost ran through the middleweight division. It's almost like you have to go back on reruns. And then you're like, well, who's new? Who's next? And then, yeah, this little Aussie's just jumped out of nowhere. So the evolution of that is something that you've loved. What's the one thing that has really annoyed you?
Yeah, it's that. It's the misconception about what the match stands for and the fact that it shouldn't be happening. Because if you get out of your box and look at what it stands for, I think it should be happening. And I also think that, if I throw it out there and say, this is how you get the job, and the guy comes with the criteria, give him the job. Why dick him around anymore? You know, I'm not a terrible person. The guy, I'm flattered if he wants to chase me down around the globe, and if he wants to put up his hard-earned money. So at that point in time, if he's willing to do that, what am I going to do? Keep saying no? It's almost like, what can I do? You know, so it's as simple as putting my arm on a table. And, you know, I think there's misconceptions around it, and I'm past that angstful side of it. I'm now looking at it as a side that's like a great match. Yes, the guy was a pain in my ass. No doubt about it. He was a fucking boil on my ass. But I've since popped that and alleviated it and drained the pus and everything. And now it's just like, let's talk about a match. Now it's just a match. Now it doesn't have to be anything more than that. We're pulling. That's it. That happens in the UFC sometimes. Sometimes guys that are training partners that love each other, it comes down to they both have a common goal. And they got to hit heads. And it sucks that they've got to punch each other in the face, but sometimes that's the trajectory it goes on.
That happens.
See, Space fucking X sometimes meets Space Semi-X. Semi-hard-on X. How's that talk?
Limp X.
Semi-hard-on X. Drunken driving Space X.
Yeah, need Viagra X. Need Viagra X. That's the thing. And if you're a middleweight puller out there, God, if you're a middleweight puller and you don't have a poster of this guy wanting to beat him, why are you in the sport? This is the Mecca. He is the man that you got to go for. I believe he's the best in the world as well, including European, Africa, wherever. I think he's the best in the world. This is the middleweight guy, and he's a generic freak. And if this match, very passionate about this next point, when this match pulls off, and we've proven that it's drug-free, and we've proven there's big money, this could be the first step of getting arm wrestling in the Olympics. Getting arm wrestling. You could be the pioneer, Mr. Vincent Jr. You could be the pioneer of the first step, And ironically, in 2032, the Olympics might be in Ryan's hometown in Brisbane.
Well, you know what? I just did a video that whenever I get thoughts, I just record them just so I know how I want to release them. That's why I release so much shit, because ironically, like, I always have these thoughts jumbling in my brain. Like, my brain always is fucking spitting out info. So I just record shit and see if I want to post it. And I laid down a kind of a guideline on a video I just recorded before you rang me, how to make a self-funded, almost like unionized type of drug-free league where the pullers can unionize it, and we could have a big yearly tournament. And then as it grows, you get more tournaments. But like the Olympics is once every 4 years. This would be once every year as like the championships. But the athletes would be monitored, and it would be drug tested and everything. And the growth of it would be, you know, a more internal from the organization, and it would only make the testing better and the quality better, and people would get paid. Yeah. You know, and I just made that, and I'm hoping, from all the feedback I've got from all these things, I'm like, I think it's possible. I do think it's possible. As much as people want to see the Levans and Dennises, they don't. There's a lot of them that don't.
Sorry.
Because you know what? Where's Dennis now? When's the last time I'll tell you what, my record in 2019 is better than his.
So no, you wouldn't be assuming Dennis and Levan are on something. No.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's my movement. They do what they want to do, okay? And it's the old live by the sword, die by the sword. And I made a video that was like, you know, it doesn't have to be a replacement. It's in addition to. But I do recognize that there's a group of people, and when you're talking a world of 7 billion people, that other alternate group could be fucking humongous. So why not fill that void, especially where I got kids coming up? I know which side I want them to be on. And I think if we could make a legitimate world championship that was legitimately tested through and through and through and legitimately regulated, I don't care if there's 3 people at the world championship at the end. You went through the paces, you raise your hand, you're the world champion of 2021, 2022, whatever. And then as it grows, whatever. You guys want to have your shit over there, that's fine. But this right here is our world. This is what we're doing, and you're going to get people that hate that because the male race is a weird, insecure fucking terrain. You might as well be on Mars.
We're definitely weird units as the male. Now, let's just squash all the rumours, guys. Well, speaking about that, just so you know, the Aussie arm wrestlers all natural. I mean, look at that. They look like arms, but only smaller.
I've been watching you. I think you gained about 1.5 pounds in the last 5 years. I got to get you to piss in a cup for me before I give you that nod.
I tell you what, that would be one of the best videos ever, is you filming and just watching the drug testing guy's reaction of you pissing in a cup. That would be a hilarious. I could just.
You or me?
You're pissing in a cup, and you just, obviously you're not filming. You jump, but you just film.
I'll piss in a cup. I was saying you piss in a cup. I was like, are you trying to hide something? Are you trying to get on camera?
No.
Do you have an agenda? Do you have a fucking salamaguta like this?
Yeah,
I don't know. What is your agenda here?
Maybe that's my avenue. Maybe I can just sell my urine to some athletes because it's just full of beer. Now, there it is, guys. I want to talk about other stuff with RVJ because there's more to him than this match, but he is a pioneer. What him and Ryan are doing when this match happens is an absolute game changer. I think it is fantastic. I think it'll show some of the guys, and I think it'll help someone like a monster Michael Todd, who he has openly said he hasn't got that many right-hand matches left, and that guy needs to get paid, just like you need to get paid. Ryan's been about branding himself over being in contract. So now if we're getting big money matches in the sport of arm wrestling, Ryan and the 3 letters of doom here are 2 people you definitely need to thank. Now, the WAL. The WAL. It's on again, it's off again, it's on again. But, as we mentioned before, you have run through the middleweight division. It has been unbelievable. You've beat Nicholas Stead. You've beat him. Todzilla Storm Cholino. Jordan Seal. Craig Tullia. Like, they were giving you exhibition matches. That's where I'm heading to. You were running through the competition. They had to get one of the world's strongest men to pull you. What were you thinking when they said, we've got you Eddie Hall for the 600 series? How did that come about?
I think what it was a way to use a very well-known guy in the strength world to cast light upon the sport and how strong these athletes really are. Because I've often told many a strong guy that I could get a 150-pound guy I train with to make you feel really bad about your strength levels. And I think that was just a bigger version of that for TV, because when you get a 450-pound guy with the credentials of Eddie Hall pulling me, now on a lot of fronts, when I'm not arm wrestling, people think I'm a big guy. I'm over 6 foot and I'm, 200 plus pounds, and my weight's distributed in the right way. But with Eddie Hall being almost 400 and the world's strongest man, I'm apparently a very little guy. So I think they wanted to put it together for that contrast to showcase the athlete. So I think it came about in a very calculated way to showcase the athletes. And Eddie was being, as far as I know, he had no misconceptions, and he loved the sport, and he was on board with helping the process of when I say helping, there was no fake matches going to happen here. No. There was nothing staged, but I think he wanted. I think it was in a realistic place of what to expect, and that meant if I wanted him to go on the bus to Throttle City, I could have. That meant if I wanted him to be on the bus of destruction. But I think that he was on board as a friend of the league and Neil Pickup, that he wanted to help promote it because he had a respect and an admiration for all things strength. And arm wrestling being a strength sport, he wanted to be part of that. And I think the league thought that was a great way of presenting it with a middleweight against the world's strongest man. But there's many forms of strength, and strength could be deadlifting or it could be bending something with your wrists. Who's stronger? It depends on what you're talking about. If I'm talking about twisting people's wrists, I'm stronger. If he's talking about picking shit up off the floor, he's stronger. So it's tit for tat. But that's how that came about. It just was presented to me, and I said, he's got a massive following. Eddie's got a massive following. Oh, yeah. So what would hurt from exposure? I said, let's hit it. Why not?
That's so cool. Phone call. Hey, mate, we've run out of middleweight contenders. We just need to get one of the world's strongest men to pull you at the 600 series. Oh, that would have been a wicked phone call. So then try and wind your mind back to 2020, RVJ. It's a best-of-5 exhibition match. We know it was going to be 3-0, but how easy would the 3-0 win have been? Well, I genuinely thought it was going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, I do too. I think it would have been, I was going to do what a lot of people thought I couldn't do, because I was going to I was going to hook him. I wasn't going to just whack his hand. I was going to hook him, because I believe that now, as the thing that stopped me from having some of the side pressure, we'll say, of past, was I had a shoulder injury, so I had to rely on my hand and my, rotation and my bicep out here. But now that this is starting to heal up, a lot of people underestimate just how strong my arm is. And they were like, well, Eddie's stronger, Rob's more technical. Woo. I was like, I'm going to hook that motherfucker, and I'm going to make him wish I top rolled him. I'm going to get in there and stuff him. So it would have been 3-0. How easy? I'm always backing myself. If I'm trained, I think it would have been. I think it would have been really easy. But in all due respect, this is my game, and I think he had full awareness of that. And good on him for having his credentials and willing to step up when guys who are actually trained arm wrestlers won't step up. He'll step up when he's not a trained arm wrestler, but other guys will hide behind their computers going, fucking, you know, you believe this fucking guy? He's talking this shit. What's this? I'll beat his ass. I won't ever actually do it, but I'll talk about it.
So couch coaches.
Him, you know what I mean? Like, he was being a good sport. It's hard to be in a place where you're crowned the world's strongest man and you're comfortable with the idea of getting dominated by a guy half your weight.
Yeah.
That's a massive kick to the ego, you know? And being a good sport like that, I think, is incredible. It's a really good nod on his willingness to take it on the chin for the advancement of sporting, and you know, his lack of ego, at least, to try to help the big picture. So, you know, nothing but respect. It never kicked off, but the little bit that I do know, huge respect for Eddie Hall. Huge.
Hopefully next year. And how could anyone underestimate your strength? Your biceps are the size of basketballs. I don't know. Has anyone turned on a TV and watched this guy pull? Like, they pop out of the screen. I feel like they're going to explode. One time they almost did explode, though. Championship night in the 500 series, you took on the great Justin Bishop. He's just a fantastic guy. Another guy that just shoots it straight from the hip. Love it. Round one, this is where I really want to find out. So round one just shocked the world. Shocked the world and just got a relatively quick pin on you. We all know what the result was after that. What happens then? You've come in, you've trained, it's championship night, you're defending your hammer, you're the man, and then round one doesn't go the way that you want. What goes through the mind? What's the game plan?
I was suspicious of that. I considered that happening exactly as it happened. I almost spoke it into fruition. I looked at Justin. A lot of people look at Justin as a 176 guy, and really he had grown into being that 205-pound guy. And at 176, he had beat, this is how I rationalized it. People are like, oh, he'll beat Justin easy. I rationalized and said, Justin's a very intelligent puller, and he happens to be a friend of mine. I consider him a friend. And at 176, he beat the best 176 in the world at the time, which was Giannis. Giannis, he beat him in the straps very convincingly. So I'm like, if he bulks up to 205 and the weight carries and he's an intelligent puller and knows how to use it, what could stop him from beating the best 205 in the world convincingly if he's got that skill set? And everybody knows that the straps are still kind of a mystery for me, even though I've been winning in them. But for him, he's very good in them. So my insecurity going in there was knowing that weight for weight, he's beat the best guys in the world, and his straps were that good. So I needed a trace around. I needed to know what I'm feeling. And I'm not this master technician that dissects, but I have to feel something. And in the first round, he got a cracking start, and he took control. And there's just sometimes you gotta, when over a 5-rounder, you gotta know when to dig and when not to dig. And he took it to the house, and it was a great start. And you know, he pulled in the straps. He did everything I expected of him in my insecurities and fears. He basically took all my insecurities and fears and made them reality in that first round.
It was unbelievable. And a side story, that first round upset a lot of patients and a lot of nurses at a hospital in Melbourne. I had just had hip surgery. You guys had pulled throughout the night, so I watched it on replay, had my earphones in, forgot where I was, and then when Justin got the pin, I just screamed at like 11 o'clock at night. I was like in a hospital bed. I was like, what? Oh! And I was like, oh, sorry. And then, of course, they all coming running in. I was like, I'm sorry.
Well, you got to understand, too, we were in Atlanta, and he's a Southern boy. So, really, except for my wife, my brother-in-law, and my sister, everyone else in the room was pro Justin Bishop. So, when he pinned me, that fucking place sounded like it was Happy New Year when the ball drops. It was like, bang. When I won, it was like 3 people cheering.
Yeah.
It was a pretty exciting moment. I knew what it meant for him. And I'm not gonna say it didn't fuck me up, because I'm like, am I deluded, or am I gonna be able to correct this? And I was, very stoic in trying to figure out what I did there that needed to be corrected and what I felt. And, it played out the way it played out. But he's just an excellent example of technicality and power. He's an excellent puller. And people will say, well, I beat Justin Bishop. Did you ever beat that 205-pound version? Did you ever beat the version that I came against? You did it at 176 or 180. That fucking guy who showed up at 205, did you ever pull him? Then don't talk. Just shut your mouth, eat your fucking Frosted Flakes, and go fuck yourself.
Yeah! Yes! Yeah, it's the only way to do it. I love reading. I sometimes get the popcorn out and read some of these internet comments. Yeah. I got no problem when some of them are intelligent, but when you click on someone and they're slightly overweight, they got love handles and things like that, and a double chin, and they're trying to tell, a Justin Bishop or an RVJ how to pull. Those types of people really excite me, and especially if you can get your hands on them as well in the comments. That is hilarious. So then, you've pinned it, you've got you're the hammer holder and things like that. Is there anyone that you would really like to pull in the middleweight division? Is there anyone that's kind of like up and coming, or you've got an eye on? And just say you weren't pulling Eddie Hall. Was there someone in the division that you just go, yeah, all right, I reckon I could have a good match with him?
That's a tough question, because I'll take it from two stances. Someone that I see coming up, you have everyone looks at Paul Lynn, that he's coming up very good, and I'll give him the nod that he's definitely a very talented puller. But for my excitement level, for where I would like to be, I would like a shot at some of the guys who have a resume similar to mine that we've never met up with in like Europe, like to kind of like unify, like a Rustam or a Zoloev or a Sasha Andreev, or if Prudnik, lets the fucking gas out of the balloon and shrinks back down to 297 pounds. Just one of those types of guys that usually resides around, even in Hermes, but Hermes blew up. And I like the idea of pulling some of the open guys. I always loved the idea of pulling the open guys, because I don't want to be the best guy in my class. I want to see where I fall in the rankings overall as I progress. However, yes, there is a lot of talent here in this country, but if you were asking me to place my top 5 guys I want to pull in order, it's not a disrespect, but there are guys that have resumes out there. It's like Highlander. Did you ever watch this show, Highlander?
Oh, yeah. I was born in the 80s.
Head off, you take his powers and all his shit. Like a guy like Sasha, who's won WAF in multiple huge events in Europe, or Rustam, who's a legend for 15 years now. You cut him off. You almost take his resume. You take that, and it squashes a lot of the doubts of your legitimacy. So that's what gets me excited. The Krasny, same thing. Krasny, amazing, legendary puller. So those types of guys really, of course, they make me uncomfortable, but they also, that's what I want. Yeah.
Is there a chance you would go to Europe and pull these guys?
Yeah, there is a good chance. I've been looking at it this year, because I've come to the conclusion that we only got so many years in this life in sport, that if people think they're going to pin me down under their thumb and own me. Now, I'll make this clear. I'm not a money motivated, driven person. We all need money. Money makes everything legitimate. Because otherwise, why would you go to your job tomorrow, right? You have standards that you would stay to the job or quit over, but you're not only about the money. But the money is what gets you to and fro. It gets you by in life. But I just won't be owned. I have a set of like morals to a stance, but I also, I only got so much time in this life, and I want to I want to explore my options, and I can't be owned in other ways. I have to take one thing we can't buy is time, and I need to see where I'm at, because this is like the drug-free league. No one's giving me that option, so I'm going to make that option. Yeah. And if no one's going to give me the opportunity to come to Europe, or we'll bring the Europeans to you, well, motherfucker, I'll just go to Europe.
Yes.
And it's something I've been talking about since the beginning of the year. And I do think that there's a strong possibility. And anyone who thinks they own me, like I said, nobody's paying me to be an athlete throughout the year. Nobody's been sending checks through COVID saying, hope your training's good. Nobody's been sending me protein packs and saying, hope your training's good. So you can't own me. You own me while I'm at your event. I'll show up when you say. I'll weigh in at the weight you set, and I'll pull who you put in front of me. But when I leave, if you aren't paying me, guess what? I'm a free fucking agent.
Get to Europe. Bang! Yes! You pull all those guys, put your stance on it, because you're pitting everyone. Get to Europe. Start a GoFundMe page. Start something. Let's all help Rob get to Europe. I will definitely donate to that to get you over there and start pinning all those guys. Because I'm not only excited about you pinning the guys, I'm excited about the videos that will come on your YouTube channel afterwards, after you've pinned them all. Oh, I've almost fallen off my chair about how exciting it'll be.
They go over there, they go, you don't know what it's like pulling over there. I'm like, yeah, that's coming from you. You didn't know. What the fuck makes you think I didn't know? Just because you had a miseducation doesn't mean I didn't know. And just because you fell on your fucking face doesn't mean I will. Don't put you and me, whoever you is. They're like you don't know what it's like over there. Why? Why? A guy with a fast hit and a strong arm? You think I never pulled that before? What is going to happen to all your poor little fucking brains if I go over there and win?
Oh.
You mean we're not born inferior because we were born on American soil? You mean that God didn't curse us as soon as we weren't born in a place that doesn't end in Ixtan?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if Rob gets over to Europe, invest in popcorn, because I will be buying a ton of it to sit in the comments section.
When I show up there, I'm going to be a bad motherfucker. And I'm going to...
You're a bad man now. I don't know how you can elevate yourself.
I say when as in, it's a good chance. It's a good chance.
That is.
It just depends on when me and Ryan pop off. Yeah. So, I'm looking at Zloty, September, October, November. I don't know when it goes off. So it all depends when me and Ryan pop off. But I've been looking at it since 2004, and I've always said it was my bucket list. So I can't promise, but I'm saying that it's part of my planning process at the moment.
That's magnificent. I will start packing my bags, because it's a bucket list of mine to put a headset on and call one of your matches live. That's where the Aussie arm wrestler wants to go. That's his goal. He just wants to be a professional commentator like Neil Pickup. And if you're going to Zloty or even the exhibition match with Ryan, I will somehow weasel my way there to call it. That is unbelievable, the confidence you are having. Now, we'll put a bit of fun into the show. We've had heaps of fun now, but I always love to play a game with everyone that comes on the show. You've got 3 options. I'm going to give you the names of 3 people, and you have to choose between these 3 people. You have to pin one, you have to lose to one, and you have to tell one of them you're not pulling anyone in 2021. So pin one, lose to one, and get rid of one. You get 2 goes at it because you're the champ. I'm going to give you 2 different options. So your first option: it's your lovely wife, Heather, your daughter, Isabella, and your daughter, Gabriella. So out of those 3, you have to pin one, you have to lose to one, and you have to tell one of them you're not pulling in 2021.
Okay, so pin one, lose one, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll pin Isabel because she's got upside, but she's kind of been living in Gabriella's shadow, and I'm still her superhero, so she'll take the loss easier. Gabriella hasn't lost in years, many years, So she would have a hard time with the loss. So winning for her would keep her on her trajectory. And Heather, well, she probably fucked up my dinner or something, and she should be staying at home, and she's not going anywhere in 2020.
What an analogy!
No, but the truth is, if I was to keep someone back, a loss to Isabel would be like, you move on from there. But Heather, she's not a competitor, so if we're going to cut an option, we'll cut her options. And Gabriella, she's on an absolute win streak for many years now, and I would hate to take that from her. So I'll take the loss to her. Isabel, she's coming, but she's unfortunately. It's like Bill Brzenk and John Brzenk. Bill Brzenk in his own right was absolutely incredible. And I don't know where Isabel will be when they're same age for same age. They might be the same. It's just right now she's kind of living in her sister's shadow, which is tough. That's a sucky place to be. And she's got brothers that she squashes that they maybe grow up to be better than I ever was. But as of this very second in time, Gabriella's the one with the spotlight on her. So I'll give her the win, her the loss, and use it as a learning experience. And Heather, get back to making apple pies.
Oh my God, he's come on the show and trash talked his wife. That is the best analogy. Oh, there it is. That is brilliant. And for the fans that are watching, I'll give you 3 pullers as well. But I was so keen. That was better than what I thought it was going to be. So then, if we're going to do three pullers, same scenario. I'll give you Toddzilla, Neil Pickup, and Paul Lynn. Same thing. Pin one, lose one, get rid of one.
All right, pin one. Toddzilla undoubtedly, because that's been a question that I've wanted to settle for so many years now. That's really the only one. When there's ever a talk about the best middleweight in the last 10, 15 years, it's me and him. Yeah. So he has to be the one I pin. Lose one, well, we'll get rid of Paul Lynn because I think he's got a lot of uprising, like star potential, and he's coming up in the ranks. So what better way to do that than just get rid of the motherfucker? Listen, but if you don't exist, then we can't compete, right? And then lose to one would be Neil Pickup because I'm throwing a friend a bone. Yeah. And I go, Neil's got a very decorated career, but at least the record between us is 0-0. So I could handle a 0-0 record, and you throw a guy a bone, or you take a loss, it's 0-1. It's not really a long-standing record like me and Todd have. Yeah. And Paul Lynn being in the running for the hammer, I got to pick the lesser of the two evils. This has to be a very calculated move. So Neil Pickup, for all your commentary and all your podcasts and all your good stuff, I could slide in there that, we kept it a friendly match and he took the win. And then I eliminate the biggest U.S. threat, which would be Paul Lynn. So this whole board is a fucking win. I smash I get rid of my biggest uprising threat, and I throw a retired friend a bone. So not only am I a humanitarian, but I'm a problem solver. Oh. Bam!
Why aren't you president? Sort that out with that thought process.
You know what? I've thought about that. I don't have the money backing, but I would probably get assassinated in my campaign because my lack of politics and political correctness would get me shot. There would be a group that would love me and make me a martyr, but there'd be probably a bigger group that wants me dead.
Oh, wow. No, they were both beautiful. Right. Gonna fire through some questions. Got some questions here. You're not allowed to think.
I got answers.
Yeah, of course you got answers. Quick thinking. Here we go. Quick fire matches. Do you prefer super matches or tournaments?
Super matches. I think it's the truest form of competition, just like boxing. If we want to have a best tournament of boxing, it's going to be whoever takes the most damage. Super matches is fresh for fresh, and you get to dial in on your opponent individually. Anyone who tells you different, it's because they've shit their pants in super matches. Next question.
Are you a fan of the King's move?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
I think it's a desperation move. Yes. I think it's no longer what my vision of arm wrestling is, and everyone has their own vision. It's what I say in my training videos. We all have our own version. But no, I don't. No.
Who is your favorite child?
I have favorite qualities. I don't have a favorite child. At the moment, my youngest baby, Evelyn, because she gives me all the attention and love, and no matter what I do, what I smell like, if I didn't brush my teeth, she accepts me. My kids are getting old enough to call me out on all my bullshit. So she, right now, for loving me in all my weird fucking ways, I won't say favorite, but
yeah,
I gravitate towards her.
I was just hoping a name would accidentally pop out.
No, I can't.
I know. Why isn't there an RV3?
There is. I actually put up a picture today of the true RVJ Jr. The Rob Vidgen Jr. is actually my dad.
Oh.
And they started calling me Rob Vidgen Jr. because I used to arm wrestle in the beginning with my cousin who was also Rob Vidgen. We had different names, and they didn't know how to differentiate us because he was in a weight class and I was in the same weight class. And I just said, call me Junior because I was the younger one. Oh. And really, Rob Vidgen Jr. is my dad. Excuse me. And I'm the third, and my son is the fourth. So I'm really RV3, but my dad is the real RVJ. But it actually caught on from me and my cousin competing together. And they're like, how are we going to know who's who? I went, just call me Junior. So they started calling me Rob Vidgen Jr. when really I'm the third.
There you go. Wow. Yes. All right. The super matches, the match with Ryan, you've got 6 rounds I think you've agreed to. What's the score going to be?
It depends on how I want to play it. If I want to make it ugly and go in with hate, 6-0. If I want to let him in the match and let him in his lane and play the strap game and play the angles he wants, I could honestly see him getting one if I want to let out enough reel. But if I go in there with hate in my heart and the intent to hurt and make a statement, 6-0. But I could see him going 4-2 if I let out enough rope. But that's only based on my generosity. If I show up there like goodwill, he gets a couple. If I show up there like a bad motherfucker who wants the money or wants to make a statement, I got some shit in store that he never calculated for.
Here we go. So then that leads into the next question. What would be the first thing you buy with the prize money?
Without a doubt, and it sounds cheesy because it's like I'm going to Disney, but I would go back to Universal Studios with my kids. Yeah. One of the greatest times of my life. I went to Universal Studios. I went to Hogwarts with my kids. We did spells with the wizard wands. We went to the Volcano Bay. And for me, a kid who grew up kind of poor and never got to do any of that shit, I would go back there in a nanosecond and have the time of my life for a week and then figure out what to do with the rest from there.
Beautiful. Harry Potter fan as well. Look at this. This is fantastic. Wow. How many shirts have you ripped during your arm wrestling career?
None. I took my shirt off once, and it's been exactly once. And if you knew me, you know it's super out of character because I'm not that person who takes my shirt off. Actually, that version of me was a very insecure, feeling bad about myself version, where I even wear a shirt at the beach when I go in the water. So people who use that picture against me like, oh, you're definitely on something. I'm like, that's the fat version of me. I used to walk around naturally very lean, very fit by accident, even when I was drinking and eating what I wanted. But age catches up with you. Lifestyle catches up with you. And that version where I took my shirt off is so out of character. Like, I don't even go to the beach with my shirt off.
Wow! Wow! There's an exclusive if I've ever heard one. And last question, do you ever get dizzy from the amount you scream at the table?
Yeah. Yeah. I've gone to black where there have been times I've had to grab the table peg because I've almost gone down on my head. Oh. I've faded to black.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to pick it, but some because I watch a lot of your highlights all the time, and you scream, but you take it to the next level. And even I'm sitting on the couch going, whoa, even I'm a bit dizzy there.
Yeah, it's a release of a lot of chemicals and hormones and whatever's coming out of me, and sometimes I don't know. I don't get the right blood flow to my dome or something, and I've almost keeled over. But have I got dizzy? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've almost gone down a few times. Almost more than a few times. It's been scary.
And just before we finish up, two things. The first thing, I'll get you to nominate someone who you think would have a bit of fun on the show.
Okay. Fun on the show, like who you want to interview?
Yeah, who do you think would be cool to come on the show?
I guess it depends on how much you prod at them and pick on them and whatnot. Like we all know that like a guy like Travis is a good talker and he likes to bust balls and keep it real. I think Devin is a deep thinker and a fun guy, and he likes to. These are guys that we know very well. As far as if you want a guy that is not as well known, but he's throwing his own tournaments, and I think his wits and humor and everything are as good as anybody's. I would say James Reed. He's a good friend of mine. He's out in New York, and his wife, the Black Scorpion, she competes. So he's got a movement for women's arm wrestling, and he's throwing great tournaments. And the thing is these are people, unlike Devin and Travis, that don't get enough airtime. And him and I talk on the regular, and we were actually talking about doing a podcast much like me and you because we have such a good natural banter. So if you wanted to ask him questions, he's got a great idea of the landscape. And if he doesn't know, he'll be like, I don't know who that fucking guy is. Fuck that guy. So, he'll be like, he's somebody that, for what he's pushing for and what he stands for with, the women's arm wrestling and arm wrestling in general, what he's put into it, as well as his own past. He's got a very decorated fight career. I'd say it's better to pull back the curtain for the guy who doesn't get as much exposure. So I'd look up James Reed.
Yeah, definitely want to get James and Michelle. James, I think Paul Lynn nominated them a while ago. And
100%, yep.
Absolutely. Guys, I'm looking at the time. I could talk to this man for hours. That we'll wrap it up because Rob and I will just shoot the shit for hours on end. Rob, blown away. Once again, thank you for your patience, guys. You didn't see the behind the scenes, but Rob and his wife Heather were fantastic when I absolutely butchered yesterday. They were really good. Thank you so much for coming on the show, guys. If you haven't already, just go over to his channel. You'll be highly, highly entertained. I watch the same videos a few times, which I don't have time to watch a lot of videos. That's how entertaining he is. Honestly, Rob, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate you coming on the show.
Dude, honestly, thank you so much. Legitimately, like I said, I don't blow smoke. I'm a super fan, and I really think that I hope you get recognized for your off-the-cuff commentary the way it is. And I really hope we bump into each other in the future on the trajectory we hope to be on. I hope you get to be everything you want to be, and same here, and we bump. Well, I hope we're two SpaceXs that meet in the night.
Our rocket ships will collide, guys. I really appreciate
that could be misconstrued. I don't want our rocket ships bumping into each other.
No, we're not touching swords.
Hope I see you in a better place.
No, I cannot wait to have a beer with you. Cannot wait to call an event for you. Guys, everyone say bye to Rob. Thank you so much, my man.
Likewise, buddy.
Hey guys, it's the Aussie Arm Wrestler here. Just want to give a shout out to my fantastic sponsor, Pound for Pound Arm Wrestling. Guys, it's everything you need in the arm wrestling world. Chalk, straps, shirts, the quality is fantastic. Head over to poundforpoundarmwrestling.com and get everything you need. Now, let's get on with the show.
Ready? Bang!
Okay, the button has been hit. The red light is on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ready Bang, the number one arm wrestling podcast in the world. I'm your host, the Aussie Arm Wrestler. And as always, I am the third place Melbourne 2019 amateur left hand 80 to 95 kilo place getter. The most sought after trophy in arm wrestling today. but have I got a guest for you? This ball of concrete has been dominating the arm wrestling world for 20 plus years. The man has dominated the UAL. He's dabbled in a bit of arm wars, but he is a left hand and right hand WAL hammer holder. This guy is so good at arm wrestling that Marvel actually named a superhero after him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Iron Man, Tony Kitowski. Tony, welcome to the show.
Right on, my friend. Thanks for having me.
Mate, absolutely excited that you're on the show. I don't think too many people know your story of how you got into the sport of arm wrestling. Do you just want to quickly share with everyone how you got into this fantastic sport?
Yeah, absolutely. I was sports oriented my whole life. I was pretty much any sport I ever tried, I was really good at. And I was good enough to do, in my opinion, I think if I really wanted to, I probably could have eventually got to pro baseball if I really pushed for it. But, once I got into middle, junior high, 9th grade-ish, I became a redneck, as you might want to call a hillbilly. Charity became more important than sports, and I stopped all the sports and just started being a redneck. And once I got out of high school, I still loved playing sports. But at that point, in your career, you're limited on what you can do. So I tried boxing a little bit. I didn't really care for that as much. I thought about modeling, but I'm a little too short and ugly for modeling. So then a buddy of mine just happened to mention there was an arm wrestling tournament about a half hour from my house. And I thought, what the hell, I'll give that a shot. And I placed first left and second right, and I fell in love with the sport. That was back in 2002, 2003-ish.
Mate, where do I dissect
I fell in love with the sport. And, I picked up on it real quick. Right, yeah. So I picked up on it real quick as far as technical abilities, how to strength train for it, speed, so on and so forth. It just kind of came natural to me. And then once, I got up to 2005 where I got my first world title. And then in 2006 I got injured and I stopped for quite a few years. And I came back in 2000, I want to say 14-ish, 13, 14-ish. And I injured my...
Huge break.
Yeah, so I did come back a little while in between that, only for about a year, and then I got hurt again, so I stopped. And, once again, drinking, that was too important to me. And then, like I said, 2013 or 14, I got back into it only because there was a Nationals in Wisconsin. I thought, what the hell, I'll get back into it, I'll train up for it, and I ended up placing first at that Nationals right-handed. I think it was like third left. But then I just kept going with it, and then tore my rotator cuff on my right side. I had surgery on that, and once I came back from that, it was balls to the wall. I started training heavy. UAL came around, started training heavy for the UAL, started moving up fast in that league, and then once again, the UAL just kind of pittered away, and then the W came around, and that's where I really hit it hard because they were giving out such big money, and I love arm wrestling, but when you're talking $20,000 to go arm wrestle, you're gonna bust your ass to go do it. So 2015 to 2016, I worked my ass off, studied all my opponents. I spent hundreds and hundreds of hours studying my opponents. And then 2015, I didn't do really well, but I lost every match. Every match I lost was in the strap, so I knew my weak spot. So I went home and I contacted certain people who was good in the strap and listened to them and studied Todd Hutchings, Travis Page, and John Brzenk for different reasons. And I made everything my own and my own styles, my own techniques, my own strap pulling based off of what I learned. And in 2016, that's when I took home double hammers. And I never felt stronger. But then after 2016 I was struggling with some injuries and I got some, I had hernia surgery, I had right elbow surgery, reconstruction since then, but now I'm feeling good again, so I'm balls to the wall again, hitting it hard.
Yes, all right, backtrack. So much I want to go into. First of all, I'm always having a beer. When a world champion comes on the show, you definitely, I'm always going to have a beer with a world champion. So,
would have had one with you if I'd have known.
oh, mate, I have a beer on every show. I don't care. It's 9:30 in the morning here in Melbourne, but when you have a world champion on, and as a sports fan, I'm always having a beer. Now, you mentioned world champion back in 2003 or 2006?
2005, I think it was. It was Mohegan's Sun. It was a world championship in Connecticut. It was considered a world championship because everybody around the world was invited. So there was the best of the best around there. At that time, there was a guy nicknamed Roman. I don't know what his real name was, but they called him Roman, and I ended up beating him left-handed for first place. And he was, I think, number one in the world at that time. So,
magnificent. And do you have any of your modeling photos? Did you, when you wanted to pursue that, have you got any headshots? Any?
Oh, keyword, I thought. Never actually pursued it. Too short, too ugly.
An exclusive. Could you, like, everyone watching, can you imagine Tony doing that?
Yeah, I think everybody just pooped in their mouth by you saying that.
I've lost it now. I'm just picturing you leaning on a chair like this. Okay, Tony,
no, you're just scaring me. I was thinking like beaches and stuff, but you're just scaring me. You're like
oh, man. And the injuries that you have gone through, that's I think that's just what makes your story even more incredible to hernias. And you had basically almost, 7-8 years off and just dabbled in it and have come back even stronger. Was there one particular injury that you had and it was just like, I'm really going to struggle to come back from this? Or is your competitive nature, your sports way, just going, I'll definitely bounce back?
Yeah, so I definitely have that bounce back attitude. But my elbow surgery was by far the worst. That was a major surgery. I tore my UCL, which is like your ACL in your knee, but it's in your elbow. I tore my UCL back in 2016, just doing some training after I won the World Championships, just doing some training in my shed and doing some pronation training. It popped. And I tore it at that point, and I just continued to push through the pain, and, I couldn't work side pressure anymore. So my side pressure started lacking. So then I started working up pressure like Travis Bates does. So I kind of changed my game up a little bit to adapt to it. I definitely affected it, my overall strength sideways. But I just adapted. And then it just proceeded to get worse. And then as I went and pulled Sam in Atlanta about a year and a half ago, in September, I was fighting with the UCL problem, plus I was fighting with a lot of other pains due to bone spurs and scar tissue. And then during that match, I think it was the third match that he beat me, I tried jolting him back, and I tore my pronator off the bone. So, yeah, so that was amazing. Yeah, somehow I came back and beat him in the fourth round, but I tell you what, if I had to do it again, if I had to go back the fifth or sixth, there's no way I would have beat him again because I had no rotation left. There was nothing there. Obviously, when it's detached from the bone, there's nothing.
No, we'll definitely dip into that match a bit later. But let's go to 2016. I don't know if I think you've been living under a rock. If you haven't seen Tony Kitowski's 2016 WAR, absolutely phenomenal. If you just look at the people that you beat Justin Bishop, you beat Giannis Amelins, you beat Craig Sanders, you beat Paul Talbot to take 2 hammers. What will you feel like going into it? Did you feel unstoppable, or was there a moment when you pinned like a Justin Bishop and just went, right, I'm taking all the hammers?
Well, my attitude is I go into every tournament thinking I'm going to lose. And I purposely do that. I purposely play my game on myself because it just makes me work harder. If I go into a tournament 100% confident I'm going to win it, you're only going to pull 80%, right? You're not going to try. But if I go in thinking I'm going to lose, it's going to force me to push myself harder. But at that tournament, the 2016, I was more prepared than any other year. I knew who was going. It wasn't no secret who was all going, who all qualified. So I studied my opponents, and I studied them vigorously. And my wife was pissed because I spent hundreds of hours on YouTube studying all my opponents. There was only one guy that I didn't really study because there was not much on him, and I think his name was Izzy. And he was actually my first guy I had to pull, so I was super nervous with him. I knew he was strong, but as soon as the ref said go and I clamped my hand down, at that point I'm like, geez, I feel strong. There was no pain, there was no hesitation, side pressure, up pressure, rotation, hand strength, everything was connecting. And I was thinking very clearly too. It was like, because I studied my opponents, I kind of knew what they were going to do before the ref even said go. And based off the setups on palm to palm, you can also determine at that point too what they're going to do. So I think that year I was more formed to what everybody else is going to do than anybody else was. I was more ready than anybody else at that tournament. And it showed,
Does it show? Bang! Yeah, absolutely. Ripped through everyone, and it almost looked like that the pullers on the other side of the table had to apologise to you for even thinking they could beat you. That 2016, I think I sat there and just went, oh yeah, no, I think Craig Sanders might have him here, and then you just absolutely crushed him, and I was a bit like, yeah, maybe I owe Tony an apology, and just that look, that intensity, you absolutely threw at him. I mean, 2 hammers is good, but yeah.
That's a badass stroke.
Yeah, you haven't got one of those, mate.
It's really cute. It's really cute.
So what was it like? So which hammer come first? Did you win the left-hand hammer first or the right-hand hammer?
I won the right-hand hammer first against Craig Sanders.
Yeah, so then how do you go? Because you've just won the right-hand hammer. Amazing there, Tony Strong, but then you still had to do the left-hand side of things. What kind of feelings that? Because you're the champ. I'm the champ now, and then it's like, oh, hang on, I've got to get ready for my next match.
You got to get ready for Paul Talbot. He's never a joke, The guy's got a crazy, crazy strong side pressure. But no, it was just like, the old Sylvester Stallone, he turned the head around, right? It was almost like that. Okay. Like a switch, right? As soon as I won that right-handed match against Craig Sanders and I walked off that stage, it was like a complete switch. Okay, now I got to get ready for that. I got Paul Talbot coming. So I started thinking in my head, how am I going to beat Paul Talbot, so on and so forth. And, I went in playing defense every single time I pulled the bigger guys, the more elite guys, playing defense, waiting for their mistake to play offense. And that's pretty much what I did on most matches.
Oh, and absolutely knocked it out of the park. Absolutely. Everyone go and check out Tony's 2016. It's unreal. So then you've taken the hammers, and then so you take the lightweight hammers, and then you've decided, yep, that's going to do for the 165, the lightweight division. And what made you decide to go up into the middleweight class?
That was all greed. I'm a very greedy person as far as myself and my accomplishments, right? So you can go back and win another hammer in a 165-pound weight division, but there's more pride in winning a hammer. I want to be the first person to win a hammer in 2 different weight classes. I want to be that person. So that was the goal. Unfortunately, after I won, I think it was, I want to say September time frame is when I popped my UCL right-handed. And so that was, my side pressure was gone. And then a couple of weeks later, I went and pulled Ron Bath at Sheboygan County Fair. And we had a massive hook battle, and I popped my left shoulder. So, my side pressure left was gone, and my side pressure right was gone. So, then at that point, I'm struggling to train. That's when I switched all my training to up pressure rather than side pressure, which, as you know, when you're pulling Todd Hutchings, up pressure is not going to help you. No. So Todd Hutchings is in that next weight class, and it didn't help me at all the next year. So, I held him. I had a decent match with him, but at the end, he's going to eventually bring you down if you don't got the side pressure. So, and not until, 15 months ago did I have surgery on my right elbow to actually fix everything. So now it actually feels good again. I do got some pain in there yet. I don't know if it's a nerve issue or if it's maybe stuff needs to be broken down a little bit yet. I don't know. I haven't gone back to the doctor to find out, but it's well enough for me to train. It don't hurt when I train, so I can get stronger. It just hurts a little bit when I arm wrestle, that's all.
Yeah, so when was the moment? Because when you go to the, I think it was the 400 series, you took on Quinlan Mendez in the middleweight division, and you had an absolute battle. Unfortunately, you didn't take the chocolates in that one. But was that the moment where you just went, I'm a bit done with the middleweight division now?
No, if you watch the match, the first match, it was straight up and down, and I destroyed him. So I was definitely strong. The second match, he did the King's move, and it was like the ultimate Queen of King's move. His arm was, it couldn't have been any straighter. The only way I could have pinned his arm is I would have broke his arm, which it's not going to. So I should have just laid my arm down. Stubbornness wouldn't let me, and I fatigued myself out. And I was still going to go back and go after the middleweight, but due to me unable to work side pressure anymore due to my UCL issue, I just don't see myself at that. After that, I didn't see myself progressing in the middleweight. And instead of going in and getting it looked at, I had just started a brand new job as an electrician. I didn't want to go get a surgery either. It would have affected my career. So I was trying to play the catch-up game. What should I do here? What should blah, 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 blah. I just chose to go back down to lightweight, pulled Doug Ehrlich, pulled him very well, and then that's when I pulled Sam.
Crushed him!
Yeah.
Don't say yourself short. Go watch that match. That's a 500 series. You crushed him. I don't mean to cut you off, Tony, but yeah, you absolutely. Doug's very strong, and it just shows how powerful you are. Don't just say, oh, you pulled very well. Come on, Tony, don't be polite. You called yourself a redneck before. You crushed him.
Doug is undoubtedly strong, and between me and my two people I was studying with, I was watching Doug prior to the matches, and he came in shredded, and I'm talking shredded, like 3% body fat shredded to make his class. So, the guy, even after 24 hours of rehydrating, he still had serrations in his triceps. So, to me, he didn't rehydrate properly. That was part of his injury, and he was also dehydrated too much. For the competition, as far as fat, not dehydrated, he lost too much fat rather than just water. And then I seen him pulling a little bit with Sam, and he pulled with Sam Harris maybe 30 seconds just to warm up a little bit, and he ballooned right up. And I'm like, well, that's all I got to do is if I catch him, I'm just going to hold him. And that's exactly what I did. I busted his wrist back in a strap, and I sat there with him comfortably for, 15 seconds. Until I seen his shoulder buckle. And generally when you see your opponent's shoulder buckle, that means complete fatigueness, he's done, and that's when I pinned him. And then after that, when I pinned him, he also hurt his elbow. So not only was it fatigue beyond belief, his elbow was hurt as well.
Oh,
so
easy money. It was.
I played the game on that one.
Oh,
right. Yeah. After that match, most definitely.
Played it perfectly. It was unbelievable. So then. You did that was it for the 500 series, and then they got you prepared for the hammer match. Now this is something I really want to sink my teeth into, because you quoted saying that you had pain in the back of your eyes. You looked very depleted and defeated. So for those that don't know, Tony had a well-deserved lightweight hammer shot in the 500 championship night against Sam Harris. Tony was doing a massive weight cut, I believe, and obviously tell me if I'm wrong, Tony, it was at 14, 15 pounds or something like that. So here in Australia, 6 to 7 kilos. That's huge. And yeah, you said there was the doctors were telling your liver was failing or going to fail, and the eyes, and you just missed out there. Just explain to everyone the pain and the torture a weight cut can be, and how you felt when you just couldn't get there.
Well, so I guess long story short, I made the mistake I didn't do what I normally did. I did this 7-8 times prior, no problems. Obviously it sucks a little bit, but it's not too bad. And I seen something on YouTube a few weeks prior to my dehydration, and I thought, oh, what the heck, I'll give that a try. And his suggestion was start 48 hours out. I thought, boy, that'd be great. I start 48 hours out. I'll get down to 170 within 24 hours. And, last 24 hours, you'll just drop that 5 pounds pretty easy. If you have to sit in a sauna for an hour or two, that's nothing. And I thought it sounded great. It does sound great. But then when I did it, I felt really good 24 hours out. In fact, I had no pain. I was 170. I felt great. I had energy. I could get up and move. But then that's when I left. I went to the airport, got on a plane. By the time I landed, no more than 4 to 5 hours later, my body was completely crushed. And that's when I wasn't thinking clearly then. I weighed in at the hotel, and this was roughly about 16 hours prior to weigh in, and I was only 167, 2 pounds over. But at that point, I'm not thinking clearly. And my wife was also with me, and she's never done this with me before, so she didn't know what to do.
Okay.
Normally, my cousin was with me, and he would have been like, all right, dumbass, you got 16 hours to lose 3 pounds, 2 pounds, drink some freaking water. And I would have drank probably 2 pounds of water, and I would have felt fine. But when you're in that stage of dehydration, you don't think clearly. So at that point, I just called it, unfortunately. But like I said, I was 16 hours out, and I was only 2 pounds over. But the thing I learned from that dehydration is when you dehydrate yourself, it's not the amount of water you lose, it's the time that you lose that water. Yeah. So, and that's what actually was killing me. So generally I do a 24-hour weight cut. That's lose 10, 12 pounds of water fairly easy in 24 hours. And then you start rehydrating again after you weigh in. But that time it was 48 hours. And at that 30-hour to 32-hour benchmark is when my body just started shutting down. So the guy on YouTube's an idiot. Don't ever listen to him. And then I also rehydrated the wrong way too, and I felt bloated. And I tried eating starchy carbs rather than complex carbs, and I just did it wrong. And I got big, fat, and bloated and slow. Given I was still strong, just mentally and physically slow. So I tell everybody hydration is more important than dehydration, and I screwed both of them up.
Man, how could you describe pain behind your eyes when you I've watched that video a few times and it's absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, so it's like your eyes are in your head, right? And it feels like they're sinking in your head. But there feels like the vessels on the backside of your eyeball are just pulling. It's like a deep numbing, not a numbing, like a deep, intense, dull pain. It's brutal. And then also the middle of your back to your lower back just feels like it's completely, going, your back is straight, feels like it's caving in. Just agonizing pain. And that's what I was considering my liver. It wasn't my eyes, it was my back that I considered my liver is starting to go out. Okay, there's obviously something wrong here. So that's when I said, okay, I'm done. But in reality, I should have just drank some water, 3 pounds of water, and lost the next 5 pounds the next day. Yeah. But so anybody who's dehydrating out there, it's the time. It's not the amount of water. It's the time your body's dehydrated.
There you go. Very, very interesting facts there. So then that happens. Unfortunately, you pull the pin. So you still got to pull Sam, and it's not for the hammer. Do you think you got, because for those that haven't watched it, go watch it. It's a great match. Now, Tony wins 3-1. Do you think you got 100% Sam Harris, or do you think Sam took a back step or experimented because the hammer wasn't on the table, or did your system change because it wasn't for the hammer?
As far as both of us, I think we both put 110% in, and I would say that's going to be the case with any elite arm wrestler because our pride, our ego is too high. We don't want to lose. So no matter what, we don't want to lose. For me, I didn't want to lose because I let the world down essentially by not making weight. And he doesn't want to lose because that would possibly look bad. He might have lost anyway. In the end, I'm glad I didn't make weight because that's when I tore my pronator off. And what would have happened if I would have made weight, arm wrestled, tore my pronator off, beat him, And now here I am with the hammer, and I can't arm wrestle anybody because I have to have surgery, and I'll be off for a year. You know, that's what's going to happen. So in the end, it all worked out pretty well. But then COVID hit anyway, and nobody arm wrestled anyway. So whatever.
Yeah, well, we weren't going to expect that. But yeah, very rarely will you get an elite arm wrestler saying that he's glad he didn't cut weight and win the hammer. It was so when you pin Sam, you know, you win 3-1. How do you feel? Is it a surreal feeling? Do you feel good that you've beat the champ? Are you like, yes, it all worked out for you now, but at the time, were you like disappointed and just went, if only I'd done it properly? What was the feeling after you won the match?
There was definitely disappointment. I didn't show it, but there was definitely disappointment. Not for the point that I didn't win, just to the point that I was still thinking I didn't make weight. You know, that's the only thing that was going through my head. At that point, you know, the hammer was like, whatever. My family meant more to me anyway. But at the fact that I didn't make weight, and the fact that I let 100,000 people down out there is what really bothered me. So, you know, they were all rooting for me. I was favored to win, and here I go missing weight by 2 pounds with 16 hours to go. You know, but on the flip side, as soon as I didn't make weight, I literally contacted Sam right away because I didn't want him, because he obviously has to cut weight too. Yeah. So I didn't want him affected by any means, and I contacted him immediately, said, hey man, I'm not making weight. I want you to start eating and drinking. So that was no hesitation. We have nothing but respect.
Good on you for doing that as well. That's you could have just not said anything and told him last minute. What was Sam's reaction when you told him?
I just texted him. So when I texted him, he was actually on a plane, I believe, and then he seen it when he got off. So he didn't even respond, but he did say he started eating and drinking right away after he contacted Jamie just to confirm that. Jamie with the WAL.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't a tactic from your behalf. Yeah, yeah, to get confirmation.
Yeah, it could have been.
That's hilarious. Oh, could you imagine that? You've tricked him. Oh yeah, mate. Nah, didn't make weight, bud. Didn't make weight. Nah, go for it. Let's go for a steak dinner. Oh, light champ doesn't make weight. Oh, Tony goes bang. That would have been unreal. Now you've been doing a lot of pulling lately. You've been dominating some local tournaments. How is that coming along?
Good. I love the WAL and I love being a part of it. And if they call tomorrow, I'd be there. But I did miss the camaraderie of just going out and pulling and seeing old friends. That's something I didn't do for 3-4 years because of pulling either in the UAL or the WAL. So as soon as the COVID started to give up a little bit, I said, you know what, I'm just going to have fun again. So I started traveling to different tournaments within hours of me driving distance, and I'm just having a blast. Just arm wrestling different classes, arm wrestling different people. The after parties are always the funnest because you can catch up with everybody. Not only do you drink and get drunk, but you catch up with everybody and do some after pulling and just have a good time. So it's just I missed it. And this last weekend I was at NBK Classic, Spring Classic, and I had a blast. So Scott Wynn came all the way from California. I got to pull him again.
Yeah, Scotty Wynn. Yeah, saw that match. That was cool.
Yeah.
Does anyone turn up to these tournaments and they're feeling really good, and then Tony Kitowski walks through the door and enters the weight class? Does anyone just sit there and go, Tony's turned up?
So this is a funny, quick little story. Excuse me, I got to plug my. There was this guy there. I won't even say his name because I'm not going to call him out. But he was. Give me 1 second. I don't even know if it worked. But he was telling all his buddies that he's going to kick my ass. He's going to destroy me. And he's a pretty new arm wrestler, right? So he's going to destroy me. He's going to kick my ass. I don't even know what's coming my way. And he's going to just roll right through me. So he seen me at the competition pre-tournament. He's like, I got to go shake his hand. And he walked up to me, he shook my hand, and he said, "Hey, great to meet you." He walked away, and he told everybody, "Tony's going to kick my ass." Just by shaking my hand. Because I got kind of a sausage hand, so just like that, just by shaking a guy's hand, his mindset changed to, I'm going to kick. I'm getting my ass kicked today.
Oh, well, I'm glad he showed the respect and just realised who the world champion, and the hammer holder is. So you're a pretty level-headed guy. You're loving the sport of arm wrestling. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts on the state of arm wrestling today? And what I mean by that is all the stuff that's going on the internet and things like that. You've got Devon and Engen Terzi going head to head. The RVJ Ryan Bowen match. It was on. It's not on. There's all this back and forth with everyone. What are your thoughts on what's going on in the arm wrestling world today?
I think it's marketing. Marketing's great. Why not market it? Larry Wheels, he's putting this match together between Devon and Michael, given we've all seen this match a couple times already. But look at how many more people it's going to reach.
Yeah.
And people might fall in love with it. And that's what we need. We need more marketing. And if Larry Wheels is willing to do it, by all means, get it done. I personally think it's going to go the same way as it went in the past, with Michael coming out on top. But maybe Devon has something else in the books. I like Devon. I think he's a great armor. He's a great guy in general. But I think, it's with Michael Todd's style of pulling. Given I haven't seen him do the King's move in a while, and I'm pretty impressed with that. He does more of a up pressure type move now. I just still think there's too much power there as far as to pin Michael Todd. Like, he might get the first one, like a lot of people do. A lot of people beat Michael the first match because he's not mentally there or he's not warmed up. I don't even know.
Yeah.
But he's like Robin Jr. He usually loses the first match and then comes back and, okay, this is what's going to happen next.
So Tony picks Michael Todd in that one. That's very interesting. He is looking strong. Now, with because I can't wait for that match at the end of May, but with all the back and forth on the internet, if someone calls you out, would you jump on the internet and respond and fire back, or would you just wait until you met him at a tournament or something like that?
Okay, so you cut out there. What was that question?
Oh, sorry. So with all the back and forth that's going on the internet, if someone called Tony Kitowski out on the internet, like if the Aussie arm wrestler goes, "Tony, you're a terrible arm wrestler. If I ever meet you, let's have a match. I'd absolutely destroy you." Would you respond on the social medias, or would you just sit there and laugh and wait till you bumped into me at a tournament?
Oh, I would definitely respond. I'd have fun with it. Yeah, I'd have fun with it, absolutely. Why not? I'm a 38-year-old kid. I'm going to play all day long. Like, they're my little blocks. I'm going to play with them.
Oh, if anyone is in the lightweight division, call Tony out. I want to see the response. I want to see Tony's trash-talking game rise
I've already
to
been
another
called out,
level.
though. I've already been called out by Maxim Shamaev, which I probably just botched his name, but that's what I'm doing in June. I'm heading over to Kazakhstan to pull him.
Oh,
Left-handed.
yes.
Yeah. He's apparently ranked world, so left-handed. It'll be fun. He's a one-style puller, so it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be a fun match.
So how come, like, he's called you out? So how come you're going over there? Like, how come he's not coming over to where you are?
They're paying for it.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I looked at the plane tickets. They're like $6,000 each. They're $6,000 each. So this whole trip for them to come bring me over there isn't cheap. All expenses are paid. The winner gets extra cash on top of it. So I'll travel. What the hell? I've never been to Kazakhstan. I might never get to go again. Why not? Give it a shot. And that's something I was wanting to do anyway. I wanted to start traveling. By 2022, I wanted to be at the Zloty. I wanted to start doing Zloty and seeing how I fare there. But this opportunity, why not? Give it a shot. This guy seems like a badass. He's a one-style shoulder roll type of guy. But I did talk to a couple people he's pulled, and he's apparently got a real strong hand and wrist, too.
This is fantastic. This is so good. And hearing that you want to go and take on the Europeans in Zloty, this is even better. Ladies and gentlemen, how good is this? Tony's like going to Kazakhstan, and then he's off to Zloty, hopefully next year. Bang! That's what we want. We want to see Tony pulling everyone and absolutely using
I want to.
ball of energy. That is unbelievable.
Just want to travel and have fun with it, and if I can make money on top of it, nobody's going to turn that down.
No.
So it's a no-brainer, really.
No, not at all. And speaking of having fun, everyone that comes on the show, I play a game with them. Yours is going to be a little bit different today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the names of 3 people, and you have to decide which one you're going to pin, which one you're going to lose to, and which one you are telling, get out of town, you are not arm wrestling again in 2021. Now, because...
well, this ought to be fun.
Now, because you are Iron Man, your 3 pullers are the Incredible Hulk, Captain America, and another hammer holder in Thor.
Well, I'm going to lose to Thor because Thor's awesome. He's a badass, right? Bad. The Incredible Hulk, I'm just going to tell him to get out of here just because he's dumb. I love him to death, but he's big and slow. Just pin his ass. As far as Captain America, yeah, I'll beat him. No, yeah, I'll beat him.
Tony Kitowski is officially now Captain America, and he hates big, dumb, green people. This is fantastic. And he's very respectful when it comes to other hammer holders. That is unreal. But I'll also give you 3 pullers that are in your division. We're going to go with Sam Harris, Giannis Amelins, and Geoff Hale. 3 people you have been very heavily involved with over the years. So same thing. Now that you've just pinned Captain America and took his shield, let's go Geoff Hale, Sam Harris, Giannis Amelins.
Just because it could cause drama, I'm going to tell Geoff Hale to get the hell out of here.
Oh!
Get the hell out. That'll cause some drama. That's exciting. Giannis Amelins, he's such a nice guy. I'm going to lay my arm down to him. I'm going to let him beat me. He's going to beat me. And Sam Harris, I'm going to beat him. I beat him before. I'll beat him again.
Fantastic. Bang! Tony Kitowski doesn't mess about. That is fantastic. Sorry, Hale Potter. Tony just says, just stick to training. You're not hitting the tables in 2021. And he's taken the lightweight hammer off Sam Harris, and he's just playing the nice card with Giannis Amelins because he's a very nice person. I've got a question from one of my Patreon supporters. So people that sign up to Patreon for the Aussie Arm Wrestling support, you can get a question in to the best in the world. And this comes from Retro Reister. Make sure you go over and subscribe to Retro Reister. He wants to know, would you put up both hammers in order to have a shot at the Aussie Arm Wrestlers' 3rd place amateur trophy?
I didn't hear that. You cut out there again. What was that?
Sorry. Retro Reister wants to know, would you put up both hammers in order to have a shot at the Aussie Arm Wrestlers' 3rd place amateur trophy?
Boy, that's tough. But would I get to keep your trophy?
That's right. Well, it's trophy versus 2 hammers.
Boy, you'd really lose out if you lost that trophy.
Wow.
That's a bad deal for you, man. But I don't think they'd let me these division.
I would absolutely get crushed. That is for sure. All right, Tony, I am going to fire some questions at you. You're not allowed to think. You just have to answer. Are you ready?
Send them.
Okay. So do you prefer super matches or tournaments?
Super matches.
Super matches. Are you a fan of the King's move?
Not at all.
Not at
Queen's
all.
move.
Who do you love to pull?
Oh, are you talking my class?
Just anyone in general.
That you got to define that a little bit.
Well, let's go.
I like to pull.
Anyone in general and in your class. Who do you love to pull? Anyone in general, and who do you love to pull in your class?
Both questions, I guess. Any in general, I like to pull fat guys. I really like to pull big guys just because their hand size, and it really makes me work a lot harder. As far as my class, I love pulling Justin Bishop, guys like Paul Talbot, the guys with a boatload of side pressure. You know, because that's just pure. Everybody loves to see that. Straight side.
In your division, who do you hate to pull?
Oh, jeez. I've beaten everybody. I don't hate to pull anybody.
Yes, perfect answer. Perfect answer.
What do you want me to say?
My man, perfect answer. Who is your favourite child?
Who is my favorite child? Define that one.
Who's
my favorite
trying to catch
child?
you off guard. I was just trying to catch you off guard to see if you quickly,
talking
mention one.
about?
No, for those who don't know, Tony has 4 beautiful kids, loving wife, loving family. I was just
Oh,
trying
you're
to
talking
slip
my
one in.
shit. They're all perfect.
Are you named Tony because of Tony Stark, Iron Man? Were you named after him?
Not at all. No, not at all. I was named after my great-great-grandfather.
When you get in trouble at home, does your wife call you Anthony?
She just kicks my ass. She's redhead, so yeah. I usually go to bed bleeding. It hurts.
2 more questions. When you pin someone, do you yell "Katow" instead of "Kapow"?
Not at all.
I'm gonna
lame.
start doing it.
That's the European thing. You're talking to an American. I just yell like "shit yeah" or something, or just send it.
And the last question I want to ask: whatever happened to the new face of arm wrestling world championship?
I guess I don't understand the question. New face.
The new face. So I was doing a bit of research, and someone tagged you saying that you had qualified. And they had a championship belt, and it was called the new face of arm wrestling world championship. And you were tagged in the photo. Actually, I'm going to put this photo. It was. I wanted to know about it. If I show that to the... Wait, so the light doesn't get it.
Gotta go lower.
So, oh yeah, because you're on my computer camera. So I'll show you. Can you see that?
Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea.
And I'll show my camera at home. Yeah, there you go. You tagged in it. You qualified for it. I think it was like 2013. And then, yeah, it's a bit like, oh, well, I want to know about it. But he has absolutely no idea. Okay, so before we wrap up, I will get you to nominate someone who you think will have a good time on the show.
I want to nominate Bob Brown. He's got a new YouTube channel out there, and he's very informative, very knowledgeable for any up-and-coming arm wrestler, even veteran arm wrestlers, and just his stories. You know, you can talk about his stories with John Brzenk. You know, everybody loves those stories. You can talk about his story losing his leg, and arm wrestling stories with, he just had that bone lock. That was very interesting, his YouTube bone lock story. So that's kind of interesting. So he's filled with interesting information that people just love to hear.
Beautiful. We're definitely like that. And in my commentary videos and at the start of the show, my catchphrase is ready, bang! I need to hear Tony Kitowski's impression of ready, bang.
Ready, bang!
Yes! There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll wrap up there. Thank you for Pound for Pound Arm Wrestling for sponsor of the show. Go to Pound for Pound website in order to get the best things in arm wrestling apparel, in seminars. Head over, like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Do what you can to support Tony Kitowski. He's got a Facebook page. He's got an Instagram page. I'm going to chuck all that in the descriptions and at the bottom of the screen here, because make sure the guy gets paid. He's done so much for the arm wrestling world. His matches are highly entertaining. The guy is nothing but honest and open about everything arm wrestling, and we should be very grateful that I'm very grateful, Tony, that you've taken time out. It is Friday afternoon. You've just finished work and you've decided to have a laugh on the Aussie Arm Wrestler podcast. So, Tony, I'm very grateful, and thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, my friend. Just send it, everybody. Just send it. That's my saying. Send it.
We're going to send it, and we will speak to you guys soon. Yes, that's a bet! To turn on YouTube. Saying excellent connection. Bloody hell. Alrighty. I've pressed going live. We'll wait for the YouTube community to let us know if we are live. Let's have a bit of a play around.
All right.
The world knows I am technically challenged. Let's have a look. I'm getting notifications saying that we are live. Everyone seems to be up and about. Can everyone hear us out there, you big legends? How are we all going? Is my audio good? I think everyone is up and about. People are saying, there they are. And here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ready Bang! The #1 arm wrestling live stream in the world. I'm your host, the Aussie Arm Wrestler. And of course, I am your Melbourne Cup 2019 left arm 80 to 95 kilo third place amateur. In fact, this is probably the only award my guest has never won. So, John, if you ever want a cup of coffee in the big time...
That was a handful. I couldn't hardly keep track of all that. There's a lot going on there.
It is the most sought-after trophy in arm wrestling world. But, guys, have a look at this. No, we haven't entered another matrix. You are seeing the Aussie Arm Wrestler with this guest here. You mentioned Jordan, Gretzky, Brady, Brzenk. That is the only way you can introduce this man. He's a hoarder. This guy's a hoarder. He's collected more world champions, international champions, local champions, national champions, TV championships. He has collected them all. He's a movie star. He is basically a magician because he can turn millimeters into magic on an arm wrestling table. Movie star. His comeback tour is much better than the Beatles. He's in the Guinness Book of World Records. And of course, he's Bill's brother. We are talking about the greatest arm wrestler of all time, John Brzenk. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Aussie Arm Wrestler. Jake, what do I call you?
You can call me whatever you like. You can say Jake, you can say Aussie, you can say Aussie, you on the other side.
Thanks for the massive introduction. Glad to be here. Glad to be with the Australians. Yeah.
No, we
super excited.
Love it.
I've watched a few of your shows. They're quite entertaining.
Are we still going? It's getting you're not going to believe we're getting a huge bloody lag.
It's this Australian bandwidth.
That's
not as great, is it?
Are we back on, guys? No, it can. Why is it lagging? Why is it lagging? No, everything seems to be fine. Connection seems to be fine. Can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? I think we're a bit better now. Are we back? I think it looks a bit better.
All right, let's go with it.
Much better. Here we go. Beautiful. Anyway, I'm having a beer. Christmas has come early. Sorry about the lag. It's a special Snow Globe White Christmas Ale whenever you have the greatest of all time, John Brzenk, you have a beer with the great man. But first of all, what I want to ask, you get introduced as the GOAT. You're in the Guinness World Record as the GOAT. How does that feel when you are actually mentioned? And it's basically unanimously agreed throughout the arm wrestling community. What's that like?
Well, it's a lot to live up to. I mean, I wish it wasn't there. I wish people wouldn't keep repeating that, because it does make me laugh a little bit and makes me feel old, and definitely puts a lot more unneeded pressure on me. So, but I appreciate it. It's it's amazing how how the years have flown by, and I used to consider myself the young buck, the young kid, the young guy. Now I'm the old guy. So
I don't know if you're the old guy, but there's nothing wrong with being called the GOAT. Have you ever tried to use that terminology to get you out of something? So, like, if your lovely wife touched you on the shoulder,
I need to cut in line. Like, excuse me, I'm the GOAT. You know, you should move aside.
That's right. Anything.
Yeah.
If your lovely wife yells out, John, can you put the rubbish out? You got to put the bins out tonight. Can you just turn around and go, love?
I'm the GOAT.
I'm the GOAT. That doesn't happen. Have you got out any speeding tickets or anything from it?
No. I've got a few senior citizen discounts, but I haven't really had to use the GOAT term yet. I haven't had to pull it out.
Oh, that's the best. Oh, that would be yeah. How good's that? The greatest arm wrestler of all time turns up and uses a senior citizen card. Now, we'll probably go all over the shop with the way things are going, and thank you as everyone's slowly coming in and joining. First of all, you are on a trading card. How good is that?
Me.
How does something like that come about to get yourself on a trading card?
Is there a date on that? I think that was about 15 years ago. That group approached me to do that and signed I think 300 cards, 500 cards I think are in circulation. But quite the exciting honor to be have a trading card. I don't think there's many of them. I think there's me, and I think Alan Fisher. I think there's not too many arm wrestling cards to trade.
They're the only two I've got, especially from these guys here. This was 2013 Goodwin champions. I mean, we all dream about being on a trading card, but you can actually say that it's happened. I've got my hands on one of them. Not signed yet, so I might have to check that in the mail.
Well, you've got one of the knockoffs. You don't have the real one.
No, I don't, but that's okay. It's pretty good. Just quickly, Tim Pipe says, absolute legends on the big screen. How did Stallone feel on the table during productions of Over the Top? Tim Pipe, we will get to that in probably right now, because that is one thing when I first saw you. It was Over the Top. Even though you didn't get a speaking role, we'll get that to the moment. Just explain to people the difference. So on the screen with the movie, the tournament looks immaculate. The tournament was fantastic. You hear all the stories. But from what I've heard, it went forever. The actual over-the-top tournament, because of filming the movie and the actual tournament, went forever.
Right. Well, they tried to incorporate a lot of the filming for the movie with the live audience and real arm wrestlers. So you can imagine how that went. It was just, I mean, it's difficult enough to run a tournament, even with as many tables as they had, when there's 500-600 entries, and then try to incorporate getting camera shots and getting everybody to be here and be there, and the audience to cooperate. And they must have broke for the movie, 4 or 5 different times throughout the day. So yeah. I think the tournament officially started on Saturday afternoon, and I think my match was the last match, and I think it was Sunday morning around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning that the tournament officially ended. But
what was the atmosphere like? Because you're on a movie set, you've been arm wrestling for a little bit. Then you're on top of your game. What was the atmosphere like? The buzz in the room, because you've got Rambo. You've got Rambo wanting to make a movie about arm wrestling. This is your sport, your way to go. Was there a good feeling throughout the whole tournament? Were you over it by the end of the tournament?
Well, it was draining for sure. I mean, and the problem was you just didn't know when they were going to stop shooting and then when they would start calling out matches again. So you never really had a chance to go to your room and take a cat nap or anything. You were just on edge the whole time. So, yeah, but it was super exciting at first. The beginning part of it was great. I mean, the audience was huge. Everybody had tons of energy, but 8, 9, 10, 12, 14 hours later, things start to dwindle. Only the hardcore arm wrestlers are left, in the bleachers, sleeping if they could and doing what they could to stay awake. But, yeah, no, I mean, it's still probably to date, it's probably one of the biggest gatherings of, I don't know how many countries they had, maybe a dozen countries, 10, 12 countries. And the coordination and the amount of tables they had and the lighting and the camera and just that whole setup was, hasn't really been duplicated to date. I mean, it's still one of the biggest tournaments in my memory.
Oh, we're going to have a crack. Hopefully in April next year, we're doing the whole set design here in Australia. We're going to run an over-the-top down under to ensure, hopefully we can set the mood and make it like I know they're working behind to make the replica tables, the big old donut pads and things like that. A bit more on over the top. Just quickly, Adam has jumped in and he says, John, go down under and get that third place left-handed Melbourne trophy for this bloke. Everyone is coming after my trophy, John. I can tell you. That's
something I could probably do. My left's not that good, but third place is something that I could probably set my sights on.
Have you ever come third place?
Ooh, left-handed, yes. I've actually dropped out of tournaments because of my left arm just basically giving out. But yeah, no, my left's never been that good. It's from lack of pulling when I was a kid. Right-handed was kind of the thing to do when I was growing up. So it got all the attention, and I didn't really start pulling with the left until I was probably in my late 20s, 30s, and it just never would cooperate.
Mate, left arm where it's at. It's got, hey John, have you, from White Wolf, hey John, have you ever had any Fosters? What about you, Aussie? Do they even have Fosters down under? Best oil can beer ever. We don't drink it here. It tastes like cat's piss. Have you ever had a Fosters?
I don't think I ever have. If I did, it was when I was a kid, just to test it out. But yeah, no, that was the hardcore drink, right? Because it was such a big volume, large can.
Now going back to over the top, mate. It's everywhere. If you are born in the 80s, if you're in your mid 30s like myself, Over the Top is the movie. And a few things I want to ask. One, are you angry at Cleve Dean because he got a speaking role and you didn't?
Did he have a speaking role? I don't even know if Cleve actually...
He screams at the camera and goes, "No way!"
Oh, that's a good speaking role, yeah. No, I mean, initially I think he was slated to be kind of the Bull Hurley, the Rick Zummel of the movie, and that kind of got shelved just because he was just too unbelievable. He was just too massive. But Rick Zummel was no small guy either. I mean, he was 330, 40 pounds plus. But yeah, no, I don't know. Back then, I didn't really care to be in the spotlight, or I still am. It's the same way. And my focus was just to win the damn tournament. I mean, if I would have had to go there and do the stuff that Rick had to do, or anybody that was really involved with the movie had to do, there weeks ahead of time, or even just, spending the a couple days before, I would have been completely exhausted to actually attempt to actually win the damn thing. But,
so you don't mind that your name wasn't in the end credits? You got an uncredited role?
Yeah,
it's the biggest crime in arm wrestling history that your name isn't on the credits.
Yeah, and to be truthful, I never really spent any time really with Stallone talking about technique or thoughts about what should happen during the match. He already had a bunch of people in his ear for that, so I was still kind of a newbie. I mean, I was an up and comer, but I really wasn't established as anybody that really was anything special in the sport of arm wrestling in 1986. So
1986, you were like 4 years in a sport, already a champion. You just knocked
just
everyone
a couple
off over the top.
No,
Come on, John.
Yeah, no, I was really only just a couple years maybe of actually doing well, and it was always just my class. It really wasn't against the super heavyweights. It wasn't until years after that established myself to pull some of the bigger guys.
So when did that trajectory happen? So you're knocking off, you're young, you're lean, you're feeling good, and you're in a stage now. You're in the Brzenk zone. No one's ever reached that before. You're in the Brzenk zone, and you are pinning everyone. When was it that you just went, right, give me the biggest guy in the room, and I'll have him?
Well, I think it just began with me being greedy. I'd start going to some of these smaller tournaments, and they give out $300, $400, $500 for first place in the lightweight class, the middleweight class, heavyweight class, super heavyweight class. So it got to the point where I was like, all right, well, I can quadruple my earnings if I just start pulling all the classes. And I just started experimenting with that, and then started becoming successful with it. And then it just built from there. Once you start pulling those guys and realizing and developing the confidence that, hey, they're not any much stronger than the guys in my own weight class. That's where it all begins.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Was Crash, for your little sticker. He's got a guy in a pink hair just flexing his muscles. Mate, this whole over-the-top experience, so you ended up winning the big, massive truck. Now,
right.
Is it true you didn't get it for like a year after the movie?
Absolutely true. Yeah.
That's like winning the lottery, and then they're like, cool, we're just going to give you your money in 12 to 14 months' time.
Yeah. But I didn't really have any place to park it, or I was, I think, living in an apartment at the time. And so I was in no hurry to get it. Just as long as they, would eventually finally give it to me. I wasn't really pressing them for it. And as I understand it, they were using it for some type of promotion, in conjunction with the movie, with kids and reading and books and stuff like that. So, it wasn't a big deal to me.
Whereabouts is the truck now?
I have no idea. I think it's still somebody. I think it was kind of hanging around the East Coast, down south in the Florida area, from what I understand. But I think somebody just recently told me that they saw it for sale. So I think it's still on the road, or it's still in working condition, at least somewhere. They had two trucks, and Stallone's evidently had some problem. I don't know the details, but I heard it was some type of a electrical fire, and it basically burnt to the ground. So it's unique in being the only one.
Well, one of your mates has just jumped in the chat. Sap the B says, "Hey
Sap
John,
the B.
Hey Aussie, best interview so far," because he was certainly sticking up for you in Neil's live stream the other day, which was highly enjoyable, and we'll get to a bit later. I think just for me at the moment, I'm in like super fan mode because I was 7 years old when I first watched Over the Top, and just always finding out little tidbits. Cobra Rhodes was the ref, Cleve Dean was in it, Scott Norton was in it, Alan Fisher. You see them on the movie and things like that. When you go back and watch it, like over the years, and you've watched it, do you cringe at the way Sylvester Stallone pulls in that movie?
No, his technique was pretty refined. I mean, I don't know how many takes it took to get that, but the final result looked pretty realistic. And Stallone was actually a believable arm wrestler. He was somewhat built, and I think he would have probably done quite well in the sport if he would have pursued it, which makes absolutely no sense in his position to pursue arm wrestling.
Rambo gives it up to become an arm wrestler.
He was the size, and I always say the hand and the palm width is so important in the sport of arm wrestling. If you look at Stallone's hand, he's got a wide palm, kind of a short forearm, but muscular. So I mean, if the quick twitch muscles were there, and he had decent tendons, he definitely could have been an arm wrestler. And just looking at him, even though he was smaller, to me, he was a believable arm wrestler.
Yeah. Well, besides winning the whole thing, what was one of like the main highlights, the main tidbits about the whole Over the Top experience? What was one of the main things in there? Well, that was like very fun?
It began months before that final tournament in Las Vegas. I mean, they went on tour to all these different countries to try to introduce and promote the sport of arm wrestling to, several nations. And I got the opportunity to be involved with a lot of that stuff. And so, yeah, there was a lot of fun stuff behind the scenes that was happening, months before that final tournament. It was very memorable.
It was unbelievable. The movie was great, and the fact you beat everyone, smashed everyone, which is very common to your whole arm wrestling career. Turn up, take the money, pin everyone. That needs to be the new John Brzenk shirt for sure. What have we got here? We've got White Wolf has jumped in again. Thank you, White Wolf. He goes, okay, John. I know you're holding out on the microwave, trying to get the price up on it. What's the bid at right now? I'm thinking around $250 US.
I think it's already spoken for. Somebody mentioned or asked me, and I think I've already got a place for it. I don't know. I can't imagine, sending it via mail to anybody. So I'm going to take it down. I'm going to put a new one up just so we can stop talking about it. And I'll probably throw up my garage, and the first person that comes to visit me, I think, is probably going to get first dibs on it.
Oh, beautiful!
I tried to sell it 5-6 years ago on Facebook Marketplace. I couldn't get anybody to even take it away for $50. So
I would have been sucked in. I would have been like, yeah, of course, John. There you go. There's 50.
Now it's become a famous microwave. Yeah, it's worth millions.
Oh, mate, it's amazing what the YouTube world can do. I mean, they've turned me into someone that they think actually knows arm wrestling. I just sometimes sit in my kitchen and now I'm talking to the greatest arm wrestler of all time. So these guys can make anything famous. Your microwave, right. Bang, we are up and about, that's for sure. Pubnaful says, John, you're looking good. When are you flying to Dubai? I totally started believing that you got this in Dubai. When do you go?
Leaving tomorrow on JetBlue at 1. I think the flight's at 1:05, 1:15. 1 in the afternoon from Phoenix to Boston, and then Boston direct to Dubai.
How long's the flight?
It's 5 hours. 5 hours and some change to Boston, and I have a 2-hour layover in Boston, and then it's a 13-hour going. I think going it's 13 hours. Coming back it's 15 hours. So it's going to be about a 20-hour all said and done.
Going to be on the same flight as Devon?
Start to end. I don't think so, but I don't know that for sure. It might well be. I don't know when he's leaving, and if he's going into Boston, that might be a possibility.
Going backwards, that'd be hilarious if you two were plonked.
Yeah, we could have a useful 13 hours of conversation and YouTube videos, tons of content, right?
Stop it, John! Stop it! That would be amazing. You two on the flight, just going at it, and wrestling over peanuts or something like that. Who can drink the drink or eat the dinner? Who got the better dinner? The quality of that would be unreal. Speaking of unreal, you're a movie star. You are a movie star. You had that fantastic documentary made about you pulling John. Now, for a man that's not big, you could use the word introvert. You keep to yourself. You go about your business. You're very happy, very content with what's going on, and then a big camera crew is now everywhere, asking you questions, probably when you don't want questions asked, but just in your face. Yeah. What was all that like?
Well, for one, it wasn't a big camera crew, and secondly, it took a lot for them to sell me on the idea. It was basically a couple that were just young movie makers. No real backing, just decided to make their second small movie on the sport of arm wrestling. Just kind of, you could look at it two ways: right timing, wrong timing. I was one step out the door. I was kind of done with the sport. I had done what I wanted to do, and I had some elbow issues that were just nagging and chronic and were just not going away. And they gave me a call and gave me their ideas, and I went, okay. Yeah, but they were good. They were persistent, and they stuck with it. And got me excited and motivated to start participating again in the sport. And so if nothing more than that, I have to really thank them for being there when they were to get me to continue with the sport. Because if it wasn't for the Pulling John crew, if it wasn't for Savannah and Bessie, I probably would have retired in the early 2000s. So my career wouldn't nearly be as long as it's been.
Well, yeah, because when I watched it for the first time, thoroughly enjoying it, but then like out of nowhere they were following you, and I think it was like before or after you're pulling with your dad or something, and then you just turn around and you're like, yeah, I'm thinking of giving it up. Yeah, I think I'm ready to go. And I was like, but then is this the Spielberg plot twist? What is going on here?
Yeah,
this
no,
can't be right.
Yeah, no. The truth of the matter was, I was done and out of the sport basically when they came around, and they eventually got me pushed in the right direction. No, you're not done. You're not done. You got to continue. There's one more tournament yet to do. There's this, there's that. So, yeah.
Oh, that's
it's part of the movie making. Is to kind of twist the timeline a little bit.
Mate, they got me hook, line, and sinker. I was watching it, and then I was slowly leaning towards Travis Bajent. You know, he's a character like myself. And then suddenly you were like, yeah, I think I'm giving up. And I was like, whoa! But hang on here, pump the brakes. This can't be right. And tell you what, the arm wrestling world are very grateful that if the crew were influencing you to keep on going, because it's just everything about it has just been brilliant. Speaking of brilliant, he's my friend, he's your friend. Ryan Blue Bowen has just jumped in.
All right.
And he
haven't
says,
seen Ryan in a
John,
while.
I hate your guts. No, he doesn't really. But he goes, two of my favourites. Can't wait for December 11th. I believe, John. I believe. Now, we'll briefly touch about that because for me, and I'll intertwine with something a little bit later on, but for me, I love that you and Ryan have a killer relationship. And a part of me loves it because the arm wrestling world, the majority, hate Ryan Bowen. They can't stand him. They make videos about him being delusional. And everyone knows, I have a great relationship with Ryan. I hosted his, I was the MC at his wedding. We speak all the time. So then when you were coming back even just into the YouTube world and you're like, yeah, I'm going to team up with you, Ryan. I was like, gold.
Well, he's the one that initially introduced me to the YouTube thing. And it took me, well, up until now, it's almost 3 years since I first met Ryan to actually move and do anything about it. I was happy to assist and help and give him some credibility in the arm wrestling world in the early years to do, the little chats that we had done and the talks and stuff. And, but then he was able to basically stand on his own. I mean, he's definitely smart, articulate, and knowledgeable, and has got plenty of drive and has proven himself. So he can obviously easily stand on his own now. Doesn't need any of my help.
Oh no,
but
I mean, of course, especially back when Ryan first got you on the channel and on his show, and that really catapulted him to the next stratosphere. But even when you decided to come back, earlier this year, and I was just like, John's coming back to YouTube, and he's doing it with Ryan. He's jumping on Ryan's show for a little bit, and I was just like, I was getting the popcorn out, and I was just like, the haters would just be melting right now. And we'll jump ahead. I was going to talk about it a bit later on, but we'll jump ahead. You are in the YouTube world now. I mean, it's fantastic. For a lot of fans, we get a bit more personality, get to know a bit more about you. We get to see, your thoughts and bits and pieces. And especially for someone, like we've mentioned a few times, that, you like to keep yourself, you're just happy doing your own thing. So the fact that you're now sticking a camera in front of your face is gold. So first of all, what got you over the line? What made you decide, you know what, I'm back?
Well, I wouldn't say it like that, like I'm back. What made me to decide turn an iPhone on and point it at my face and try to actually make the damn thing work. And I don't know. It actually was another guy that came to our practice that was touting about YouTube and how silly I was that I didn't have a YouTube and I needed to get a YouTube. And I throughout the practice, I think I heard the term YouTube a dozen times. So I was like, okay, God damn it, I'm gonna make a solid effort to try to. And I think Ryan is the one that put the YouTube app on my phone, the studio, and then some other app, and tried to teach me how to do it. But it was 2.5, 3 years ago, so I had really no idea. So I kind of had to fumble through it and give him a few phone calls. Okay, how do I log into the damn thing? I couldn't even remember my password. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I'm an introvert. I'm very uncomfortable speaking, and this is really out of my element to be doing any of the stuff that I've been doing. So it's, but I decided, what the hell? Gotta try to conquer your fears at some point and just do it and just see where it goes.
You are conquering it.
I'm starting to regress already. Like, okay, this isn't for me. But we're gonna try to make another surge at it, and we'll see how Dubai goes. And I'm gonna bring a charged iPod little iPod gimbal iPod this time, and actually, converse with some people that are better at it than I am and experts, and maybe we'll take it from there and get it to another level.
You are sitting on a fat pile of cash when it comes to YouTube, and I think that's why a lot of us were so eager to get you on YouTube. I know when Ryan was mentioning it to me, I was very eager for you to jump on YouTube because when you, and I'll go through some of your titles in a moment, but everything that you've been through, I think it's great that the community are now giving back to everything that you've given to the sport. Because sometimes when I watch your lives and people are just throwing their wallets, almost knocking you out sometimes.
Very generous, yes.
It's amazing.
It's amazing to me.
It's like, the guys are the best when it comes to that. I get sport myself, and I've only won a 3rd place left arm amateur trophy. So it's you've done everything. So I think it's great. Sticking with the YouTube, because your channel's going great. If everyone watching, I'm sure, is subscribed, but if you're not, get amongst it. How are you dealing with the YouTube fans? Because when you were off winning everything, there wasn't backlash or praise. It was just like, cool. It might be on, Wide World of Sports, a little thing. Oh, John Brzenk does it again, rah. But now, like you experienced with the last time you're on Neil's show, just how sometimes people in the comments can get quite aggressive and really just try and attack and they go for the jugular every time.
Yeah, I don't take it personal. I understand where they're coming from. I understand their perspective, and it's all in good sporting fun. I mean, you're going to have that conflict if you go to watch in any sport. You're going to have two sides, the field, right? So I enjoy it and just accept it with a smile.
Because I was very interested in it because you just come into YouTube and then you suddenly like all these people, whether they're on Team John or they're not on Team John or they're Team Devon or not Team Devon or what, Europeans versus Americans. I just thought a part of me was almost thinking, guys, you got to get John off YouTube. Like he's just got to go. You know what? I've got better things to do than listen to this crap. So it was so it was interesting to get your take on it, and I think maybe the content you could create is endless. If you ever are struggling for any ideas, just send me a message, mate. I've got about 50 ideas already.
Well, the problem is I'm just, I guess, maybe a little too critical of myself and I want to do stuff that I would consider to be fun and entertaining, and my capabilities right now aren't at that level. So I tell myself, why would you put that out? That's so silly or stupid. So that's kind of what's holding me back now. It's not that I can't do it. It's just, I just feel like, it's not really that good a content or good a quality to be messing with. But We'll see. I'll try to keep with it, and then maybe progress to having some editing skills and
chuck anything on, chuck everything on, John. We will all watch, so you don't have to worry about it.
That's what they say.
But yeah, you don't worry about being critical of yourself. Let the YouTube world tell you what they do and don't want, because you can put out a video and they'll be brutally honest. Don't worry about that. We got White Wolf in the chat again. He goes, so when you slam Devon in the first round and win the shutout stakes, would you lay down and then retire? Devon would literally go insane.
Would I lay down? Oh, if I win the first match, then just lay down the next 5 matches. Oh, I mentioned that I think 3 or 4 shows ago. I think I mentioned that I would do that just to really upset him. No, I would never do that. But I don't know what it would take from him to get me that upset to pull something so so bad as that.
Very odd. Asking if the greatest arm wrestler of all time on his comeback tour would then lay down for a match. Very odd question.
I'll have to talk to my manager. Maybe it would be smart to do that. I'd just say, hey, Devon, it's going to cost you a lot more now to get that rematch.
But speaking of championships, mate, let's go through them. Yukon Jack, Zloty, Golden Bear, Petaluma, WPAA Worlds, WAL, WAF, AWI, Mohegan Sun, and of course my favourite, Shirkston Beach International. You've won anything and everything. Are there any that stand out? Well, let's go to your very first one. What was that like, winning your first World Championship?
My first World Championship probably wasn't a huge deal. Because every organization would have their quote unquote world championship. So a world championship that I can remember in the early years, I didn't really participate in the WAF because there just wasn't any money. Even in the early years, I was always about going to money tournaments, and so I mean, the first few, what they would call their world championships, when someone was classified as their world championships, it just meant it was their biggest, that promoter's biggest arm wrestling tournament of the year. And you got to remember, we're talking almost 40 years ago. So it's not as big as it is now. And every promoter had their world championship.
Had their world.
And it really was just, and in fact, I think that my first world championship was a tournament in Canada. So it was just the United States and Canada that really participated back then in the sport of arm wrestling. The rest of the world didn't know arm wrestling existed until, over the top in the mid 80s. So,
now going back to that, we'll come back to your world championships and all your titles. That was one thing I wanted to ask. Were you happy, annoyed, disappointed with, so Over the Top was made, and then I don't know if arm wrestling really hit a peak, a massive growth. You got Rambo and Rocky starring in an arm wrestling world. Because, like, the numbers when Rocky was made, when in 1978 or something, and then the numbers from there where people started joining boxing gyms and things like that skyrocketed after the first Rocky. So you would think with the magic of Sly, he makes a movie in 1986 about arm wrestling. He's already 2... maybe 3 Rockies in. Like, I think he's already knocked out Mr. T. So, were you annoyed? Because from what I've read and everything, it just didn't really project the way we wanted it to go.
The expectations were super, super high, of course, because of this, worldwide movie. And it just kind of fizzled. But looking back, in my perspective is that it did really help the arm wrestling, the future of arm wrestling, but it just took 4, 5, 6 years. I mean, we saw the emergence of Russia in the early 90s. That wouldn't have happened if Over the Top hadn't to come out. So it presented the sport to so many countries. It just took time for them to finally get organized and develop some quality athletes and progressive sport. And in the United States, it actually kind of set things back a little bit. Everybody thought that it was going to be the new biggest, big explosion. It was going to be the next big thing. And that just wasn't the case. But overall, I think it did definitely help the sport.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm not saying that. Definitely helped the sport. But in the numbers that you would think, thought it'd be a lot more global and a lot more TV deals and things like that, and probably just didn't. It was all just like someone's little brother. Arm wrestling became. So that was interesting. So with Yukon Jack and Golden Bear and everything, what are your title wins? What are the ones where you might go to your trophy cabinet or things like that, or you just sit back and reflect and you're like, you know what, when I won such and such, that one was awesome. They all have meaning in some way. I mean, I can't. People ask me this question all the time. What's your most favorite? What's your most memorable? What's the biggest? And they all have, they're all big in some way. I mean, obviously Over the Top was huge. But I mean, Golden Bear was just as exciting. I mean, going into Russia in the early 90s when, they had guys with machine guns in the lobby. Yeah. I mean, it was just, it all was an experience. And I've got a lot of favorites in their own little special way. What's the weirdest place that you've ever pulled at? So they've given you appearance fee, or they're like, hey, John, come here. Or you're just like, I want to enter this tournament. And then you've turned up and you've just looked at it and gone, what is going on here? This looks ridiculous. We all got invited to go. We were all a little skeptical to go to a tournament on a small island off the coast of Venezuela, the ABC island. It's a Curacao back, and I don't know the exact year, probably mid-90s or so. Fairly good prize money for the sport of arm wrestling, but was going to be just a nightmare to get to, and cost some money, of course, because it's such a distance from the States. And but if a lot of the arm wrestlers decided to do it, and I made a vacation out of it. I brought my wife, and my brother came with his wife, and it ended up kind of being a bust. We were worried that there wasn't going to be any money. We all had a fantastic time on the beach and drinking and poo-poo platters. And the actual arm wrestling tournament, for the amount of money they were giving away, you'd think it would have been on some huge lighted stage with cameras and stuff. And we ended up basically arm wrestling on a table on the concrete and kind of the side of the restaurant of this bar that was very dimly lit. You could hardly even see the tables. And looking back, even during the time, we just laugh. I'm like, what the hell is going on? We flew all this way, and this was some big deal, and it ended up just fizzling out to some, back alley, back in the kitchen type of table arm wrestling. Almost like in Bloodsport, you've got to go through all the chicken coops and things like that. Yeah, but it all worked out at the end of the day. We all had a great time. It was great weather, and we all got to hang out and drink and eat and have a great time, and all got paid. So I mean, it was. That's the main thing. At least it wasn't a bus thing. You still got the dollars in the pocket. Our friend Ryan Bowen with a generous $20 super chat has jumped in. He goes, "You know how to beat Devon better than anyone, John. Devon seems to be behaving differently in his trash talk this time round. Much more defensive and personal. Do you think he is actually deep down fearful of this matchup?" And look, I think everyone wants to chat about that. And when you answer that, we've got another one from Pubnafool. He says, "Love that t-shirt, John. I want to go one step further now. I believe you can beat Devon 6-0. So yeah, what do you think of Devon's behaviour? You're very close with Devon. No, I don't think Devon's worried in the least. He definitely has a lot to lose. And not a whole lot to gain. 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, I think he thought it was going to be a gimme, and I'm trying as best I can not to have it be a gimme. So I think he's probably feeling hopefully he's feeling a little bit of pressure.
But he's still a huge favorite, big favorite. But I'm doing everything I can do. I've done everything I can do. There's been only a handful of times throughout my career where I've actually had this kind of laser focus to be the best I can be going into a match. So, yeah, we'll just have to see where it goes. I can't even really honestly assess if I'm on the same playing field as Devin, but I do know that in the last 6 months, 5-6 months, and actually the last month and a half, 2 months, I've committed myself to be the best version I could be. So,
well,
we'll see where it goes.
In our poll on there in the comments section, 53% have given you the nod in winning, not just winning one round, but winning the matchup in 102 votes. Guys, go to the top of the page and check that out. So, was it easy coming up with the terms and conditions of this match? Because on camera, like, you know, we play it up a bit and, you know, you go back and forth and everything with the rules. But when this match was first brought to your attention, you got someone got you on the blower, said,
right.
John Jerman, here we go. You got to pull Devon. Was it real easy to come up with the terms and conditions?
Well,
the fee
yeah,
and
no,
everything?
kind of the way I remember it was we kind of kidded around a little bit on just like this, a Zoom video between myself and him when I was first learning to do the Zoom, and he was kidding around and questioning me about my comeback and wanting to know what I was going to do if I did A, B, and C, and I could tell he was fishing and hunting for me to say his name, that I would be coming for him, which I did. I jokingly said, yeah, well, if that happens and I make a comeback and I beat A, B, and C, definitely you'll be someone that I'll be considering or on the list. So it was kind of left at that. And lo and behold, a week or two later, I get a call from Core Sports talking about a possible match for me with Hermes. And my first response or my first thought was, well, Hermes is just way out of my league at this point right now. I don't feel like it would be a very good match for me. It's not something that I would go in feeling like I even could be competitive. So I'm gonna have to say no, thank you for Hermes. But I did bring up Devin's name because I know Devin's a big part of Core Sports, and he was part of the King of the Arms 1. So, and speaking with this gentleman, I think his name was Adam or Don, I said, I have an easier time, better time beating Devin than, than going after Hermes, And it, in all honesty, it wasn't a call out or anything like that. I had no aspirations or confidence that I could actually even be competitive with Devin when I said that. And they must have took it and run with it. And we're on the phone with Devin. Hey, Devin, we got John Brzenk mentioned your name. You up for a super match? And that's when it snowballed into, are you up for it? Well, then I started considering, well, am I up for it? I don't know if I'm up for it. I've been doing okay with the super matches. I think I had only arm wrestled one super match chance with, I think, when this all came about. So I didn't even really know how I was going to do against Dimitri or Paul Lynn, but they proposed it to me, and I thought to myself, well, if I'm gonna make a comeback and things go well, why the hell not? I mean, I know what losing feels like. I mean, it's not like I'm completely against losing. If I always was on the side of just only accepting matches that I knew I could win, I would have never had the opportunity to win the thousands of matches that I've won throughout the years. So when they proposed it, I thought to myself, okay, and almost kind of jokingly, and I thought, okay, well, I don't know what you're going to expect from me, but I'll do my best. And as the weeks went by, and I got a little further into it, and I did well against Dimitri. Well, I squeaked by with Dimitri, and then I got by.
Squeaked by 3-0.
Got by Paul Lynn, and it's just snowballing. My confidence is snowballing to the point where I'm thinking, if you would have asked me 5-6 weeks ago, I would have said, don't save your money. Please do not bet on me. It's the craziest thing. It'd be like betting on Devin with his fight with Thor. I mean, it's just, there's no, it's not even close. But I'm starting to think that I got a chance.
Yeah!
I'm in this game now, and we'll see. I mean, he still might be a step or two ahead, but at least I feel competitive now.
Mate, I tell you what, I'm putting it out there, and I'm a huge NBA fan. I'm a huge basketball fan. Played it before I got into the world of arm wrestling. But if you beat Devin, then this comeback trumps Michael Jordan's second three-peat when he took a couple of years off for baseball. This trumps it. This will put you in the stratosphere. And the one thing I love about this comeback, and you mentioned it earlier, is you do not have much to lose. Because two things will happen. One, you will beat Devin. And then I will say this is way better than the Bulls' second three-peat. Carmelo, you are weak. John Brzenk in the post just dominates. But then if you do lose, it's like, well, it's my fourth match back, and I've been training, just for a little bit and things like that. And I think you are in the perfect position.
Yeah. And I truly I honestly feel like I've done everything I can, and I'm as well prepared as I could be for this match. So, I'm excited.
We'll get to that.
I'm getting excited.
We've got some just some chats to go through. Stephen O'Keefe, thank you very much. He says, nice interview, guys. Thanks for spending the time. Don't thank me, Stephen O'Keefe. I will do this till I go blue in the face. We need to thank the great man John Brzenk for taking some time out. Pubner Full, who is just emptying his pocket at the moment, thank you very much. He says, I believe Zodi Tour Championships were John's biggest achievements. Would you agree with that? Besides coming on this podcast.
Probably the toughest fields I've had to face looking back is probably the European field that Zloty had. I mean, it's hard to compare the depth of good arm wrestlers in any of the other tournaments I've been involved in. And I can't say that completely because WAL's had some pretty deep competition too. But Zloty was always a little tougher, a little bit more exciting to me because of the travel and because of the refs and just they're all drag racers out there, speedsters that aren't really trying to be the strongest arm wrestlers, but they wanted to kick your ass fast. And so it was always, it was just different. It was exciting. And it's very, very rewarding to have competed in that and to have done well, for sure. It's a great promotion too. Igor Mazarenko, does a fantastic job with the backdrop and the music, and he's thought of everything. I mean, so it's always been a really exciting show to be a part of.
Yeah, he's definitely making it look more and more mainstream, like the event to be at. Absolutely. White Wolf has come in. He says, on a foggy, remote island off a famous landmass, top arm wrestlers from around the world assemble to pull for glorious victory. Enter the GOAT. Thank you very much, White Wolf. Ryan Bowen is jumping in again. The big legend. He says, your side pressure looks great. Thank you, Ryan. But we'll pass this question to John. He says, John, your side pressure looks great. Does the shoulder feel solid?
The shoulder is feeling better than it has felt. It's feeling better than it was in 2014-15. But I am reminded that it is still the weak link, especially with pulling with Michael Todd, trying to press when he's trying to, pull across the table. being extended, which with that push, it does. I could push a lot harder if it wasn't for the shoulder giving out. So it's still a weak link, but I'm hoping that it's going to be, strong enough in the directions.
Look at you being coy and conniving and thinking you're a character off Cluedo with the mystery. Yeah. You feel great. You feel great. You feel strong. Look at you. Of course you look solid.
The adrenaline will override any little aches and pains. And the last few super matches I've had, I've actually not felt it during the tournament, but I feel it the next day and the week later. But that's okay. It's all part of it. So
we'll get to the comeback tour in a moment. But what I want to know, let's go on a crystal ball here. We're over there in Dubai, and you get that pin on Devon. You've got it. You've taken the hand, and you've taken the great man down. What is the first thing you say to him?
Oh,
because I
don't know.
That question?
There's so much. Yeah, I should think about this because I should say something, right? I shouldn't just be so giddy and excited and look around and look for confirmation from somebody that, hey, I just did the impossible, right?
Why I love that is because everyone loves that famous WAL match between you and Devon. And Devon takes the first round, I believe, and then you come back. You got the grey shirt on, and just your banter back and forth is just perfect. So I just wonder, with all this, trash talking, fun banter back and forth, I just want to know, you have just gone bang. First thing you say to him. While you have a think, I'm going to read out a very generous super chat from Robert Gould. Robert Gould, thank you very much. $49.99. I've got a bit of John Brzenk.
Oh, look at there.
This one. Thank you very much. He goes, just want to wish John good luck against Devon. I'm rooting for John to crack that wrist back.
I appreciate it, Robert. I don't think that's going to be in the cards for this match. The crack wrist back. I just need to maintain some type of hand position. I think, I'm hoping my side pressure is good enough to knock him off tilt a little bit, and I'm not expecting to get the full flopped hand this go around, but I'm stronger in other areas, so I've got a couple different options. I got a couple different areas that if the first one doesn't work out, I'm hoping that I'm not going to fall into the trap of thinking that I can still win a long, exhausting, run out long match. And I'm gonna tell my wife that, hey, Renee, come over here and yell at me to let it go if you see me struggling for anything longer than 10 seconds or so. Just let it go. But
what would you say? What would you say? Come on, John. We want to know. What would you say? You pin him. You get a pin on him. Are you gonna say "told you so"?
I guess it's just gonna depend on how our press conference goes and how our week together goes, for how how my attitude and my feelings are gonna be for him. If I want to be, the wise guy or the "I told you so" guy, or
I'll tell you what. We can work out a sponsorship deal while we're here. I will pay a good amount of money to you, Mr. Brzenk, if you say "Ready Bang."
Ready Bang. I'm going to Disneyland. I'm going to Aussie arm wrestling.
Ready Bang. I would just be Right. That'll be unreal. Have you got a prediction? Like there's you're going in and you think you're going to win, which every arm wrestler should do. If you're an arm wrestler out there, and if you go into a match and you're like, oh no, it's good. As long as it's competitive, I'm fine. Get out of the sport. You should be thinking that you're winning every one. Have you got a score for us?
Well, it's all going to depend on how obviously how the matches go. I mean, it's if he's able to stop the first match and I'm a dum-dum and continue to pull to try to win that first match in a compromised position or even some position that's equal, it could go 6-0 for Devon, obviously, for sure. I think for me to bounce back after a hard-fought match of the first round is going to be the worst-case scenario for me. If I can hit him and blast him and get him badly out of position enough to play his game maybe, and maybe not finish him, but just feel like I'm in total control, and let's see how long, you'll burn yourself. And then it can definitely switch the whole thing around. So, but I'm not envisioning anything. I'm really kind of going in with an open mind and just being confident in remembering and repeating to myself that you've got options. If A doesn't work out, try B and C. Don't just die with A, and see where it goes.
Well, we're down to 50-50. 126 votes in the chat. 50-50 between you and Devon. I love that everyone is getting behind you in this comeback tour. Robert Gould, again, you big legend. He says, hey, John, if you win the match against Devon, I'll give you $1,000 through Venmo. Not that you need any extra motivation. Robert Gould, can you be my channel sponsor if you're giving away $1,000? I mean, you are a desert legend to even offer that. But there you go. There's a little nice incentive for you. Bit of sprinkle.
All right. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I don't need that type of incentive or motivation. I'm like I said, I've been completely focused for the last 6-7 weeks, and I'm as ready as I can be. So I'm maybe hitting hard and doing what I can. So
I don't want to start any rumors, but people are saying $200,000 is the appearance fee you charge to get over to Dubai.
Oh, I wish.
No, not at all. No, we won't.
Who are these people?
Because that's just asking someone what their payday is. But let's backtrack. I mean, you've flogged to death the king of the table stuff. When did this? Oh, I'm very, very intrigued. When did this come back? Like, when did the wheels start turning? Because you're not an idiot. I'm putting it out there. You're a very, particular person. You know if you're feeling good, if you're not feeling good. You're never really going to put yourself in danger. So when was the moment when you just went, one, alrighty, let's get this going, and two, to get that first super match underway?
Oh, you're talking about my comeback, not particularly the Devon match, but just the comeback. The Devon match or the comeback?
No, the comeback.
Okay, so the comeback basically kind of all started with the proposal I got from Pal almost 2 years ago to be a part of the top 8. Then COVID hit, so I started training a little bit for that, kind of off and on, thinking that it was going to come around at some point, which it never did and still hasn't, and it's probably not going to, in my view, for a while yet. So that kind of got me thinking, okay, arm wrestling again. And then they came and gave me a call saying that I was going to pull my first round with David in July, I think. And I laughed and I said, guys, you didn't give me any warning. I didn't know anything, like you were even thinking about starting this thing back up and da-da-da-da-da. But they came back with a better proposal than when we first negotiated for the top 8. So I was like, okay, well, I've been paid a lot less to get my ass kicked. So I'll start at least training again and start arm wrestling on a regular basis to not completely embarrass myself for this particular tournament. Well, that ended up getting canceled. But in the meantime, I was 4 or 5 weeks in arm wrestling, and Chance Shaw asked me a bunch of times earlier that year in April, I think, and even before that in January, if I would consider a super match, which I declined and said, I'm sorry, Chance, but I'm just not arm wrestling anymore. But Travis was going to have me out for kind of an appearance, not to actually arm wrestle anybody on his East Coast tournament. And I thought, I'll give Chance a call. He's asked about having a super match with me a couple times now, and I saw a post on Facebook about somebody asking what they thought would happen between Chance and I. And that's kind of how it all started. I just thought, okay, well, let's start it up and get some matches under my belt. And didn't know what to expect with Chance. He was kind of the big social media, deal at the time, and it got me all excited and nervous because I was not in the greatest shape, but good enough. I thought, well, I can at least make it competitive, and that's here we are, almost 6 months later, 5-6 months later.
You're just smoking fools, just pinning everyone.
That wasn't smoke. That wasn't smoking. That wasn't. Yeah, that was a heart attack almost ready to happen with Chance. I just squeaked by, and I got so excited and nervous. It's funny how you would think after being in the sport as long as I've been in the sport that I wouldn't have gotten all riled up and excited like that, but I definitely got my heart pumping.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, it might not mean anything, but I'm so grateful of this comeback tour. One, I got to commentate John Brzenk live when I do my live watch-alongs, etc. commentate. So I got to commentate a John Brzenk match live and obviously have this chat here. So the comeback tour, I think, is brilliant. Out of the three, who was the strongest?
It's hard to say because I've been I feel like I've gotten a little bit better each and every time.
I felt bad for Lindiana Jones. I felt bad for Paul Lynn because everyone loves him. Paul Lynn is a jet. We all love him. But then, 3-1 against Chance, 3-0 against Dimitri, and then suddenly the wings come out, the flames are happening, and
So maybe not the strongest, and I don't know how those three guys would match up against each other, but the guy that took me closest to me losing was Dimitri. I mean, I felt like we're just right there. It could go either way. So he really did push me to my limits in his style with that top roll. Could I have made it a little easier 3-4 weeks later when I pulled Paul? Could I have approached a match similar with Dimitri and been just as effective or more effective? I kind of think maybe I could have. I felt like maybe I didn't pull Dimitri as well as I should have, but I think all three of those guys are very, very, very close. But I feel like I've gotten better every time I've gone. I'm getting more comfortable. I'm getting not so worked up and riled up,
and then you've got if I'm reading things right, you've got Pavlo next year and Engen next year.
So I've heard some rumblings, and I need to inquire what happened to, I don't know if it was Haji or his brother that ended up pulling in the WAF and ended up hurting themselves. So I don't know exactly. My next match was supposed to be with Haji Azolov.
Yeah.
In end of January, February
in Turkey.
I'm not sure if that match is still on. I know the match that Chance was supposed to pull, that guy ended up hurting himself. So I haven't talked with Engen since WAF has happened. So I don't know if things have changed, if he's still going to have the tournament. But yeah, that's the plan, was to pull Haji in February, and then I'm planning to go to Norway in March. And we're just kind of going to do, I don't know how official it's going to be, a super match with Engen. And then...
Oh, it'll be official. He'll be gunning for you. Don't worry about that.
Yeah. Well, I need to, depending upon what's going on other than that in my future, I'm not super excited. I possibly might not be super excited to lose 25 pounds.
Yeah.
So I might have to say, hey, Engen, this is, I'm not killing myself to beat. I mean, I know it's probably the healthiest thing that I could do to really force myself to push myself to get back down on weight again. But it's not any fun, especially at my age. But yeah, Pablo was the next match in end of April, I think it was. He gave me the date. I think I took a picture of it somewhere, but I haven't really got it locked on in my mind yet exactly what the date is. But a tournament in Kentucky.
Is there an end date? Because like the comeback tour, I don't know if it's gone as good as you thought it would. You know, 1 match, 2 match. Now you're up to match number 4, and you got 5, 6, 7 in the books. Do you have an end date, or is it like you've had 1 loss, you've had a second loss, if that happens? Because you just you're just pinning everyone at the moment. Do you see an end date, or are you just like, cool, it's a real extra,
I don't know.
bit of money?
Yeah, I kind of kidded around. I think on my last thing with Neil, the opportunities maybe possible. I mean, it might be the worst thing that could happen to me is that I end up beating Devin, right? I mean, my opportunities of super matches might be pretty slim pickings. I know Devin mentioned in our chat that when he beat me, all his opportunities of super matches kind of went away for many, many years. Nobody wanted to pull him. So
I think this should explode, because if you somehow beat Devin, who was just monstrous at the last King of the Table, I think the bidding wars should start, because Devin has the most loved and loyal fans in the world, but he's also got some of the most hated fans in the world. So I think if you get the win on him, I think that will just do a big bidding war for you and give you the rest time as well.
Yeah, but the field shrinks a lot, right? Everybody will have super high expectations. So the field shrinks down to the big Europeans, Vitali, Hermes, Kadesha, Levon, so
John,
yeah.
Money.
Big, way bigger, easier, better field. If I lose, that's not that's the manager of me thinking and speaking, not the arm wrestler, the competitive arm wrestler.
And people want to know, and when I say people, I mean the Aussie arm wrestler. Where's Bill?
Bill, I don't know where Bill is. Bill gave the sport up 20 years ago, 25 years ago, and never looked back. Never speaks of it. When I've ever gotten together with him, we never even discuss arm wrestling. I don't think he follows it. It's just
had his bit of fun in the sun and realized his
completely
way better.
Completely walked away from it. He's not. I don't think he's a fan of it. I don't think he watches or is in.
How can he not watch? My brother's the greatest ever in what I do, and I'm not going to watch it. Are you kidding? Right, show him this bit. Bill Brzenk, first, you better come on the show. The Aussie Arm Wrestler wants to have a chat with you. And two, I'm a huge family man. My brothers could be interested in the most boring things in the world, and I will still watch it. Bill, come on, mate. Come on. Let's get it going. Get excited about arm wrestling, you big legend. No, that is hilarious. Now, everyone that comes on the show gets to play arm wrestling's favorite game. It is pin one, lose to one, and get rid of one. So, John, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you three names, three pullers' names, and because you're the greatest arm wrestler of all time, you get to play this game a few times. And what I do is I give you three names, and you have to decide out of the three which one you're going to pin, which one you're going to lose to, and which one you would say never arm wrestle again, or even in their prime. I'm relinquishing you from arm wrestling history.
Okay. I think I got it. How do I win this game? I'll tell you. Alrighty. So I'll give you like a few goes because I've got heaps for you. So the first one, we're going to go back in time. Richard Lupkeys, Cleve Dean, and Scott Norton. So now what you have to say is which one you want to pin. So my hopes, my dreams, a fantasy of who I would love to pin. Well, with my past, with those three guys, I would love to get a pin on Scott Norton because I only got a chance to pull him a couple times early in my career, and I think I was only weighing 185, 90 pounds at the times I've arm wrestled Scott. So I would have loved for Scott to have stuck around to possibly get a pin on Scott. Second part is who I would lose to.
Lose to someone?
Yeah, I never had a problem. I would lose to Cleve.
Lose to Cleve. Oh, so you're not holding a grudge that he got a speaking rolling over the top. Oh, you are a man of your word.
And then so Lucas has to just go away, and then I have to not face
his
Lucas
memory.
anymore.
There it is. John Brzenk has just said there is no such thing as Richard Lupkes anymore. That's it. He's erased him from memory. No, fantastic. Love those answers. Certainly went way different than the way I thought it. That's for sure. All right, second round is I'm going to use the people from your comeback tour. Chance Shaw, Dimitri Kachan, and Lindiana Jones, Paul Lynn. So you got to pin one, lose to one, which you haven't done, and you've got to tell one of them they're not arm wrestling anymore.
Okay. To pin one, I want to pin Dimitri.
Ah.
To lose to, I would lose to Paul Lynn. And then Chance, I would say, Chance, stay away from me. Don't come near me anymore.
No more. Chance Shaw.
Yeah, I'm done with Chance.
Our man John has said you're not allowed to arm wrestle anymore. You're gone. Beautiful. And then we'll get into the big dogs. That is for sure. So we'll go Denis Saplenkov, Levan, and then, of course, your king of the table opponent, Devon.
Ooh, well,
and I'm talking
I'd be silly not to say that I would love to have a pin on Levan. So pin Levan, lose to Dennis, and then make Devon go away.
That one was exactly how I thought it would go. That one is exactly how I thought I'd go. Alrighty, before we wrap up, because I've probably taken way too much of your time, that is for sure, and I appreciate everyone in the chat.
What time is it?
I'm going to ask you a whole heap of questions, John, and you're not allowed to think. Quick fire questions, and just answer them. First thing that comes to the mind. Are you ready?
All right, ready.
Do you prefer tournaments or super matches?
Tournaments.
Are you a fan of the King's move?
No.
What's your worst? Yeah, good man. What's your worst injury ever?
Shoulder.
What is your most favorite win?
Saplenkov.
Toughest opponent?
Jerry Cadorette.
Wow! Whoa! That certainly caught me off guard. Which version of John is the best? 80s, 90s?
The young version. The 80s.
80s John. Beautiful. What is a perfect storm?
Oof. Brings a lot of elements.
Love it.
A lot of elements.
Do you put tomato sauce in the fridge or the cupboard?
Opened or unopened?
It doesn't matter. It goes in the one place.
No, if it's unopened, it goes in the cupboard. If it's been opened, it goes in the refrigerator.
Oh.
That's a trick question. That's a tricky question. Everybody knows that answer to that.
No way. Pineapple on pizza? Yes or no?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes, yes. How bad is Sylvester Stallone at arm wrestling?
Probably not as bad as he is as a boxer.
Oh. And last one. If you could pin anyone, past or present, who would it be?
Lexi Voboda.
Again?
During the Pulling John filming.
Oh, perfect answer. Perfect answer. I'll just quickly wrap this up with White Wolf. He says, John, nobody pulls in super matches and tournaments right up to their super matches except you. Why? And more importantly, how?
Oh, you're talking about my match or my tournament pulling at the Utah John Brzenk Cup?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Why would I do that?
The John Brzenk Cup.
Why would I do that?
Best thing ever.
Because I normally just take 2 weeks rest of training hard, arm wrestling hard at practice before a super match, before I try to taper to peak. So I thought it was kind of safe to pull the tournament. And I wasn't really worried about winning or losing. I just thought it would be a good exercise in keeping my sharp and getting used to having referees square me up and be straight and all that crap. So I was there. So I thought, why the hell not?
I think it's awesome that John Brzenk won the John Brzenk Cup. I'll get you to nominate someone. Who do you think would be a fun guest on the Aussie Arm Wrestler show?
I don't know. Who American puller?
Anyone that can understand this accent, I will get on. You can name a few if you need.
I don't want to name the guys because you're going to end up stealing before I get to them. I mean, I've got a bunch of guys that I would like to get on to chat with, but I don't know. I mean, what are you inquisitive about? What in the past and history of the sport of arm wrestling?
I just love it all. I'm just an arm wrestling fan, and I just. I love it because
do you go as far back as the 80s though? Do you know the guys like Johnny Walker and Dave Patton and such? Oh, okay. Well, so I didn't know. I don't know how. Yeah. You said you were 4 to 7 or so watching over the top. So
a bit of a historian. No, I love it. Like any sport I sink my teeth into. I love knowing the history and how the sport progresses and the people and things like that. But that's all right. That's okay. You are the greatest of all time, so you can pass on that question.
I'm gonna pass on that.
I tell you what, I will just take the compliment that you think that if it became between me and the greatest arm wrestler of all time, asking someone to do a podcast, there might be a chance someone chose me over you. So that's the biggest compliment.
Well, maybe we could do, well, you got your audience in Australia. We could do a three-way Zoom live.
Oh, mate, don't you worry. Anything that you would want to get the Aussie Arm Wrestler involved, John, I would be greatly appreciated. This short time together, I've greatly appreciated. One last thing before we wrap it up. I need to hear John Brzenk's impersonation of Ready Bang! The greatest catchphrase.
Ready! Ready, bang!
Yeah, there
Not
it is.
so much. I don't have the accent, right?
Guys, we're about 8 days away, depending where you are around the world. We've got the biggest matchup going on. John Brzenk versus Devon Larratt. It is King of the Table 2. If you haven't bought your pay-per-view, what are you doing? You should have already bought it, and you should just be showing off because it's going to be great. I'll be doing a live watch-along. I won't be stealing the pay-per-view, but you guys know what I do. I do a commentary along, and we sit there and have a laugh and a chat. This has just been a dream come true for me as an arm wrestling fan. John, I'm forever grateful for you taking an hour and a half out of your time. I really, really appreciate it. The people in the chat have been more than appreciative of it as well.
I appreciate you having me, Jake, and we could do it again for sure. I mean, this doesn't have to be one-off. We'll keep in touch.
That is recorded. I've got that. That is a verbal contract sucked in, John. I'll be getting you. No, really appreciate it. I definitely won't bother you. But of course, mate. Of course, if you want to come on and just have a beer and a laugh and a chat and things like that, I wish you nothing but the best in Dubai. And I know you're just going to go out there and have a bit of fun.
I appreciate it. Where are you from? Are you from Sydney?
Melbourne.
Brisbane? Melbourne. Oh, the hot city.
Yeah, the most locked down city, but we'll end the stream. Catch you later, guys. We're live. Beautiful. That's how we do it. I think it's the only way to do it. Let me just double check everything to see that we Is it possible to grow? I think we are live. All righty. Let me just have a look at stuff. Alrighty. Can you guys, ready, bang? We are live. Beautiful as people come into the chat. Just wait a minute, you dead set legends. I just want to pump this going. I just want to thank my Patreon members, the dead set legends. And of course, you've got my absolute bangers that have signed up for memberships, and you get your little logo next to your name. Really appreciative of that, which is always good. And then, of course, we've got the sponsor, armwrestlingforums.com. If you're not a part of Arm Wrestling Forums, then you're really missing out. And my favorite thing is the predictions that go on. And, of course, I'm doing a live prediction show very, very soon with Ryan Turner. So it's going to be awesome. It is going to be a bit of fun. But look at the guest that I've got with me now. This Bulgarian brute. He is a European champion. He is a world champion. He is going to be the most popular man on the internet if he gets a huge win in Australia in just 2 weeks' time against Ryan Bowen. But he has the coolest name in arm wrestling because it's Bozhidar. And I'm talking about this great man, Bozhidar Simenov. Bozhidar, dobre došli v shoto.
Greetings, arm wrestling community.
Was I even close?
Yeah, it was pretty dope, man. Nice.
Yeah. So for everyone watching, I tried to tell Bozhidar, welcome to the show. But I tried to do it in Bulgarian and did really, really bad. Good to see some people coming into the chat, which is really good. Everyone's just been listening to the East versus West announcements over on Engen's channel. So I'm sure when he finishes up there, more and more people will come over there. Just let people know in Engen's chat that I'm live with Bozhidar Simenov. Bozha, how are you?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, man. Working out properly, feeling strong, going all the way up with the weight, and the table will show.
Oh, it is going to be awesome. But of course, you are dealing with the 2019. Look at this trophy. Left arm, third place amateur. This
Nice.
is the trophy you need to come after, my man. Absolutely enjoying it. You are looking strong. Give us a flex. Give us a flex. Yeah, look at that. He is bringing it. He's going to bring the heat. Now, we will get to your big matchup in a minute, but I just want to have just a quick recap of all the good things that you have done. I want to know, when did you win your first European championship?
My first European championship that I won, it was 2016, but only amongst juniors. I won with left-right amongst juniors, and I wanted to preserve my right, so I pulled directly on seniors with right and finished last. Seniors 70 kilos.
It's 70 kilos. And yeah, but I tell you what, man, how does it feel that at one stage, I mean, even now, at 80 kilos, you are the best in the world?
Well, I'm already 86, so I need to change the category now.
86 kilos, but yeah. And just an absolute stud. And I want to take you, I think one of my favorite world championships of yours would have to be probably 2019. And I've just got a video here. We'll just chuck this on. 2019, thanks to Global Arm Wrestling. Check out this battle, guys, as it's quickly on the screen. Now, once this match is over, when Bozhidar is just digging deep, just quietly, he's putting redlining against this Turkish superstar. And look at that. He's just all in on that one. Balls in on this one. Just get to the pin pad. How good is this? He still's got it. There's the hit. And Bozhidar is now your 2019 world champion. Now, what I really like about that, mate, is you did it from the side.
To be honest, we've met on the first round and fresh by fresh, and he beat me after a very long match, So he had one win over me, and we met fresh by fresh, so he beat me. But after he had worst draw, and I took rest one round, and I came more fresh to the semi-final and maybe more prepared, like mentally, and I knew I had to change a little bit my style so I could win. And it was the more important win for this competition, because it put me one stage up.
Oh, well, you were world champion. Guys, you go to Global Arm Wrestling and check it out. That's why I love this 2019 World Championship with Bozhidar, because he did it from the B-side. He did it from the B-side. As he just said, it was an absolute war, an absolute banger, that first round. And so you had to come the harder way and ended up winning a world champion. As you saw at the end of that video, and you're screaming your head off, what is that feeling like? What is that feeling like becoming world champion?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, you just don't have to cry in front of all of these people, Oh, but it's amazing. You feel like you need to express yourself, and you are free to do it, fuck it, you're the world champion, so do whatever you like. You have your few seconds of glory right there, so it's your time.
How was the party afterwards?
Every time is okay.
Plenty. I'll tell you what, if I became world champion, I would be drunk for about a year, I reckon, till the next world champions. Spencer in the chat, thanks for coming on. He wants to know, how was your elbow after that match?
Well, like, if you take it serious, like, not only before the competition, but after the competition as well, if you know how to do it, to preserve yourself, like, everything will be fine, and you will catch up very fast after every competition and build up even more and more. So yeah. I think everything is fine, and it will be, for now, it will be fine as well. So.
Mate, yeah.
You're just grinding.
You're always looking good. Sap the B wants to know, the Dead Set Legend, thank you for your super chat. He says, what is Bozhidar's thought on Todd Hutchings' victory over Jordan Sonev, and whether he thinks Sasha Andreev can beat Toddzilla?
Like, the whole match, like, Todd impressed me a lot, he changed his whole style. Like, he was looking like complete arm wrestler, very strong, very versatile, and very monstrous. Like, it was impressive, like, to beat Sonev like this. Like, maybe, like, Hutchings was feeling more comfortable with his style, but anyway, it was amazing win for him.
Yeah, the win was unbelievable. Thank you, Sap the B. I thought that win was just out of the park. He made Sonev, look like a novice, look like an amateur. He was just so strong. Do you think Todd Hutchings can beat Sasha Andreev?
It depends on the weight class. Like, if they go up to 95, like, I'm giving my bets maybe to Sasha, because I think up to 95, maybe he has better chances to beat Hutchings than Sonev.
There you go. That's beautiful. I quite like that.
Depends on the weight class.
Yeah, that'll be a ripper matchup. Let me know in the comments. If who would win, Todd Hutchings or Sasha Andreev. But let's stick with East versus West. Now, you were invited to the very first one, and Engen just announced some matches for an event in May. But you were at the very first one. How did that match with Tony Kitowski come about? How was it organized?
Like one day, like before, I took part in all the events that took place in Turkey, you know. So we've kept in contact with Engin, and he invited me to East versus West. But he said, "Do you want to pull Tony Kitowski?" And I said, 100% sure, you know. Like I wanted to pull with him since 2017, since I've acknowledged him like an arm wrestler, you know. Like I can say I was a big fan of him, and I really wanted to meet him on the table.
Oh, and meet him on the table, you did. Wow. Everyone just stood up and took a bow and said, Bozhidar, you are the man. That was an absolute ripper. Before we get into that match, what was the whole event like?
Yeah, it was amazing. Like all of the events there were amazing, you know. Everybody were very like welcoming. We were welcome, very warm. All the accommodation, the stage, everything was very professional and amazing, you know. The whole atmosphere, tons of sportsmanship. It was, all of the events were hell of events, you know.
Oh, both events so far have been looking fantastic. If anyone that is just coming in, we're here with, of course, the number one 80-kilo arm wrestler in the world, Bozhidar. Every time we say your name, that's how you have to say it. Bozhidar, the coolest name in arm wrestling. Now you get on the table and you just tear through Tony Kitowski. Were you happy? Were you upset? Were you relieved? Because, as you said, you were a fan of Tony and really wanted that match. And then to able to win in the awesome way that you did, how did you feel after the match?
Yeah, I was very, you know, relieved. I was happy of the shape that I put to the table, because like few weeks before this match, I had very hard vendetta that I lost on the left hand, and my shoulder wasn't very good after that, but I managed to pull through this, to heal it and to prepare for the vendetta. So I can say that even on the left I won with more confidence than the right, but I was very happy with my result, you know.
Oh, mate, if you're getting pins on Tony Kitowski, absolutely, you would be bloody happy. He was, yeah, that was just unbelievable, and it was it made me really, really take notice. We've got a question for you. Bozhidar says, Ryan, Sap the B for your super chat, thank you. He says, Ryan says you will be 90 kilos against him. Is this true?
I'm 86 right now, so I have like few weeks more to see if I can. But maybe 90 will be too much for me, but I will try to stick around, you know.
Yeah.
So we will see.
That'll be awesome. We're going to get to that match very soon. I just want to put a picture on the screen, and I'm very interested in this. So, can you see the screen there, Bozhidar?
Yeah, this guy is from Georgia, David Samushia. Yeah.
What's with the Olympic rings? That's what I'm interested in. The Olympic rings in the background.
Yeah, like probably like the World Arm Wrestling Federation is few steps closer to Olympics. It's what we truly believe, and it's not impossible. Like maybe it's a little bit more of effort required, and we can actually enter the Olympics, you know.
Ah, okay. So was this event was this event more like to put it to the Olympic Committee to show them, hey, arm wrestling needs to be in the Olympics?
Yeah, like I think that this year we just took bigger steps, like closer to the Olympics, you know, joining the programs and like, you know.
Do you think because of the for me, it's all the performance enhancing supplements that keep arm wrestling out of the Olympics, steroids, if you will. I think that's our biggest problem. Why do you think arm wrestling is not in the Olympic Games?
Well, I still think that, like, for the past years, like, our sport is gaining more and more popularity, you know. That's why it brings it closer. But, like, also the steroids are a very big problem, you know, because they help, like, the sports to bring money and popularity, but it departs it from the Olympic, you know. Because to become an Olympic sport, it needs very strict doping control rules, you know. So, like, there is difference between marketing and sports.
Yeah. Nah, spot on there. And I want to talk to you about Arm Wars, but we've got someone in the chat, Fox 8 Ball. He says at Arm Wars, he thinks Bozhidar could hear him in the crowd. Did you?
I can still hear him shouting. My man.
Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. He with the shaved head, and he had the Arm Wars written in his hair. Was he screaming heaps for you?
This guy loves arm wrestling for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. All righty. Arm Wars. So you got invited. What were you excited for Arm Wars reality check? Was it just Neil Pickup ringing you up and saying, Bozhidar, you've got to be here. We need you to pull?
No, it was like we were like managing Sasha against RVJ, and my match came up after this, you know. Like we started contacting about Sasha against RVJ match, and like Neil gave me the opportunity to pull my very good friend Vladislav Krasovskis, and like he's one of the guys I always enjoy. I always like to pull, you know.
Yeah, but did you have to crush him?
Every time he puts me to my limits.
Yeah, the Arm Wars was great, but yeah, you definitely put the hurt on him. I thought the Arm Wars event looked amazing at Reality Check, and I'm glad it was awesome to see you there. Do you know if many Bozhidar shirts were sold?
I don't know. To be honest, I haven't checked recently.
James Statham, you might know in the chat. We've got James Statham, the producer of Arm Wars. How many Bozhidar shirts were sold? That would have been unreal. Going back to East versus West, how come you weren't invited to East versus West 2?
Like, Engen tried to set some matches for me, but like this whole event was very close to the event that was held last week in Malta. Like, and I really wanted to take this opportunity to go to pull Kerst in Malta because like he put his heart for this event and he did amazing job. Like the whole production was amazing. The whole event was amazing. All the venue, the accommodation, they welcomed us with open arms, and everything was like more than what I expected, and it was top quality job.
It would have been. We're going to get to the Prodigy event in a moment. So because I always wondered, because you were so dominant, you were awesome in East versus West 1, and when they kept announcing the card, I was waiting and waiting for your name to come up, but it didn't come up. But it makes sense now for that event in Malta.
Yeah, last year I made too many events. I participated almost every month in arm wrestling events. So, like, after the Worlds, I had some problems with my elbow. So I said, okay, I need to take off my foot from the gas pedal. So, not so many competitions this year.
Okay, yeah, we're going to get to this year. I want to chat to you about that in a moment. First of all, let me just take care of the chat. Fox 8 Ball is a thank you, Stacey Morgan, for your super chat. He says Fox 8 Ball is a beast. Now get on those raps, and of course, hello Aussie. Hello to you, Stacey Morgan. James Statham is just mentioning that 6 million Bozhidar shirts were sold. So there you go.
So I can quit job now.
Yes, we need more full-time arm wrestlers. Welcome, Fox Body Spence. He's just become a banger. He's become a member. Thank you very much, Fox Body. You are a superstar. And Marcus Thompson, always looking after the Aussie arm wrestler. He comes in with a massive, almost as big as Bozhidar's arms. He's come in with a massive super chat. Let me fix my camera up. There we go. There we go. Says Bozhidar, who's your hardest opponent or gives you the most trouble?
Like lately it was Oleg Zhov on left hand.
Yes. I just watched that match at the Worlds.
He beated me like several times already this year.
Oh, wow. So he would be, who would be your hardest opponent of all time in your whole career?
Yeah, I think Władysław, because like every time we are making like very great fights, and sometimes I'm winning, sometimes he beats me, and every time, because he's very versatile puller, and every time it's like a chess game with him, and every time I enjoyed it to the limit. So for sure, Władysław, it's the hardest.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. Jeremiah, you may have to go back because we spoke about the first East versus West. Now, Malta event. The Malta event. Oh my God. Where do I start? Why did Kirsten pick you for the match?
Like, we met in Turkey and he brought the idea. First it was like very raw idea, but he made it in a reality, and I was okay with it. I thought he's strong. I don't know, like first we put on a bartending bar, and then he came to my hometown in Bulgaria, and on the practice he did pretty good against me. Like, he put in completely different way he put at the competition, and I really thought that it could be really great matchup, but maybe he was just under too big pressure for organizing the whole event by himself, like bringing us all to Malta. Some other stuff happened, like in the organization, and changing some fights before the event, and it was too much pressure on him, and sometimes just shit happens,
Yeah, boy, did shit happen. For those that don't know, Bozhidar was in the main event with Kirsten Prodigy. I call him Kirsten Prodigy. Malta versus Bulgaria, and it was a great event. The live stream looked amazing. The event looked amazing. And then round one, ready, bang! The bicep just... Bozhidar was too strong, and he's just now ripping off everyone's biceps. He's just destroying it. Did you feel Kirsten's bicep go?
Well, like I was there, and like like while I'm pulling, I'm not watching only my hand. I watched my opponent's hand, like the position of his elbow, his angle. Sometimes like it sounds weird, but sometimes I'm trying to listen his breathing as well, when he takes a breath. So I'm observing the whole game while I'm pulling. So I saw everything and how it happened. Like, I don't know, even few seconds, like since the start, I thought, should I let it go, or because I saw his elbow out of the pad,
Yeah.
Didn't seem quite right.
Do you think it was unlucky, or shit happens, or do you think it was bad arm wrestling?
Well, I told you, like, I just think he got overexcited, because it's just of lack of experience. Because I truly believe that Kerst is good arm wrestler, but sometimes, like, maybe he concentrated too much on how everything will look than to his own arm wrestling and like what he should actually do. Because like I expected from him like completely different arm wrestling.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we all didn't think his bicep was going to blow up. I've been trying to share the GoFundMe page to help Kirsten Prodigy up. I've donated a few dollars to help out, and hopefully everyone can do that as well, because, the guy put on such a great event.
He deserves it for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you've been pulling for a while, and you've turned up to some great places. You've turned up to some not so great places. What did you think when you first walked in to the Malta event?
Well, like when I first entered, I thought, well, there are more trees than I expected. Like they were describing me more to like only buildings, no trees, and to be honest, it's like it was completely different than I thought, and it was much better than I thought.
I think my favorite thing about the Malta event is they made you look massive, because I'm not sure if you've watched the replay. They introduced you as 6'9".
Yeah, maybe it's just misclicking, I don't know.
Do you wear big shoes?
No.
No, it was just a typo. That's all. That's all it was. But it was just funny. I was watching, and then you're coming in for the main event. You're ready to give it the big ones, and it was Bozhidar 6'9". He's like the tallest man in the world. I was like, he was way tall. Now, why everyone's here? We are about to talk about a massive, massive match for Australian arm wrestling. Bozhidar Simenov is coming to Australia in 2 weeks. And I'll tell you what, he is competing. Let me just show you what he's competing for, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that bad boy. Doesn't that look like a beautiful championship belt? Look at that. So what is happening, guys? It is March 19th. Bozhidar Simenov is pulling Ryan Blue Bowen here in Australia. The Aussie arm wrestler will literally be sitting a foot away from that table, calling the action. It's going to be unreal. And they're competing for the Oceanic Arm Fights Unleashed Championship belt. It's going to be awesome. First of all, how did this match? Why are you coming to Australia? How did this match happen?
Well, first I want to thank Ryan. Like, the belt looks amazing. Like, man, I want it so bad.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm still waiting for my visa, so I hope better from someone from the visa department is watching right now.
Yeah, that's what we need to do. Everyone, go tag people from the visa department because we need Bozhidar in Australia. One, because I just want to have a drink with you, say good day, and we have a bit of a laugh. But so did you challenge Ryan, or did Ryan challenge you?
No, I mean, like, I think that because RVG Ryan Bowen match was delayed, and Pradeep asked me some of his podcasts about my matchup, and this idea came up to Ryan. He gave me the opportunity. Like always, I can decline. This is a very good opportunity for me to check where I am exactly right now, like gaining all this weight, taking few categories up. So for me, it will be one of the greatest matchups for me.
Okay. Hey, you mentioned the weight gain. Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel comfortable putting on, because you've always been in the lighter categories? So do you feel comfortable putting on weight?
To be honest, not really. Like, I felt more versatile and better when I was lightweight, 79, 80 kilos. But right now, maybe I'm just still adapting to this weight. So I hope I will manage to do it till the competition day.
Well, White Wolf says, man, Bowen's losses just keep rolling on. Boz is going to shut him out hard. Interesting to see how this will go. What will the score be, Bozhidar? What will be the score at the end of the match?
How can I say? I never met him on the table, so for me it's a mystery as well.
Give us a score. Come on, mate. Do you think you're going to crush him?
I don't know. Maybe after the second round, I will be able to do more than in the first rounds. Let's say it this way.
I am looking forward to, because it's just going to be two hook battles. That is going to be unreal. It's going to be so good watching you two go head to head in the middle of the table. Everyone in the chat, if you want to watch it, you've got to sign up to Ryan Blue Bowen's pay-per-view. You get to see the Aussie arm wrestler call the match live. I'll have Bozhidar there. We'll be doing interviews before and after the match. Let me know in the chat who wins this up. Is it my man Bozhidar on the screen now, or is it my Patriot, Ryan Blue Bowen? Let me know in the chat, you dead set legend. It's going to be an awesome match. How do you go with traveling? Because it's a long flight to Australia.
Yeah, probably it's the longest flight from Bulgaria to Australia that it's possible, the furthest point for me to fly is Australia.
Yeah. How long is the flight?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it will be 20 hours flight. Not sure. Maybe more.
Yeah. Europe to Australia. I've been to a few countries in Europe. I used to live in England, and flying over back and forth is a nightmare. So what we need to do, guys, is everyone subscribe to Bozhidar's YouTube channel, because if we get enough subscribers, he can fly first class and he can just kick his feet up, put his hands behind his head. And
don't need this. I'm good with the economy.
It's going to be awesome. When you come over, how long are you in Australia for?
I don't know. Like, we are waiting first to take the visa, and after we will manage like the days before to take the tickets. Like, because I don't know how long I can be getting out from work, you know.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
Yeah, I'm working in delivery services.
Very nice. Very nice. Going back to the Ryan match. So if you come over and you win easy, will you just arm wrestle everyone that's there and see if anyone can challenge you?
First, like, I don't think I will win easy. Like, our weight will be close, but as I said, maybe he's more adapted to this weight. And also he's very versatile puller, you know, because he used to be a top rower. Now he's setting the hook. So, like, I think his high hook is very good, and that's a little bit disadvantage of me, because, like, the matches that I lost through my career are in the hook, because, like, 110 times out of 100 times I curl, so this is not a problem for me. But sometimes I lose the hook matches, and this is a great opportunity to see how I evolved since, like, my back losses.
So it gets to the end of the 6 rounds, and your hand gets raised. Bozhidar's the winner. Where are you going to put the championship belt at your house?
Well, maybe next to the ones from Worlds 2018. It would be good.
That's would you wear it on the plane back home?
No, I will put it in my baggage.
No. Oh man, you've got to put it over your shoulder.
They won't let me on the plane with it. This beauty, it weighs 7 kilos, you know, like, it's the real deal.
Oh man, you've got to.
Man, they will probably charge me €50 for bringing it back home.
Well, then you know what you do. You ring me, and I will pay for it. I will pay for it. Just so I can see you sitting on the plane, and you've got some lady next to you, and then some guy holding his kid, and the baby's crying, and then you just in the middle if you win, and you got the belt, and you can send me a photo, and I'll pay for the extra package. I'm absolutely pumped, and a lot of the arm wrestling world are very excited for this matchup. I'm definitely excited. One, because you're very entertaining when it comes to arm wrestling, and 2, you're going to be there when I call the match. So that, for me, that's going to be awesome, and I hope you stick around, guys. Do you think Bozhidar is going to win? Everyone, you just all let me know in the chat. So, win or lose, what's next? What's next for Bozhidar in the arm wrestling world?
Like, we have Bulgarian National Championship 1st of April, and after Europeans and Worlds are coming, so maybe I will need to cut down some weights. I don't know. We will see. Like, I hope, like, some super matches as well, but I will need to be very picky with the competitions, not to make my mistakes from last year.
By doing too many. What also, has anyone come out and challenged you for a super match?
Well, not yet. Like, Ryan is my only super match by far now.
Okay, we just got a couple of questions from the chat. Fox 8 Ball says, ask Bozhidar about Sandra Ceres versus Lachlan Adair, East versus West in August. What do you think of that matchup?
Well, it's very interesting, and I think that if Lachlan doesn't lose the hand control, he has very good chances, but let's see. Both are very good arm wrestlers, you know.
Come on, Aussies. Come on, Aussies. We'll see on that one. Another question from James Statham. He's asking me, Aussie arm wrestler, how do you see the match going? Well, for me, Bozhidar versus Ryan, it all after round one. After round one will answer everything for me. I'm very intrigued of Bozhidar putting on weight because he's an you're an animal at 80 kilos, the best in the world.
Yeah, it's written.
His shirt says it, animal. You know, you're the best in the world at 80 kilos. Some people put on weight and they're phenomenal, and you go in and you'll rip through it. And you see Ryan Bowen put on weight and he didn't like it. He tried to do it to pull Lachlan Adair and it didn't go well. So after round one, we'll just let me know if Bozhidar just runs through Ryan or if we've got a match on. Marcus Thompson, again, the dead set legend. He comes in with a super chat and he says, Boj, don't want to scare you, but Ryan has a quadratic arm. Laugh out loud. Poor Ryan, he just cops it. Everyone teases him on the internet. As you can see, Marcus.
I have it as well.
Have you got it as well?
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah.
SBN.
There you go. So there you go, Marcus. So I don't think Bozhidar is scared at all because he has got the quadratic arm as well. That's going to be awesome. Thank you for that very much, mate. I cannot wait. So Worlds, that's right. That's what I want to ask everyone in the chat. Who do you think Bozhidar's next match should be? Who do you think next super match? So given the time and he can train and everything, he's obviously going to take on the quadratic arm. But who do you think his next super match would be? Let me know in the chat. Now, my good friend, Bozhidar, anyone who comes on the show has to play a game with the Aussie arm wrestler. And it's my favorite game. It's my favorite game. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give you the name of 3 arm wrestlers. And out of those 3 arm wrestlers, you have to tell me which one you're going to pin, which one you're going to lose to, and which one you are saying you are not allowed to arm wrestle anymore this year.
All right.
So you're going to pin one, get rid of one, pin one, lose to one, and get rid of one. And of course, everyone in the chat, you play this game as well. It's heaps of fun. First name, Giannis Amelins. Second name, Geoff Hale. And third name, Oleg Zok.
Well, I would pin Oleg, lose to Hale, and not pull with Giannis anymore.
That did not go the way that I thought. You're getting rid of Giannis Amelins. Oh, no.
Well, I think we put enough on the after pull in Malta. So
how does he feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. He's very good arm wrestler. He's one of the great arm wrestlers. So, I am very pleased to pull with him every time when we meet, like I always can learn something. So every time it's amazing to meet all of those people, to have the chance to pull with them. So I just take the chance and until I destroy my arms.
And Spencer agrees with you. He reckons perfect answer for that one. It's going to be, perfect answer, even though he spelled it wrong. Spencer, that's not how you spell perfect. You're legend. But that's how it goes. Guys, we're going to go for about 5 or so more minutes. So if you've got any questions for Bozhidar Simenov, the number one 80-kilo arm wrestler in the world, he is coming over to Australia to pull Ryan Bowen. Now, if you win, Bozhidar, how will you feel being the most popular arm wrestler on the internet?
Is it possible to happen?
Yeah, because if you spend a bit of time on the internet, not many people like my friend Ryan. They don't like him at all. So if you beat him, you will be the most loved person ever.
Also, I think I will have to lose then. I'm just coming to have some good time, to pull. So, like, I would always love to come to Australia to kick some ass, to beat some kangaroos.
Yeah, that was my next question. Will you arm wrestle a kangaroo while you're here?
Yeah, for sure. And with my other hand, I will be petting a koala.
Guys, breaking news. We've got Bozhidar versus Ryan Bowen on the right hand. Bozhidar versus kangaroo on the left hand.
No.
That's going to be awesome. White Wolf has come in with a super chat and he says, the real question is, Jake, are you going to put up the coveted third place trophy against Bozhidar while he's down there? White Wolf. This trophy, the most sought after trophy in arm wrestling, the most important trophy ever. If Bozhidar comes with $10,000, $20,000, I might pull him. But this thing is a big money maker for the Aussie arm wrestler. No, it's going to be amazing. I am so excited for you to come down and just show you what Australia's about and show you what Australian arm wrestling is about. I'm hoping for an absolute ripper match. I'm hoping that it's a war. I'm hoping that it's just 6 rounds and afterwards you're both just real, not injured, but, you're real sore, like you've just been in a battle. I hope it goes to a 7th round. I'm really looking forward to it. You're just looking in phenomenal shape. Yeah. You're looking really good. So that'll be interesting to see how it goes. Guys, have you got any more questions? Because we're going to wrap it up in a minute because it's Saturday night over there in Bulgaria. So I really appreciate Bozhidar's time. So get a couple of questions in. I've got a couple of questions for you while everyone's getting in there. Do you prefer super matches or tournaments?
Well, I enjoy more super matches because you prepare very individual for a super match, and every time, like, the preparation for a super match is different. So, yeah. I don't know. I enjoy both, but maybe the super matches represent more what arm wrestling is. You can observe arm wrestling closer and to understand it better, because when you go to the competition, there are 5-6 tables and everybody is pulling and you see just some movements. But when there is a super match, you can just observe the movements of both athletes and you're concentrating just on them.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, yeah, I prefer super matches as well. Are you a fan of the King's move?
Well, like, it makes the guys who are doing it happy.
You're so polite, mate. I find this so funny because when you go on the table, you're a completely different person. a monster, aggressive. And then when you're having a chat, you're just like, yeah, man, cool. Yeah, whatever, man.
Like, if the guys who are using it, like, they can't stretch their arms, they can't arm wrestle different way. Like, it's their way to stick to the sport, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
I don't like it. Like, it's not what arm wrestling is. It doesn't look right, and many people like are doing big mistakes because, like, to do the King's move, you need to know what arm wrestling is and how to arm wrestle proper. Probably it's maybe one of the hardest techniques to do, and there are like ton of guys who thinks they can do it, but they actually are just like, I don't know how to say it.
I love it. Bozhidar hates the King's move. It's great. It's great. It's not many people like it. If you could change one rule in arm wrestling, what would it be?
Yeah, I would put all the matches to start with the strap.
Yes, absolutely. Guys, we will wrap it up there. I've taken more time than I should. Bozhidar is coming to Australia in 2 weeks. We all need to bombard the visa department and tell everyone Bozhidar needs to come to Australia. It's going to be unreal. I cannot wait for it. So you got to check out the pay-per-view for Ryan Bowen, and also make sure you go to Bozhidar's YouTube channel. Give him some love. We need to get him another income so he can do this full time. As Benji Mack has put it there. There's the link. Just make sure everyone can go and sub to his channel. It's going to be awesome. Bozhidar, mate, thank you so much for your time, and thanks for being on the show.
Thank you, man. It was a big pleasure for me to do this.
Yes. Thank you, everyone that is watching. And, of course, always remember, ready, bang!
Or we're still probably alive.
Hello, everyone, you dead set legends. And don't worry about that, Adam. We can talk in the private chat. I did set up before we jumped on. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ready Bang, the #1 arm wrestling podcast in the world. I'm your host, the Aussie Arm Wrestler. And as always, I am your Melbourne Cup 2019 left arm, 80 to 95 kilo, third place amateur. The most sought after in the arm wrestling world. It was so sought after. The two behemoths that are joining me on the show now didn't even dare challenge me, and we were all in the same proximity. That's how good it is. Now, before I introduce my guests, I have to thank my awesome Patreon members and bangers for as little as 50 cents a week. You dead set legends can help the show out, and really appreciate each and everything you do. It's such a big help. It just goes a long way. Any money made comes back right into the channel, because it's all about entertaining and joining you. And then, of course, here we go, mate. The man on the bottom, he needs wide-angle cameras. Don't worry about coming on a phone. Met this man in person. His shoulders are massive. He's a social media juggernaut. 2.3 million subscribers. This man is oozing with power. He's too sweet to be sour. I'm talking about the man that just came down to Australia, and that is Larry Wheels. Larry, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, brother. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely appreciate it. And with every Batman, there's a Robin. This is Walter White's worst enemy. And this man was awesome. The work ethic on this man joining the show was unbelievable. what he does for Larry Wheels and the Larry Wheels brand. And I'm talking about Adam Silver. Adam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, just before we get stuck right into Big Bad Larry, Adam, for those that don't know, and I don't think there are too many, can you just give everyone exactly what your role is in the Larry Wheels brand and an update on your injury?
Oh, okay. Yes. So I am Larry's manager and his content producer. I shoot all the videos for YouTube. And so all the deals we work on I negotiate all those. That's kind of my role. And in terms of my injury, so I actually had two issues at the same time. I had my shoulder injury, which I tore one of the muscles off the bone, the infraspinatus muscle that was reattached. That was not from arm wrestling at all. So it was originally from an ATV accident. I had that fixed, got back into working out a bit too quickly, went too heavy and retore it. But I also had a neck problem. So I had a compressed nerve. So I had to have a neck surgery and then a shoulder surgery right after that, 2 weeks apart. So, but I'm back together again and I can actually move my left arm and, but I do have, the small forearm. So I have one big forearm and then one teeny tiny forearm,
Yeah, you've definitely been injured. You have definitely been injured. Shout out to everyone in the comments. I really appreciate it. We'll get to it a bit later, but let's have a chat of the social media juggernaut, Mr. Larry. How are you feeling after it was a quick whip around, wasn't it? You were in, you guys were in, you guys were out. How did you find it here in the land down under?
Well, as you said, we were in and out. After arriving, we just went straight to bed, woke up, tournament, pulled all day long. Next day, rested. Following day, kangaroos, and some more pulling. And then we went back home. So it was a really short trip. But in that trip, some very memorable moments happened. So I really thoroughly enjoyed this trip. And I'm sure we'll get into talking about like the tournament a bit later on. But in a nutshell, the atmosphere was what was so memorable about this particular event. It was very electric in there. Everyone's standing up. It was very high energy, 4 tables going, and it just made it not only as an athlete but as a spectator very interesting and entertaining to watch.
Oh, it was amazing. Now, just quietly, when you locked your eyes for the first time on the Aussie Arm Wrestler, Larry, did you think that you were looking in a mirror? Because, did you just sit there and go, boy, oh boy, they growing big down under?
I was thinking, if I had a little bit more hair, like we'd be identical twins is what I was thinking.
Oh, thank you for lying. Thank you for lying. Shout out to everyone in the comments. I'll get to a lot of your comments and questions a little bit later on. We just got to get stuck into it. Phil Woody UK just gives a ready bang time. A lot of people are very, very excited. Don't forget to like it. We're here with Adam Silver and, of course, Larry Wheels. Now, you're talking about the atmosphere. So you guys have both been, around the world. You've turned up, whether it's strongman events, giant lives. You've done it all, especially in the strongman perspective. And I'll start with you, Adam. When the tournament was first up and going, how did that compare to some of the other tournaments, other competitions that you've attended?
It was really, really professionally run. It was, and not that the other ones aren't professionally run. It's just that this one, it's just at another level. And everything from the production quality to the staff to reffing was amazing. The athletes were great, very good athletes. And, obviously some of the best in that region. So I thought the quality was incredible. And, running 4 tables at the same time is not an easy task to do.
No.
And these guys did it with no mistakes. That was incredible.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was very surprised. I was surprised but not surprised because it can turn into an absolute cluster. That is for sure. Larry, what was it like for you? I mean, mate, you're everyone's favorite person. whatever sport you go into, they come in droves. They're so excited to see you. But what was it like when you first entered the battle arena and were ready to go?
Look, I'm thinking along the lines of what Adam was just saying, how everything was very professionally run. And, of course, I was nervous. So I was more thinking about, besides how things were being run, how I'm going to perform, who's my opponent going to be, what's going to be the draw. So my head was in a different place. Of course, I do have a part in King of the Table, but when it comes to organizing everything and putting everything together, that's not where, I'm being used, right? I'm just more on the marketing side of things. So my head was, again, like in the head of an athlete. And I was like, okay, like, how am I going to perform today? Who am I going to pull? Hope it don't break anything. Hope everything come out of this okay. Because I also am preparing for Middle East Strongest Man in August. So, doing this tournament was a bit risky because, like, okay, by the small chance that I do get hurt, that preparation for this contest for strongman stops, So
Yeah.
Sometimes people ask me, like, how do you juggle doing multiple sports? Well, I mean, I try not and do more than one at the same time. So this is actually the first time I'm doing two simultaneously. I'm training for arm wrestling and competing for arm wrestling while also doing the same for strongman. So like I'm doubling the risk because I can get hurt in either one, Like I got a tournament, I can't do August with the strongest man,
I'll tell you, yeah, when you were pulling it, when you first turned up, and I was like, oh, are you pulling left? And you're like, oh, no, got a little couple of niggling injuries and things like that. And then I saw you on the after table just ripping the left arm. I was like, oh, no, he's never coming back. He's never coming back. But then when you woke up the next day and everything was fine, I'll tell you what, my hairline almost turned into Adam's. I can tell you that right now. I was a bit worried. Uncle John's Arm Wrestling Show with a lovely super chat. Thanks heaps, you big stud. And he asked, hey, Larry, what is your prediction on when we will see Adam Silver at King of the Table? And who will he face?
I think left-handed Aussie arm wrestler would be a first good opponent. Clean him up.
Oh, yeah.
Easy, build Adam's confidence. And
build his confidence. Build his confidence, Larry. Oh.
I could probably let you use both arms against my left arm, even injured as it is right now. Yeah.
Oh, wow. You guys come on and, you take a big Amber Heard on me on my own show. I'll tell you what.
Hey, you open the door, you open the floodgates.
Yeah. Would that be an interest to you at all, Adam, to pull as a pre-show or even the opening match at King of the Table? Is that something that's interests you at all? Or do you love the behind the scenes, the commentating, the filming, etc.?
So I do like the behind the scenes, but of course, I competed for 6 years in the 1990s, and it was my desire last year to all of a sudden get back into all this stuff again and, regain my strength. But I had this injury and that just kind of screwed everything up. But if I could get back to that same level I was at back then, that would be amazing, because then I could really have some fun matches. So especially for people that were in my weight class, back then, because back then I was, 82 kilos and, I was bench pressing about 230 kilograms. So, which is for Americans, that's 507 pounds. Yeah. So,
that's impressive. That is very, I mean, talking about the guys, the things you guys lift is just ridiculous. Travis Beckley's just jumped in. Thank you, Travis. Says big shout out to both Larry and Adam. A large number of new pullers can be attributed to the content they produce. Larry's time is coming soon. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You guys have been instrumental in getting fresh eyes, new eyes to the sport. And, yeah, hopefully you don't really read the comment section in our wrestling videos, because you poor thing, Larry, will have a loss and then they just throw everything at you. And a few times I've had to jump in there and try and be an internet protector. But, yeah, it is gone nuts there. But first tournament, Larry, you had to you got there relatively early. You did your thing. You gave the wave, got some photos with some people. We spent a bit of time together, the three of us. What was your preparation leading? So, did you stick around all day? Do you go home? Do you eat? Do you have a nap? And then what on a nervous scale, when your name was first called up to get to the table, explain that to us.
Yeah. So the preparation is just like any other day. Just make sure the night before I get good rest. I did show up early, because I wanted to do some meeting and greeting. And nervousness on the medium to high side, because obviously after coming from a loss streak, I don't want my first match, the tournament, to be a loss. So to build confidence, I'm glad that it was someone that I was a comfortable win, easy pin, and so was the next couple of guys. So it was just good to build confidence. And I'm seeing that this is a great tool that tournaments can be used for, in my particular case, and anyone getting into the sport, doing tournaments, getting some wins, and realizing that you have to pull many different kinds of hands and people with different levels of experience to really gain confidence. Because jumping into super matches like I did, you only get to pull one hand, and after the first couple of rounds, like, you can pretty much know whether the match is going in your favor or not, and then you're done into the next super match, right? So doing it that way, you very much limit the amount of experience you can gain. Versus in a tournament, I pulled I don't know how many people, and gained so much information about the setup and all these other things that I wouldn't have if I was doing another super match.
Yeah, we'll get to all that information in a moment. Between Adam and Larry, who was more nervous when the Aussie arm wrestler called Larry to the table? Was it you, Adam? Did
Probably
you almost
me.
drop all your equipment?
I was probably more nervous.
I'll tell you what, I thought you were going to do a bloody backflip when Larry got his first pin. I thought you were going to get on the tail.
Yeah.
Larry gave it, beautiful business. Here we go. I thought you were going to do a running backflip. You were so pumped. Guys, if you actually check out, it's in the top 8 where Larry pulls 100-kilo New Zealand champ Charles Puri. And you watch anyone's content and you will hear Adam scream when Larry gets the pin. You were pumped. You were absolutely
it was
pumped.
amazing.
Now, unfortunately, Larry, you didn't win the whole thing. So with some good wins that you got, unfortunately, come some losses. And your first one come from a genuine superstar and a really good bloke. He's the people's champ. He's the people's champ, and he's Mario Tambakis. I will wave my flag as much as I can to get him a king of the table match, an Arm Wars match, East versus West. I love that guy. You might not like him too much, Larry, but how did that feel when you got your first loss?
Well, because of how much everyone was hyping him up, I was expecting. Everyone was saying, Mario, watch out for this guy. He's the real deal. This, that, and the other. Like, okay, so this is probably going to be my first loss, and it was. But I went in there not thinking that I'm going to lose. I didn't have a defeatist mindset, but I did. It was expected. It was expected. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
you don't get to where you are with a defeated mindset. So, at no chance did I, would expect you to walk to the table and go, I'm going to get pinned here. But, it was the only time throughout the whole tournament where the crowd changed. Everything was all Larry, photos with Larry, excited about Larry. We all were. But then when I called Larry Wheels versus Mario Tambakis, it was the only time the crowd changed and we all went with the people's champ. But it was good. How'd you feel, Adam? How'd you feel? Because is it hard because you're manager, videographer, businessman, you've got to keep the professional partnership. The way you two get along, you're obviously great mates. And then when you see Larry lose, how do you juggle all of those sorts of emotion right in that split second?
Well, God, I've been through a lot with Larry since we've been working together for about 7 years now. So, and like 3.5 years have been full time. So I've been through a lot with him and through the ups and downs. And of course, a loss it always sucks. Yeah. Especially when, I got him into the arm wrestling thing and I knew he'd be really good. And then, we have 3 super matches that didn't go our way because they were tough opponents, So it was nice to see him get those few wins first before that loss. We knew the loss would come. been watching Mario for, I guess, about a year, and just knew that he's an amazing arm wrestler. He's just incredible. He truly is. And so it would have been nice if Larry was able to hold him off for a little bit, or maybe get into the straps with him. That would have been fun.
Now, that was one thing I did enjoy. Just a quick shout out to Darko. Thank you very much. He's just come in. Who with already bang? Thank you very much, Darko. You dead set legend. And that was one thing, Larry. I guess you can really tip your hat and feel you've got a good reputation in the arm wrestling world, because anytime I spoke to the pullers, none of them wanted to go to straps with you. And some of the top guys that you did pull are strap pullers. And I noticed, like, in one match, I think you asked Ryan, the referee asked Ryan, do you want to go to straps? And straight away, he was like, no. And things like that. So what do you think about that, Larry, that you are now known as a strap puller, and the reputation, the building as an arm wrestler is progressing in the right way?
Right. Well, I want to be good equally in and out of the straps. I could take the easy way and just not worry about performing outside the strap, slip every single time, but I don't think that's a well-rounded arm wrestler. I still want to be able to get some wins outside the strap and not panic if I don't have the strap. And a lot of that has to do with the setup from what I learned in this tournament. Considering that my last two opponents in my super matches were amateur pullers like Brandon Allen and Khalid, they didn't dominate me in the setup because they had about as much information about that as I did and about as much experience as I did, right? So it was really in the tournament where I was definitely getting dominated in the setup, and I really felt it with Mario. I was way off center. My riser I was gripping really low every single match, which Ryan pointed out after the tournament. And, so again, like, it's nice to be good in the straps, but I don't want to just be the strap puller. I want to be a good arm wrestler in and outside the strap.
See, guys, all you people on the internet now, I know if you're watching this live stream, you're clearly a fan of Larry Wheels, but pass this on to anyone. I see just how, like, humble and cool the guy is and just wants to do well in arm wrestling. So, like, just get off his ass if he wins a match or loses a match. Just like back off. He's really cool. So then, now I'll probably start with you, Adam, first. Now, depending on what side of the fence you sit on, poor Larry was eliminated from the tournament. He was eliminated from the tournament. And, of course, his second loss come to my good friend, Ryan Bowen. Now, I'm not sure if you guys have read the internet. He can be a very, very well-loved guy, or he's coined the phrase delusional. What was that like? When Ryan had won that match, was it like, anyone but Ryan? Or was it a bit like, okay, Larry could have learned a lot from that loss?
No, I wanted him to beat Ryan's ass, just destroy him right there. So I Ryan's in the chat right now. He's laughing, I'm sure. But yeah, Ryan's a little bitch. Beat his ass. That's what I wanted to see. But no. But look, Ryan is an extraordinary arm wrestler. No matter what you think about him, whether you think he's the devil or he's a good guy, he truly is. And we got to experience that a bit when we met up with Ryan the day after. So that basically Ryan did get to coach Larry for a day, and Ryan posted that video onto his YouTube channel. So if you guys have missed that, go check it out, because Ryan gives a lot of good information about setting up, and which is super important. Larry learned a lot about the setup, as he can attest to, just in that 30 minutes that we worked with Ryan.
Yeah. Hey, how did you feel, Larry? Out of all the people, you saw Big Matawangi, Hedda Morris, 165 kilos. Love the bench session you did with him the day after. There was Lachlan Adair, 113, 115 kilos of just pure muscle. You saw some big, massive units there. and then it's Ryan, that does your dinner. What do you think about that?
Look, I've lost to guys even smaller than Ryan, with my most notable loss being to Rahul Panikkar. He's 70 kg, maybe 5'6", and he beat me. And even the last time he pulled, I had to, it wasn't as easy as I thought it would be, as I thought it was supposed to be. So these 70, 80, 90 kg guys are smaller, but they're faster. And because they don't have to, but because they're not as reliant on their strength as maybe the bigger guys may be, like myself. I know a lot of big heavyweight arm wrestlers are like this, but I, for one, can admit that because I'm strong outside the gym. And I'm strong in the gym with traditional compound lift, squat, bench, deadlift. I'm like, okay, that should make me a stronger pull on the table somewhat, but frankly, it doesn't help at all, right? So, but still, it's taking a long time to accept that, and just come to terms with that, because the small arm wrestlers know that they can't just overpower their opponent. They have to be smarter in the setup, and they have to be more strategic, and they can't just use brute strength to beat their opponent, right? So in that sense, it becomes a lot like a martial art, right, where it's not about just overpowering your opponent. So I'm still, working on getting out of that mindset that, okay, I'm big and strong, I should be winning. It's taking a long time to, exit that mentality, but it's a work in progress.
Oh, mate, you're doing it. Let me just knock over a couple of these super chats. Keegan Richards, your dead set legend, with the super chat. He goes, ready bang, over the top. Was a great tournament. Larry, you did great. Appreciate you guys. And speaking of that, Keegan, we've got a poll, Larry, in the chat. And out of 126 votes, 93%. The question was, were you impressed with Larry's performance at Over the Top? And 93% say they were. So you've won a lot of fans, mate, by finishing top 6. And you might have made the Aussie Arm Wrestler just a couple of bucks, just quietly. So awesome. Brian Damage and the Memories, thank you very much for your super chat. He's jumped in. He goes, nothing to do with Jake's Ready Bang slogan, because that's the best. But why do refs say ready, go instead of just go? Brian, no idea. Sorry, Brian. I have, I grew up playing other sports, and as you can see, Adam's been in it a while ago, and Larry's new as well to it. No idea why they say ready, go. Got no idea. Yeah, I feel bad. Do you guys have any idea?
No, I'm not exactly sure either. As a matter of fact, for King of the Table, we just made it go.
Oh, there you go. We'll get to King of the Table a bit later on, but you guys have the ability to say no comment to any of the questions asked for King of the Table, because I know you have to be tight-lipped. I want to ask, and I'll start with you, Adam. You got Larry was bombarded. You were great with the crowd, Larry. Your time and everything, even during the tournament, in between matches, you were awesome for everyone. One thing I did notice, there were a lot of sorry, I was just reading a comment. A lot of people telling you what you should do, how you should attack the tournament and things like that. How does that feel when you've had Devon come over, and you've had Devon come over, Alex Kadecha, Derek Smith, Levan, Saganishvili. You've had all these guys come over, and then you got a whole heap of my mates here in Australia, like Larry here, rise, climb, go there, start there. Is it just information overload? Do you listen to any of it? I'm not going to lie, I sat there and watched and thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Look, there has not been a more true saying than too many cooks spoil the dish. If I were to choose any of the teachers who have tried teaching me arm wrestling, from when I started till now, I'd be a lot better for it.
Yeah.
If I chose them and stuck with only them and didn't try a dozen different other people to teach me the same thing, I'd be a lot better ahead for it, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I could say, because you get all this wealth of knowledge, but my understanding, and I could be wrong though, because I haven't had all these people teach me how to arm wrestle. But if Levan comes over and Alex comes over and Devon comes over, their way is the way to arm wrestle, and Alex's way is the way to arm wrestle. So I would imagine that when you're at the table, it's like, hang on, I'm in this position. Devon's told me to go this way. Alex has told me to go this way. Levan's told me to go this way. And I probably just would have had a seizure on the middle of the table. So that's how if you go up to the table, I assume that's how it would have been.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. It just gets confusing. It's information overload. And it's too many different people trying to teach me the same thing and a different variation of it, where I never got to just dial in the fundamentals. Cup, rise, pronation, side pressure, dial in my technique, find my strengths and weaknesses, work with my leverages. Like, I didn't start from kindergarten. I just skipped straight to college, and then, it's just like, I feel like I skipped over all the basics. And now I'm trying to stay with what I've been doing the last few weeks, which is I have a training partner now. Now we're training off camera. And, off camera means no ego, right? Because in practice, a lot of the time, when the cameras are on, the ego's on, right? No one wants to lose on camera. So it becomes more like, okay, let's have a super match, then let's have some practice. And which is cool for content, but it's terrible for training because it's not training. And then you can't recover from these kind of training sessions. So I feel like now I've kind of settled into a routine that makes the most sense for my particular goals, which is not the best if you're trying to be a full-time arm wrestler, because I'm not. I have strongman in August, so I can't train several times a year. The brothers, there's 3 of them at the tournament. I'm forgetting the name now.
The Burnett brothers.
Burnett brothers train every day for 4 hours. I cannot do that. I cannot do it. If I were to do that, I'd have to stop everything I'm doing. Like, I can't recover from that kind of training. I can't do log cleaning preps. I can't do anything besides arm wrestle. So I have to find a routine, which I have, I believe, which is at the moment just once a week, no more weights, working with my training partner, Mazir, the current UAE champ. And just working on technique and like medium pressure, not redlining, no cameras again, and figuring new things out with him one-on-one.
Yeah, it would be, especially someone of your caliber. As soon as you walked into the arena, and this would be your whole life, and it'd be just a quick little interesting aspect on it all before we get back to over the top. But when you walk into any room and you jump on any table, what's it like that every single person wants to get their phone out? Every single person wants first of all, they want a photo with you at the start of the day, and then they want to pin you at the end of the day. I'm a super A-grade celebrity, so I've got people at the front of my house right now as we speak, so I can deal with it. But how do you deal with it, Larry?
I mean, it's just part of the job, right? Like, I purposely put myself in the spotlight, and it's my pleasure to be able to, if it makes someone's day, just taking a photo with them or letting them beat me on the table. Some of the guys want to use 2 hands. Like, I don't take any of it seriously. It's all in good fun, right? Arm wrestling for me is a hobby. I don't see myself becoming a Levan or devonlarratt, because I'm not making it full time as of right now. That could change in the future, but right now I'm a hobby arm wrestler. I love it, and I'm happy to arm wrestle almost any time, any day. So I try and stay away from the table as much as I can for that reason. I don't go back sometimes, like, hey, come to practice. I'm like, no, because I'm an arm wrestler. I'll stop. If I want to arm wrestle, no one's gonna stop me. I'm going and I try and stay away from it. Just go when I practice.
I can only imagine. Tim Pott, your dead set legend, he's jumped in and said, good morning, legends. What a lot of people don't realize, that Blue is a solid dude at 90 plus kilos. Was Larry surprised? Were you surprised at how good he could move on the table at a lighter frame?
Not surprised at all. No, I expected him to know exactly what he was doing, and I didn't think for any reason that because he was smaller, that he was going to be, or because maybe he was weaker, which he wasn't. I didn't think that at all. I figured, this is Ryan Bowen, and he's known in the arm wrestling community as one of the best teachers, so he 100% will know how to overcome me, being an amateur, and it being my first tournament. So it went exactly as I thought it would. Didn't go get flash bin though, but I should have probably slipped. But again, I didn't want to just be the guy that just always goes to the strap. So I gave my best shot outside of it.
So was there anyone there, and the Burnett brothers are actually in the chat watching the show. They said, arm wrestling every day affects your gym gains. Lovely to finally meet you guys. Loving the show. Well, we love having you here, Burnett brothers. Big fans of those guys. But starting with you, Adam, you turned up. The event was awesome. We'll get your thoughts on the MC commentator a bit later on. He's a handsome fella. I'm not sure if you've met him. We'll get to him in a moment. But when you were the moments that you could concentrate and you could watch the tournament, whether it be the final 8 and the finals or early on in the day, were there any pullers that you just went, not bad, not bad. Dude looks like he can pull.
Yeah, there were. There were actually some great guys on the Singapore arm wrestling team that were super impressive. Josh, I'm forgetting Josh's last name. He's like the current 70-kilogram champion. I arm wrestled him on the side table. Tried to smash him, but he's super strong. It's funny. He's a great guy. He looks nerdy. Okay, and he knows. We've talked about him looking like a nerd because he has these big glasses and all, but he's like super shredded and super strong. I think it's like a great act. He should like dress up like a nerd and then just like arm wrestle people, hustle them for money. Yeah. That'd be amazing.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a great guy too.
Yeah, Josh is awesome. He was a superstar. What about you, Larry? Did you see anyone? But and especially being around strongman, was there anyone that you thought was impressive on the table, Larry? But was there anyone also that you were just looking at like, yeah, you put in work in the gym or diet or things like their physique? You're a bit like, yeah, you get it. You get it.
Well, that would be Marte, wouldn't it? The 170 kg giant. I mean, no one is really as impressive as him, as far as at least like just how large he is at the tournament, And then Ethan gets a shout out too. He's 20 and he's really refined pull already. So he's definitely been training smart the last few years. He's been with Ryan.
Yeah, and Ryan Bowen's in the chat. He says, Larry, one last lesson: treat your table time training like you're training to land a 20-pound fish on a 5-pound line. It's all about the feel. It is all about the feel. There you go. Thank you very much, Ryan. Right. And a huge shout out to Ryan Bowen for getting me an introduction with you guys on his channel before you come over. Dominic Lorenz, who was at the tournament, he says, Larry, thanks for coming to Australia and over the top too. And I'm just going to throw in thank you, Adam, as well for coming. What are your plans for your career for the next 6 months? Strongman, arm wrestling, or something else?
I have Middle East Strongest Man in August here in Dubai.
There you go. There you go. That's right. You mentioned it earlier on in the show. So, yeah, I mean, Over the Top was awesome. You stayed in Australia for 3 days, and we're so happy that you thoroughly enjoyed yourself. The atmosphere, I was pretty happy that the atmosphere was pretty good. I tried to give it a go myself. I was very, very impressed with the way you both handled yourself all day. There was not 1 ounce of frowning. There was not 1 ounce of you guys being bothered or people being in the way. I think, Larry, I was around you for about 5 minutes, and I reckon you apologised to about 300 people because they all wanted a photo and you were too busy after pulling, but you wanted to make sure they got their photo. So it was, it was awesome of you to do that.
Hey, it's the least I can do. And people, I think, believe it or not, 8 out of every 10 people who asked me for a photo that weekend were like, hey, sorry, I'm sure you hate this. Like, guys, I do not hate taking photos of people. Never a bad time. The only time I don't like it is if I'm in the middle of a meal, I'm out at the restaurant, maybe with my girlfriend, with Adam, I'm trying to relax, have a meal, and you like make me get up and take a photo. Okay, maybe then it's a bit irritating. That's the only time though. Like, don't mess with the man and his food, basically. But at any other time, even in the bathroom, even the bathroom's cool. Like anywhere but the dinner table is okay with me.
Well, that was going to be a question later on in my game, but I'll ask you now. Where's the weirdest place someone's asked for a photo with you?
So, whip my dick out to take a piss. And then the guy's like, hey, I know you. I'm like, can you just wait a minute till I get out of the bathroom and say anything to me? Like,
So he didn't know you with your pants on. But as soon as you took it down, he's like, I've seen that dick. You're Larry Wheels.
Exactly. And I don't even have an OnlyFans. So why is that so recognizable? I don't know. But that was
I reckon Adam's got a bit of a side hustle deal going on. I reckon he's taking some photos and a side business all going there. The collaborations, was that planned with Big Mate, the 165 kilo? Was that planned, or did you turn up and go, let's do something?
Oh, the bench workout we did the following day?
The bench session the next day.
Yeah, that was totally planned because we just saw him and we're like, okay, we got to do something with it. And his ancestral tattoos were very unique. I've never seen them before. And I'm sure no one in North America, that's predominantly my audience, has never seen that before. So we figured it'd be a good idea for a collab. And he said he can bench about like 280 kg or so, right? So it just made sense for us to make a bench workout together. And we did, and he was awesome. And I made him do a workout that was more like a CrossFit workout than I'm used to, and he kept up really well. I was impressed.
Kept that really well, yeah. But then off camera, he probably died 4 times, and I'm sure you guys had to resuscitate his heart. He was just, I was just watching him even during it. I was like, I was watching the final cut, and I'm like, Adam, just cut the camera. Let the man breathe. I can't even run a bath, and you've got him up and down and in between sets. And I was like, oh, man. Oh, that is a big one. Now, Swedish Arm Wrestling Television has come in. Criggy, a very good guy, and he's asked the question. I wasn't going to ask it, but he's come in. And he says, is there a possibility for the Aussie Arm Wrestler to commentate King of the Table event in the future? You were very impressive, Larry. Well done. Ready, bang.
I would say that there is. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Adam and I off camera had said there's no way because we already have that spot filled. So I'm just kidding. Like, of course it's a possibility. Of course it's a possibility. When we were there, I think you said something like it was your audition, and if that was the case, then you definitely, you stole the show, and even here, on this live, I think you're a great MC. You're very witty, and we'd love to have you if we could fit you in for sure.
Mate, I will run there if I'll have to. I will run to get there. It won't be a problem. But speaking of someone being a beast on the microphone, I like to call him my colleague. And it is Neil Pickup himself. He says, Larry and Adam both looking well. A solid outing by Larry at the Over the Top event. It's coming steadily but surely. Remember, Larry, arm wrestle like you're the weakest guy in the room.
And that's good advice. That's a great analogy. That's a great way to put it. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. And the Master Shake has come in. Thank you very much, Master Shake. And he says, thanks to Larry and Adam for King of the Table. This saved arm wrestling from the dark days of COVID, and the sport has grown exponentially since. Much appreciated. Hope Larry keeps pulling. Much success in the future. And, I accidentally clicked on this one. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It says, go on, please get Jake kicked. Oh, let me just take that off. Sorry, I accidentally clicked on it, guys. Oh, my fingers. Sorry. Oh, no, that's thank you everyone for your support. Thank you everyone in the lives. And thank you to Adam, because Adam is replying to a lot of you in the comment. Which is making my job a lot easier. And we'll get to a little bit of a Q&A, guys. I don't have too much time. These guys have given me the most expensive thing in the world, and that is their time. And I just really wanted to utilize it. Quick one, onto the real issues. Has Eddie Hall paid his $10K to you, Larry?
Well, it's supposedly it's on the way this week, so I will update everybody to make sure he follows through. Don't worry. Don't worry.
There you go, Travis. Thank you very much there, Travis. You're dead set legend. Now, King of the Table. We're up to our 4th one come June. How did you guys get arguably the biggest match in arm wrestling history at your event? And I'll start with you, Adam.
Could you repeat that again, just because it buzzed out?
Oh, sorry. I was asking you, how did you guys, arguably for King of the Table, get the biggest match ever, Devon versus Levin or Levant or whatever you want to call him? How did you guys get that at your event?
Well, we have a good relationship with both of those guys, and of course, money talks. So, it's,
we take good care of them.
Yeah. Exactly, take good care of them. I mean, Devin has had now, 2 matches with us already, and the athletes have all been really happy. So we do take good care of the athletes, and they're taken care of, not just there, but financially. It's also we take good care of them, and there as well. So and we just I'm so happy that we did get them together, because it's something that I think everybody has wanted to see. I think even Devin, since his match with Dennis, now he's taking on like another Titan, is kind of that's we'll see what happens. It should be really, really interesting. So both are
guys and Arm Wars, between you guys and Arm Wars, very, very, very excited that between either of you two, I'm glad you guys have got it. Larry, how are you finding? I'm not sure if you guys have time to watch YouTube. If you do, it is bloody hilarious. How have you been finding this whole mind games, the concept, the arguing about the rules and the contracts, and I'll make a video and I'll troll you and I'll troll you? How have you? Adam's been watching it. Larry, have you seen all this? And if you can comment, I know you guys have got ties, and once again, you can say no comment to anything I ask. But what do you think? What do you think of all that? I think it's awesome. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, look, we're just letting them run with it, and it makes great hype for the match because everyone's talking about it. And for Adam and I and the team, it's great. It's great. I don't watch the videos personally. I skim through them. I've never been one to care about drama. Even when Eddie and Thor were going back and forth, I didn't really watch any of it. But I know it was damn good for the match. So I'm just happy that they're having some back and forth. And, I'm sure they don't really hate each other, but I hope they act like they do on the day of the competition, so we see some aggression.
I know, because when I'm there at King of the Table, and no, I'm only joking. Yeah, I can't wait. I think that'll be unbelievable the way it all goes. Just quickly, the before we get into a couple of fun games, the last minute rule change at King of the Table 3. I'm sure you've heard about not heard about it, but roll your eyes and whatnot. What was that like, and why was the change made?
So, that's a really good question, and one of the reasons is that the auto strap rule is not a rule that everybody likes, and that it's kind of it's not that, okay, so people don't like this rule, we're just going to remove it. It's really about what most of these people are used to. So most of the people that were competing at King of the Table 3 are more WAF style arm wrestlers. So it's more traditional arm wrestling. So you have to earn the straps. You don't just get to wait, 30 seconds, and then instead of getting a referee's grip, you go to the straps. Now you actually have to earn the straps, which is what it has always been. So it's definitely something that we're still debating, rule sets and stuff like that. We obviously like the running fouls, because that does keep the match going. So that's something that will definitely stay for sure. But I think that we have come up with some ideas for future King of the Tables on rule sets, based on the controversy that's happened. So we definitely like to hear all the different points of view. And I think it kind of opened up a lot of discussion. You know, when WAL came along, well, they went ahead and made some changes to the traditional arm wrestling rules. And they mostly did it for entertainment purposes, you know, running fouls, which was really good. They also increased the size of their elbow pads, which that's kind of controversial too, because then it gives people more room. If you want to do more of a, say, King's move, you have more room on your elbow. Because
you got all day. You get your banana lounge chair out. You got all day to do that right back like you're in a hotel. Easy money for that one.
Right. Yeah. It does remove, you know, some of the elbow fouls that would normally happen, and so which would slow down a match. But you know, I think that there is somewhere in between where you can have a mix of these rules that can, you know, keep entertainment going and also keep matches as fair as possible. So there's a balance there, and we're working on figuring that out. So yeah.
There you go. How many matches should we expect for King of the Table 4?
It's likely going to be 4 matches.
4, okay. And how? Yeah. When can we expect some announcements?
I would say usually we start doing, you know, some bigger announcements about 2 months ahead of time. That's kind of when they start to trickle out.
Yeah.
So that's most likely what's going to happen. Yeah.
It's going to be good. Larry, if you could pick someone to collaborate with, or they could be an arm wrestler, they can be a celebrity, someone you know in the YouTube world, to get them to have a match at King of the Table 4, and someone that's, you know, not that you've been talking about behind the scenes, who would just be like, forget about money and their availability, who'd be one person you would just love to have a King of the Table and think would go all right in a super match?
The Rock. Because
I knew you were going to say that. You wanted to pick anything else. I thought he was going to say The Rock. Yeah, that would be cool. Would you beat him?
Of course, I'd beat him, no problem.
Yeah.
Unless he's been secretly training arm wrestling these past few years, then maybe not. But if he has been training arm wrestling, I could take him.
There it is. Hey, you come to the Aussie Arm Wrestlers show and you get exclusive news. King of the Table 4, Larry Wheels versus The Rock. Bang! There it is. What
Rock
about you,
versus the Pebble.
I'd call you Paper. Rock versus Paper. No, what beats Paper? What beats Paper? Yeah, Paper. Paper beats Rock. I'd call you the Paper if I was at the event. What about you, Adam?
Oh, geez, I haven't thought of this. That's a great question for Larry. For me, I don't know. Everybody wants me to go up against Uncle John, but Uncle John has these like monster hands.
Yeah.
It's not fair. And I have these, I mean, not tiny hands. Look how big they look. Look huge.
They look like hands, but only smaller. We've got it here. Brian, Damage and the Memories. Thanks, Brian. You're dead set legend. He goes, for Larry and Adam, does Larry have a stage name for arm wrestling? Have you guys talked about any options?
Larry Dog Wheels.
Yeah, I remember us chatting it over the top tournament. Just don't do the car punt. Anything else? Anything else? He's heard them all, ladies and gentlemen. He's heard. Just going back to that conversation. Master Shake, your dead set legend, you says hashtag Aussie Arm Wrestler, King of the Table commentator. Thank you very much, Master Shake. We don't want to bully him. These guys know that I'd love to do it. So yeah, of course, it's good that you guys are throwing your support. Why don't you jump in the comments and give me a nickname for Larry Wheels before we play a game and wrap this up? Give these guys a nickname, and we'll get some good ones up there. So when anyone comes on the show, you get to play a game. Arm wrestling's favorite game. It's pin one, lose one, get rid of one. I'm going to give you the name. I'm going to start with Larry. I'm going to give you the name of 3 arm wrestlers. You have to tell me which one you're going to pin. You're going to tell me which one you're going to lose to, and which one you're going to say, no more arm wrestling for 12 months. No more arm wrestling, no more social media. You're going off the grid for 12 months. Adam, you'll have the same names, but because I like you, you're going to get a bit of time to think about it. So I'm going
Okay.
So you get. We'll do this a couple of times. The first time, Larry, is the three people you face the king of the table: Schoolboy, Filthy Power, Brandon Allen, and Khaled. So you get to pin one, you get to lose to one, and you get to tell one of them, whew, go away.
Let's see. Okay. Let's see.
Oh God.
Okay. Pin one, lose to one.
Jump in at him when you can. I think Larry needs some saving here. He's drowning.
Oh, I would say I'd want to pin Schoolboy. Brandon Allen, okay, I'll let you beat me. I like Brandon. He's a good guy. And then for college, Shush, because, see, if you get Khaled mad, he might beat me up. You know, I'm at my fighter, you know.
He'll kick the crap out of you, that's for sure. What about you, Larry?
No, I agree. And with Khaled, his goals aren't aligned with arm wrestling. He wants to be in the ring, in the octagon. So if I shoot him out of the sport, he wouldn't care.
All right, you have to go first this time, Larry. I'm going to give you 3 pullers that were at the over-the-top tournament in your top 3. And, of course, going to go with the winner of the overalls, and that was Lachlan Adair. Going to give you the Beast, Matarangi, Hedda Morris, and then, of course, Ryan Bowen. You got to pin one, you got to lose to one, and you've got to tell one of them, that's it for 12 months.
Okay, that's an easy one. Pin Lachlan, lose to the Beast, and then tell Ryan to beat it because he would hate that.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Exactly.
Oh, no.
I think he'd be holding his breath the whole time. You know, I think he was more passionate about the sport than him.
He's done him like a hot dinner. Oh, no. Travis Beckley, thank you so much. He says, we need more car videos, Larry. Can we get a walk around of the GTR, please?
Well, the GTR is sold. Sorry, buddy. That was a while ago, too. I haven't updated anyone, though, so that's my fault.
There you go. There you go. And then before we get into the next game, I've got to ask, Larry Wheels, main event, King of the Table 4, who is going to win? Devon Larratt or Levan Saganishvili?
Well, Levan is creeping up to 180 kg now. He is definitely not taking Devon. He's not taking Devon lightly. Whenever I say Levan, I just think of Devon.
Devon together.
You know, it always happens. I don't know why. It's weird. He's not taking Devon lightly. And I do think Devon is going to try and come in even bigger than he did for Michael, which he has said that somewhere. I've heard him say that somewhere, which would mean I would assume his stamina and his conditioning would take a hit. So he wouldn't be he wouldn't have as much endurance as he usually would when he's a bit lighter. So for him to stop the match, you know, it's a tall order. But if anyone can do it right now, it's definitely Devon. You know, if anyone could stop the match and wear out Levan, I think it's Devon. Because even when Levan faced Dave Chafee, he was huffing and puffing in between rounds, and those were easy wins for him. You know, those were easy wins, but he was still breathing heavy. So there's a really good chance that, you know, because he's even heavier now than for that match with Dave, that by round 2 or 3, you know, it's going to end up swinging in Devon's favor, you know. But I'm terrible at predicting matches. I'm always wrong.
Terrible at giving them as well. You didn't give me an answer then. You just got quite comfortable on the fence. But I'll give you a pass.
So I'm gonna give it to Devon because I do think he's gonna get a stop. I see it happening. I just see it happening. Yeah.
I actually didn't think I'd get an answer. Bang! That is unbelievable. Beautiful. Adam, have you got a prediction for King of the Table?
Well, I'm the politician, so, you know, I'll go around the questions. Okay, so Larry said Devon, I'll say Levan.
Okay. Yeah, very, very
all
well
power.
played. Vote 1, Adam Silver, at your local ballot. Very political answer. Brian Damage and the Memory says, how about Adam beats Uncle John, then Larry takes the name, because we all know Uncle Larry sounds more fun and marketable for this sport. There you go, Uncle Larry. I think I'd rather be called Larry Hot Wheels, to be honest. Then Uncle
Larry Wheelchair. Just don't, speak it into existence. Only Larry Wheelchair.
Maybe that's your gimmick. Maybe you're the man without a nickname. Maybe you're just Larry Wheels. You're the man without a nickname. That could.
Well, funny enough, Wheels is a nickname. My real name is Larry Williams.
Yeah.
True. So really
just calling Wheels. All right. Couple of quick fire questions before we wrap up the show. Cannot thank you enough. You're not allowed to think. I need both of you guys just to answer the first thing that comes to your mind. Okay? There's not too many questions. Don't worry. I'm going to look after you. Are you ready?
Okay.
Beautiful. Do you prefer super matches or tournaments?
Tournaments.
Are you a fan of the King's move?
No.
Beautiful. If you had to choose one, strongman or arm wrestling?
Strongman.
Do you want to answer that one again?
Sure, I'll give you a longer answer. Arm wrestling I can do forever. It seems like. You know what I mean? Brzenk is still in the sport 57, but strongman, I have a short shelf life. I got to get in the sport, get good before I'm 35, realistically, while my body can still take it. And then after that, or if it's sooner than 35, maybe I'm in it just for a few years, like maybe until I'm 30, I'm 27 now, then I actually do want to give arm wrestling more TLC, because I can go in as 20, 30 years into the sport and still be getting better, which is really cool for me.
Yeah, I still get blown away by your age at 27. Would the internet trolls deter you from arm wrestling?
No.
No. Beautiful. Could you beat up a kangaroo?
I was advised to slap one and then just keep it moving, but I don't think I trust that advice.
Don't trust that advice. They kick the shit out of you, that is for sure. What is the weirdest thing you have ever lifted?
The weirdest thing I've ever lifted. Give me a second. The weirdest thing. Adam, do you know the weirdest thing I've ever lifted?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Nicole?
Yeah. She'd be the goofiest. The goofiest thing I've ever lifted.
I know you strong guys, you pull jumbo jets and you lift trucks and trains and things like that. I thought there might have been like early on in your career, you just rocked up to some weird competition and they got you lifting like bins or something like that. I was hoping for that. Bonus question coming in from the man himself, Neil Pickup from Arm Wars. I'll tell you what, they're about to release a video in about 6 hours. They're doing some quality stuff over there. He quickly asked, who would Larry be best suited to arm wrestle in an Arm Wars film?
That's a good question. What would you think, Jake?
Oh, he would have exciting matchups. I would love him to for the TV. It's always good to pull Ryan Bowen. I'm going to try and look after my Aussies here. I would love Larry to try and seek revenge on Mario Tambakis. I think that would be an exciting matchup. And look, there's people out there. You just got to go strength for strength. Brett Coots on the left arm for Arm Wars. That's the match I'd book. That would be an absolute barn burner. That's how it'd go. On a scale of 1 to amazing, how much did you love Vegemite?
Oh, -1.
That video. That video was like you were so offended. You were, that is.
Well, the longer it sits in your mouth, the worse it gets. It just gets worse and worse. Mm-hmm. It doesn't stop. It's the worst thing I've ever had in my mouth.
If worse.
And I've had sheep in my mouth, by the way.
It's beautiful stuff. It is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Can you both do an Australian accent?
Hey, mate. No, I can't.
How you
There
going,
you
mate?
go, mate. Come on, Larry.
How you going, mate?
Come on, Larry.
How you going?
That's not too bad. That is not too bad. Guys, I'll get you to nominate someone. If there's anyone that you would know that you think would have an awesome time on the show, a bit of a as you can see, it's a different kind of arm wrestling show here. Is there anyone that you would nominate that you think would have a really good time?
We're both quiet.
Wait, what are we nominating for?
To come on the
to be
show.
honest.
Who do you think would be awesome to come on the show?
Brandon Allen would be good. Brandon, he's fun. He's actually a lot of fun.
I've had him on the show. He's a superstar, and I'll get him back again if you have nominated him, which is fine. Travis Beckley's just jumped in. He goes, have you two thought about doing free prelim matches featuring some up-and-comers in the arm wrestling world prior to the King of the Table events?
Yes, we have. We have thought about that, and it is definitely a possibility. So it would be something free either on our current platform and then it switches over to pay-per-view, or we would start it on YouTube and then switch over to the pay-per-view on our platform. So we are considering that.
There you go. Absolutely love it. And just one last thing. So I've just got to take this call. Hello? Yeah, I'm on the show with them now. I'll ask that. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler wants to know if I need to pack my bags for the end of June for King of the Table. I'm asking. I thought you were asleep. Like they'll answer. Okay. I've got to go. I love you. Bye. Sorry, I have to ask that. No, sorry about it, guys. I really, really appreciate your time. We've just been going, wow, over an hour. I am sorry, guys. I would plug King of the Table and I would plug these guys' YouTube channels, but you know exactly who they are. They are just genuine superstars. And as you can see, now we can build an army. So when Larry arm wrestles, we could just fucking tell people on the internet to just leave him alone because he's just a humble, genuine, fun guy, and these two have taken their time. If you saw them over the top, they were busy. So, guys, I genuinely really appreciate it. Everyone in the chat, really appreciate you guys hanging and banging with us. And any final words, guys, before we go off air?
Just stay strong and love arm wrestling.
That is the only.
Hey, it sounds like Coach Ray.
That is
Coach Ray.
The only way to do it. Guys, this has been the Aussie Arm Wrestler. This is Adam Silver. You know this is Larry Wheels. And, of course, ready, bang!